overcome Putin's price hike. It's not time for politics. Americans can't afford that right now. So let's meet this moment together. Remember, we're the only nation that has turned every crisis we ever faced into an opportunity. We have a crisis, the price at the pump. So let's show some true strength in this nation, show our unity, our resolve, our innovative spirit in America, and come out of this long-term much better off. If we stand up to the bullies of the world, the autocrats and dictators, we stand up for those who are ready to unite with us, United States of America. So may God bless you and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
Okay, President Biden there from Washington today making this announcement that they will release 1 million barrels of oil a day for the next 6 months. Now, we don't know exactly when this is going to start. It's not going to happen immediately, but this is the president's plan to bring down the price of gas. We'll see if there's any impact. We've been speaking with so many people today, kind of breaking down what this means. What does this mean for American consumers, the oil supply kind of writ large, and this is all, as you know, tangential to the Russia-Ukraine war. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be talking about the war in Ukraine, bringing on national security experts with the latest, and we're going to get a really interesting snapshot of what's going on down on the ground in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Thursday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. Take a look at some of the radar we have in the Northeast, just passing through kind of the Maryland, Delaware, Virginia area. We have a live look as well out of McLean, Virginia, of this gas station. One of our reporters is down on the ground there. Some damage reported in and around the D.C. area. So if we can speak to him later, maybe we will, but the D.C. area not very familiar with tornado warnings, so we'll hopefully get a better understanding of what went on there weather-wise in the nation's capital. In the meantime, though, we do want to go to the latest updates out of Russia and Ukraine. Fox News correspondent Jeff Paul with the latest from down on the ground.
There is nothing left. No food, no water, no way to live, and right now in Mariupol, there is no hope.
We didn't even expect to be attacked. No one was expecting it. It was such hell. I can't express it.
Ukrainian officials say Russian forces have not only decimated the coastal city, but for the past month, they've made it dangerously impossible for the innocent to get out and for aid to come in.
Grief connects people. We carried branches during the shootings. Then we carried dead bodies.
With the new humanitarian corridor agreed to, the Red Cross says it's ready to send in a convoy of 45 buses to evacuate some of the tens of thousands still there. Whether Russian forces stick to the agreement is unclear. Days after pledging to pull back troops from the Kyiv region, the attacks are getting worse.
Russia has repeatedly lied about its intentions. So we can only judge Russia on its actions, not on its words.
Britain's defense ministry says Russian forces have continued to hold positions around Ukraine's capital, but fighting will likely intensify in the suburbs around Kyiv. And a senior U.S. defense official told Fox News Russian jets flew 300 strike missions over Ukraine just a day after telling the world they're pulling back troops to establish mutual trust.
Depending on your view of Putin, I'm a little skeptical. It's an open question whether he's actually pulling back.
5 weeks into the conflict and a Ukrainian estimate of 20,000 dead, President Volodymyr Zelensky calls Moscow's pledge of a pullback mere words. As Russian forces continue to destroy his country, targeting both the armed and the innocent, he's warning the West.
The tyranny will come to take away from you everything that you have and you are proud of.
The one area we're hearing Russian forces are withdrawing from is in and around the Chernobyl nuclear plant. According to the Ukrainian state power company, they believe troops were digging trenches and became exposed to significant levels of radiation. So far, no comment from the Kremlin. In Lviv, Ukraine, Jeff Paul, Fox News. There is nothing left.
All right, thank you to Fox's Jeff Paul there, who's been doing just incredible reporting. We're being joined now by national security expert Hal Kempfer. Hal, so good to see you as always. You've been, as I always say, guiding us through this very complex war in Ukraine. That was the news today. Humanitarian officials sent a convoy to the embattled port city of Mariupol to try to evacuate trapped residents. Although, Hal, my main concern with this is we've heard time and again before that Russia will allow these humanitarian corridors and convoys, but sometimes they get shelled, sometimes they get targeted, sometimes they're not as safe as they're meant to be. Are you concerned by that too?
Obviously, Andrew, I am concerned. They've gone back on so many things. What can only be called a feint. The idea that they're pulling back forces. They are pulling back forces, but they're not in any way diminishing the amount of combat power that they're putting on the Ukrainians. However, with that said, a couple things with Mariupol. Number one, they're on the verge of taking over Mariupol. There really isn't a big challenge in terms of their being able to seize the city there. The big challenge they have is really on the international stage, which is they could cause massive civilian casualties depending on what happens. Also, France and Germany weighed in heavily to work with the Red Cross in order to make this happen with the Russians. And right now, that is coinciding with Russia trying to figure out how it's going to be selling oil and gas to Germany and to France. And so I don't know that they'd want to do something that would completely upend those negotiations in terms of how they get remunerated for their gas and oil. And of course, Russia's pushing to get, if not all, a very high percentage or at least half of their gas and oil sales to France and Germany to be bought in rubles. And that's a completely other story. But they're in a delicate position in that negotiation. So with that said, I'm hopeful that this humanitarian corridor will work, and the tens of thousands, I think it's up to about 100,000 civilians that are trapped there, will be able to get out.
Yeah, Hal, let's focus now on outside of Kyiv and in the Kyiv city center itself. What's going on there? We learned that the Pentagon today says it's not clear if the Russian military convoy outside of Kyiv, that one that was 40 kilometers, they're not sure if it even exists anymore. We also learned today that Russia has likely abandoned efforts to seize the Hostomel airfield just miles from Kyiv. Russia tried to take over it to establish an air bridge to Ukraine's capital, of course, in the early days of the war. So if you could tell our viewers what is happening in and around Kyiv at this point in time.
Well, what's happening is that Russia is using a lot of firepower. They're using missiles, artillery, in order to cover a withdrawal. You could call it tactical withdrawal of a lot of their forces up north. These are not small units, though. These are very large units that they're trying to withdraw. They're trying to withdraw them for two reasons. One is that they're damaged, seriously damaged, heavy attrition on these units. They're no longer capable of doing offensive action. And frankly, I'm kind of questioning if the Russians haven't also decided that they can't really maintain a long-term defense. So they're pulling them out. Also, the troops are completely demoralized for a lot of reasons. That's a longer discussion, but the will to fight of those units has been falling apart. And of course, one of the chiefs of intelligence for Britain kind of alluded to some of the problems with Russian troops, but they're trying to withdraw those forces, bring them up to reconstitute them. It's fairly obvious to all that their desire is that once they reconstitute them, they'll reintroduce them back into the Ukrainian campaign, probably not guaranteed, but probably in the Donbass region in order to put more combat power into that eastern flank, if you will, that eastern region. But it's not sure how this is going to work out. One of the things the Ukrainians have done to their credit is they have not made this easy. As the Russian units pull out of their defensive positions and withdraw, exposing themselves in that movement, the Ukrainians have seized the advantage. They've gone in there, causing more attrition, causing more damage to their equipment, and further demoralizing those troops, which means that whatever does eventually make it out of there is much less capable of being effectively reconstituted into some sort of effective combat unit, combat echelon that they can use elsewhere. So the Ukrainians are not letting the Russians get away with this, is another way to put it. And then, of course, you saw the problem up in Chernobyl, where they're pulling out of there as well. Yeah.
Yeah, Hal, that is one of the other major headlines today, because we know early on in the war, Russian forces took the area surrounding the Chernobyl nuclear power station, and what is going on there in the aftermath now almost some 40 years later from the nuclear disaster that happened there. Some Russian forces, though, are departing, and we had been getting reports that they were essentially Russian forces keeping the staff there who has to make sure that the nuclear power generation plant is safe, that it doesn't melt down. They were keeping the staffers there essentially hostage since really the war began. Why do you think they're leaving their positions now?
Andrew, I think the reason they're leaving their positions is twofold. Number one, I think even the Russian troops have realized they've been exposed to radiation. I'm sure that somehow that has trickled through the ranks. The other thing, too, is they don't need to hold that area. With pulling all the other forces out of the north, the critical need to maintain that avenue of approach into Kyiv has become less of a necessity. So they've recognized that problem. Also, the international pressure that they're getting to basically get out, get Chernobyl off of the map as far as being a battlefront, and allow those, allow the rotation of employees so they too can get out of that radiated area, and make that area safe again, so we don't have a massive radiation hazard. So there's a lot of reasons there, but most of all, it's not a military necessity anymore. Their strategy has changed. Yeah.
Hal, let's go to the status of the negotiations at this point in time. What's up with them? Do we know if there's been any significant progress made there in Istanbul? And also, I wanted to get your opinion, because there's a key player on Russia's side who is somewhat responsible for the delegation, for the negotiations. That is Roman Abramovich. We all know he is one of the major Russian oligarchs. He used to own the Chelsea football club there in England. He had to sell it after the war began because of sanctions. Why is he being used as kind of a chess piece on the board here in these talks? What's the advantage there?
I think, first off, he kind of represents the oligarchs, all right? And so part of that is it creates the impression that they're negotiating with the oligarchs and not just, the Putin's administration himself. So he has kind of this dual role in terms of his proximity, his knowledge, personal knowledge of Putin, but also the fact that he represents this other sort of amorphous economic interest called the oligarchs that everybody focuses on. Also, he's just frankly a very skilled interlocutor. He's a very skilled negotiator. He knows business and he knows how to get deals done. So, he's not a bad choice as long as he's someone that can be trusted to represent the interests that he's there to represent, if you will. I don't know that much is going to come out of the negotiations right now. I think that whole thing with saying that they're going to reduce military activity, pull back forces, and then of course saying really almost the opposite in terms of what Russia did militarily up around Kyiv, has left a little bit of a pallor in the room, which means that the Ukrainians don't really trust what the Russians are doing. Also, the Ukrainians are making great success, or having great success on the ground in a number of areas. And kind of going back to it, what happens in the negotiating room is really determined by what happens on the battlefield, what happens on the ground. And I don't know if the Ukrainians want to give away a lot right now when they're having success. I mean, there's actual open discussion now that this whole thing could upend and turn around, that the battle is tipping, and that the Ukrainians are basically making strides on all fronts. And also recognition the Russians just don't have anything of substance in reserve. So without some big reserve coming in to reinforce the Russians, it looks like it's tipping towards the Ukrainians. And there may be some other things the Ukrainians assess in terms of will to fight and combat effectiveness of the Russian units that they think it's even further along that tipping point. So I don't see a lot of progress happening there anytime soon.
Yeah, Hal, let's talk about reserves, though. We know, and we got the report from Reuters today, Russia is drafting 134,500 conscripts, but says that they won't go to Ukraine. Also, there's talks and reports that they might be tapping into some reserves that are stationed nearby in Georgia. Also, you and I have spoken at length about Syrian conscripts possibly joining this fight. Where do we stand on all of that? Because we know the Russian troop posture is not working at 100% right now.
No, it's been seriously decimated. Right now, the Ukrainians assess they've lost 17,500, or the Russians have lost 17,500 troops killed in action. You can multiply that by 3 times the number probably wounded in action. And then you add on to surrenders, desertions, all sorts of stuff. So you're probably somewhere around 60, 70,000 troops have been taken out. That is a huge amount of the Russian force of either 150 to 190. If it's 150, it's getting close to darn near half of what they started with. Now, even those 134,000 conscripts, and by the way, the April 1st conscript thing is kind of a Russian tradition that goes way back. So even though he's tried to make a volunteer military, conscripting like that is pretty normal. It takes a long time to get somebody from bringing them in as a conscript to training them up to make them effective in combat. So we're talking months before those troops should be used in combat if they're to give them a fighting chance. Now, if they want to accelerate that and throw them in, then they're gonna have a problem, because they're going to lose a lot more troops because they haven't had that training. They may not have been properly equipped, and that's another thing that's kind of a counterbalance, which is, Putin has to think about the mothers of Russia, and they're already sending back a lot of their sons and husbands, pardon the expression, but back in body bags, coming back. And that does have a cumulative political force domestically. So he has to think about that as well.
Hal, let's talk about Putin. President Biden mentioned him briefly in his remarks today, saying, quote, Putin seems to be self-isolated, and there's some indication he has fired or put under house arrest his advisors. But he added they don't yet have hard evidence, but that is the intelligence assessment from the administration. Why don't they have that as a hard asset piece of information at this point in time? Is he that isolated we cannot get into his state of mind?
we got to give him some credit. He's a counterintelligence officer. You know, he knows how to conduct counterintelligence to keep stuff from getting out of there. So we don't have perfect insight into what's happening in the Kremlin. And if we did have perfect insight, I think we'd be very reluctant to admit it, because once you admit you have a source that can get you that type of information, those sources don't seem to last very long, whether they're technical or human. So, so the caveat could be there for a number of reasons as to why we don't know for sure. This kind of touches on sort of what, this is interesting, the head of the United Kingdom's GCHQ, which is kind of their version of the NSA. First off, I was fascinated to find out his last name was Fleming. That was kind of interesting if you're familiar with the James Bond books. But he was talking about the problems with the Russians, with the troops on the ground, but also kind of reinforcing this problem that Putin's having and this isolation piece. Now, in fairness, President Zelensky this afternoon or today just fired 2 generals, which was kind of interesting, saying they were anti-heroes. I don't know what he means by that exactly, but it could be that they discovered these generals might have links to Russia or may have been working on behalf of Russia in some degree. So it's worked on all sides, if you will. All right. And that could have further isolated if they were providing intelligence to Russia, and they did find these 2 Ukrainian generals, and they did cut that off. That will be a big blow to Putin's situational awareness as far as what's going on in Ukraine, and that may temper his adventurism, if you will, because he may realize that whatever he's doing with a higher degree of doubt because he just doesn't have any insight.
All right, Hal Kempfer, stick around. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We have a lot more questions left to get to on this Thursday night. We will see you after the break. And of course, I'm Andrew Kraft. We're following a number of different stories on this Thursday night. Of course, weather in the Washington, D.C. area got pretty nasty tonight. We're also following all the latest with President Biden, with Vice President Harris. So we'll have more on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Thursday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. Joining me yet again, Hal Kempfer, national security expert, as we continue to discuss all the latest headlines out of Russia's war in Ukraine. Hal, thanks for being with us yet again. My next question has to revolve around Volodymyr Zelensky. And you were saying there were reports that he fired 2 generals for not being, I guess, pro-Ukrainian enough. But there has been reporting to suggest that he is funneling information about the war through one specific, I guess, broadcast outlet, broadcast medium in the country to kind of streamline accurate information. We're also learning that he is banning other political opposition parties. Those are illiberal moves on a country that so many consider part of the West. And we're hearing some, kind of brief criticism about those moves. I know it's wartime. What say you about that, and what does that mean?
Well, first off, Andrew, they've declared martial law. All right, there is no political process right now in Ukraine. Also, they've been invaded by a huge foreign power. So those actually are rather prudent moves from a strategic communication standpoint. Any opposition parties that are saying something different than the need to defend Ukraine against Russia are very likely in cahoots, if not knowingly, at least unknowingly, with Russian operatives. And they know that Russia has operatives operating in and around Kyiv. That's been out there since before this thing began, and that they have contacts. And so they're being very prudent in terms of how they do this. Now, once the Russians are kicked out, they can embrace all the liberal democratic traditions they want. But right now, in that situation, it is martial law, and they are defending the country. And frankly, they have to take prudent actions to avoid Russia trying to stir up internal dissent and stuff while they have to have a unified effort. And that's the same reason that he's also narrowing down the number of ways that information goes out. One of the biggest things in a crisis is to coordinate the message. You don't want multiple messages coming out from different parts of the government. You want to make sure you have a singular coordinated message on what's going on, what the situation is, and what you want people to do. And so when I hear that they've stovepiped that or streamlined that, that seems to me a very prudent management tool under the circumstances.
Hal, also on the Russian side now, and I don't want to repeat Russian propaganda. That is not helpful to anyone. But there is this kind of symbol that so many of us are seeing, and I want to see if you can kind of break it down for us. We're seeing the letter Z on Russian pieces of military equipment, and this is strictly on the Russian side. What does that mean? Just out of pure curiosity, Hal, what does that mean? What does that mean as a symbol for the Russian fighting force? Can you kind of go back to the etymology of that? How did it spring up?
Well, it started out that they noticed a lot of the Russian vehicles going in and around Ukraine had Z. Well, it turns out they had a couple different letters. Z is not in the Cyrillic alphabet. And as near as I can figure, it was meant to, I'm going to get this wrong. It was Western District or Eastern District. I think it was the
I think West.
Eastern. Was it West? Okay. I knew I was going to get that wrong. But it was, they had two different letters for two different districts. Now, because it was so prevalent, what it's somewhat become is a symbol to Russian society of the war in Ukraine. And so to what they're seeing is with graffiti, if you will, I don't know if you want to call it graffiti, it's kind of official iconography anymore in Moscow, but it's become an official symbol to say, I support the war in Ukraine, I support our forces in Ukraine. And so it's had that within Russia, it's had it's taken on a patriotic sort of symbology. Now that may turn, as what's happening in Ukraine becomes more known in Russia. A lot of times the symbols can change meanings.
Definitely.
And I would say at some point here, Z will not be a positive thing in the Russian psyche. All right. Right now it is, but I think that's going to shift over time.
Yeah, right now there's kind of a rallying fervor around that. But you're right, symbols and their meanings change over years and over time for so many unintended consequences. Hal Kempfer, I'll be looking out for kind of these patterns of fighting we're seeing, not so much around Kyiv. We're seeing more of it focused in the eastern region of Ukraine, the Donbas region. Russia is saying they're now wholly targeted in that region. That's kind of what I'll be looking out for to see if that changes at all. What will you be looking out for going, I guess, into the weekend?
Going into the weekend, I'm going to be looking at Donbass, but I'm also going to be looking at what's happening with the ships. Really almost below the radar. Ukraine is reporting now that they have sunk 7 Russian ships. Now, some of these are larger, some of these are smaller boats, but they have sunk several Russian ships. It looks like they have some anti-ship missile capability, and I think they're going to be moving more in if they can get it, because the Russians have a naval blockade on Odessa. So what I'm going to watch for is, are they going to engage in an anti-maritime or maritime denial attacks against Russian shipping? And if they do that, that could change the whole texture of the campaign, because if they can stop the Black Sea from being blockaded and controlled by the Russian Navy, that may change a lot of things, and it may open up another avenue to get resources and to get aid, both lethal and non-lethal, into Ukraine. So I'm going to be watching that very closely.
All right, Hal, a great conversation as always as we update everyone, including myself, just about the developments and the headlines there in this war in Ukraine. Hal, we'll talk to you again.
All right. Thank you, Andrew.
Okay, right now we do want to take just a quick commercial break. We have a few more stories left to get to on this Thursday night. We're tracking a lot of different ones. When we come back, though, we'll also be hearing from the State Department spokesman, Ned Price, briefing reporters not only on the war in Ukraine, but on so many other foreign policy topics. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We are tracking still all this severe weather in the Northeast, especially in the Virginia, D.C., Maryland area. We're going to get a live report in about the next 15 minutes from down on the ground, kind of assessing some of the damage. Some reports that there was some tornadic activity. We'll get that confirmed in about the next 15 minutes. But this area, they don't see tornado warnings very often. So we will be on top of that here. We're also, like I said before the break, we're going to be hearing from State Department spokesman Ned Price about all the latest with Russia's war into Ukraine and so much more. Here's that from earlier.
Welcome back. It has been far too long since this room has seen so many people, a few years, but it is 3 years, I know. It is very good to see everyone. I say that now. We'll see how this goes. Also, I know some of you have been traveling with us. Welcome back to those of you who have been on the road. You look about as well rested as I feel. So with that...
Kind of an insult.
Yes.
No, to me, to us.
So with that, let's get started. I have a few things at the top, and then we'll turn to your questions. Today, I want to start with a topic that is near and dear to each of us in this room, and that's media freedom and media censorship. Even more fitting that it's on this day, the very day that we open the doors to the briefing room by lifting the COVID-19 imposed capacity limits. It's really nice to see so many of us here who are dedicated to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas. Russian authorities have shuttered independent Russian media outlets. They have blocked social media platforms. They have restricted access to international news outlets in Russia, and they have threatened even prison time for anyone who would speak out about Putin's war against Ukraine and anything other than Kremlin-approved distortions. This is a systematic campaign to keep the truth from the people of Russia. An all-out effort to control what people in Russia believe they know about the world and what the world knows of them. Even before their most recent actions to restrict the flow of information, the Russian Federation widely controlled media and harassed independent journalists. While President Putin accuses us of peddling fake news and Russophobia, the U.S. and international media, all of you in this room, provide a broad range of factual reporting because we believe, you believe, in the importance of free and independent media. While Russian government officials peddle their propaganda and try to explain the Kremlin's unconscionable actions, the Kremlin has refused to allow its own people to access to information and diverse viewpoints, despite our very best efforts. Without access to independent journalism, the Russian public cannot possibly make informed decisions about their future or even clearly understand what the future might look like because of the actions of their own government. President Putin knows this, and despite the Kremlin's attempts to keep them in the dark, the people of Russia continue to seek out independent information sources. We will, just as we always have, continue to share the truth with the people of Russia using all tools at our disposal to help them understand the truth about what their government is doing purportedly in their name. And we will continue to call on Russian authorities to end their suppression of freedom of expression and to allow for the development of a free and independent Russian press. I also want to honor the courage and fortitude of the many independent Russian journalists who have been doing their all in this environment. These individuals, some of whom were forced into exile, many of whom have chosen to remain in Russia, and nearly all of whom are faced with the threat of criminal penalties for reporting factually on Russia's war in Ukraine, continue to risk their livelihoods and their freedom to ensure their fellow countrymen still have access to rigorous and professional journalism, to the truth, be it in underground publications or the few social media platforms still not banned by the Kremlin. President Putin chose this war. The people of Russia did not. They have a right to know about the death, the suffering, the destruction being inflicted by their government and military on the people of Ukraine and the Russian people themselves. They have a right to know about the human costs of this senseless war to their children, to their cousins, their brothers, conscripted to die on Ukraine's soil. And they have a right to know how Putin's brutal, unprovoked and unjustified war has been a strategic blunder that has drawn condemnation from virtually every corner of the globe and left the Russian Federation increasingly isolated. We call on President Putin, his government, and the Russian Federation's military to honor Russia's international obligations and commitments, end its attacks against the people of Ukraine, withdraw Russia's troops from Ukrainian territory, and respect the human rights and fundamental freedoms of its own people. One last note. You've heard me say many times that we have no higher priority than the safety and security of U.S. citizens overseas. We take seriously our responsibility to inform U.S. citizens about developments that may impact their safety and security when they are traveling or residing outside of the United States. In recent weeks, as you've heard, we have seen reports that Russian security officials have singled out and detained U.S. citizens in Ukraine and in Russia itself. We have also heard President Putin denigrate equality, free speech, and human rights for all. For these reasons, we are warning U.S. citizens that the Russian government security officials in both Russia and in Ukraine may be singling out U.S. citizens based on their nationality. Our updated travel advisories now reflect that information. We reiterate that all U.S. citizens in Russia and Ukraine should depart immediately. Next, the United States is deeply concerned by the Tunisian president's decision to unilaterally dissolve the parliament and by reports that Tunisian authorities are considering legal measures against members of the parliament. We have consistently communicated to Tunisian officials that any political reform process should be transparent and inclusive and undertaken in coordination with a range of political parties, labor unions, and civil society. A swift return to constitutional government, including an elected parliament, is critical to democratic governance and will ensure widespread and lasting support for needed reforms to help Tunisia's economy rebound. And finally, on Transgender Day of Visibility today, the United States affirms that transgender rights are human rights. We celebrate the achievements and resilience of transgender, non-binary, gender-conforming persons around the world. We recognize their bravery and their hard-fought work for equality, inclusion, and the full recognition of their human rights. We celebrate the diverse expressions of gender and full diversity of gender identities around the world. We also want to highlight, as the Secretary announced in a statement earlier today, the historic milestone the Department has reached in its work to better serve all U.S. citizens regardless of their gender identity. Starting on April 11th, U.S. citizens will be able to select an X as their gender marker on their U.S. passport application, and the option will become available for other forms of documentation next year. The Department is setting a precedent as the first federal government agency to offer the X gender marker on an identity document. Information on how to apply for a passport with this new option can be found at travel.state.gov/gender. Today and every day, we reaffirm our commitment to promoting and protecting the freedom, the dignity, the equality of all persons, including transgender, non-binary, and gender non-conforming persons around the world. So with that, happy to take your questions.
Thanks, Ned, and welcome back to you, too. Just a technical thing. When you, on the last, your last announcement there, when you say the other forms of documentation, it will be available next year. What are you talking about?
So right now we're talking about new passport books. Of course, there are passport cards. There are other.
Talking about visas. Will foreigners be able to use this X if they're applying for a U.S. visa?
So not at the moment. Right now we are focused on U.S. Identity documents, including in the first instance passport books. But over the course of the next year, we'll be updating our systems to allow for other form of U.S. identity documents.
Okay, so but only for Americans right now.
At this moment.
Does not apply to foreigners seeking entry.
It does not at the moment.
Going to Russia. Yesterday, officials here, both on background and on the record, talked about how the intelligence suggested to them that President Putin was being misled by his top advisors, not getting a full picture of what's going on in Ukraine. Today, following up on that, the president, in comments he made just a little while ago, said that there were indications that some of Putin's top advisors had been either detained or put under house arrest. I'm wondering if you can expand at all on that. Who is he talking about? And while I think it's doubtful that you'll get into the reasons, the information that you have as to why he would say, the president would say that, more broadly, do you think you have good visibility into what's going on behind the walls of the Kremlin? Because the Kremlin spokesman, I suppose predictably, said you don't have a clue.
Well, Matt, I think I'll start with that final question, and I will somewhat reluctantly harken back to an exchange you and I had several weeks ago when we laid out, and Secretary Blinken later laid out before the UN Security Council, what we expected the Russian Federation to undertake in advance of what we were concerned were imminent plans for a Russian invasion. We talked about provocations. We talked about false flags. We talked about potential efforts on the part of the Russian government to induce a provocation that they would then point to as a pretext for invasion. We talked about dramatic meetings of the Security Council in Russia. We talked about the Russian Federation's efforts with the so-called People's Republics in Donetsk and Luhansk. There was some skepticism expressed at the time. I think that history has shown that the playbook we laid out, and I say this with a degree of lamentation because we wish it weren't the case, the playbook we laid out did in fact come to fruition. So anyone who doubts the level of information, the ability that we have to garner insight into what is going on inside Russia, and even within the various policymaking apparatuses, need look no further than what we've said publicly and what has since transpired. When it comes to the reports that we've seen, we have seen reports that various Russian officials have been sidelined, are estranged, have been essentially put on ice, or, as the president alluded to, have even been placed under house arrest. Now, again, we're not going to go into the details of that or the rationale for that, but it would be quite consistent with what you have heard us say over the past 24 hours or so. We have reason to believe that President Putin does feel misled. President Putin, if you look at the track record over the course of the past 5 or so weeks, clearly made several miscalculations. He miscalculated that his forces would be able to enter Ukraine without facing stiff resistance from the Ukrainian people. He miscalculated if he thought, as we believe he did, that his forces would be able to take major urban centers like Kyiv within a matter of 48 or 72 hours. He miscalculated if he thought that we were bluffing when we said we would impose massive and unprecedented consequences on the Russian economy and the financial system, doing that with our partners and allies. And he miscalculated if he thought his actions would not earn his country a pariah status. All of those things have come to fruition. Now, it is true that we believe President Putin feels misled at this very moment. I think there is good reason to believe he may feel misled even prior to the invasion. Why else would he undertake an invasion that was quite clear would precipitate a whole series of consequences that we laid out in advance? He clearly miscalculated if he thought his forces would be able to achieve a quick tactical victory. So there is good reason to believe that President Putin hasn't been garnering the best information. This is not, in some ways, a situation that is unique to Russia. This is what Secretary Blinken likes to say is the Achilles heel of autocracies around the world. Autocrats like President Putin tend to instill fear, intimidation in those around them. They may not, as a result, hear the unvarnished truth, the unvarnished assessments that their advisors may otherwise share.
Then let me just play one thing. The exchange that you referred to that you and I had was about one specific piece of your analysis, which in fact has not come to pass, and it may very well still, but that specific piece that we had that exchange about, that hasn't happened. But anyway, regardless of that, you talked about, we have seen reports about people being arrested and silent. What, public reports?
These are public reports. These are the same reports that some of you have asked me about before.
But presumably there is more to it than that for the president to come out and say, we have indications that some people have been sidelined or detained or put under house arrest.
Right now we're speaking to public reports that many of you have asked me about before.
So there is no other underlying intel?
I am just not speaking to intelligence in this case, if we're in a position to
I have one more, it's super brief.
And we do need to move around the room a little bit more now that we have a full house.
Let me just ask you, one top advisor, or allegedly a top advisor to President Putin, who has not been detained or has not disappeared or not been put under house arrest, is the Foreign Minister Lavrov. He was in India, he was in China yesterday, he's in India today doing very public things. And I'm wondering, as it relates to his visit to India and the Secretary's call to the Indian Foreign Secretary just yesterday ahead of that visit, if you guys have any specific concerns about what the Indians might be doing as it relates to Russia.
different countries are going to have their own relationship with the Russian Federation. It's a fact of history, it's a fact of geography. That is not something that we are seeking to change. What we are seeking to do, whether it is in the context of India or other partners and allies around the world, is to do all we can to see to it that the international community is speaking in unison, speaking loudly against this unjustified, unprovoked, premeditated aggression, calling for an end to the violence, using the leverage that countries, including India, have to those ends. There are countries that, by dint of their longstanding relationships with the Russian Federation, are going to have, in some ways, even more leverage than countries closer to us will. And that is all well and good. We understand that. What we are asking for, what we are calling for, is that all countries use the leverage that they have to make sure that that message is coming across to Vladimir Putin loud and clear. Andrea. I'll come.
On intelligence, I'm sorry, very quickly. Now, you're saying that is intelligence or that just speculative reports? Because if it's intelligence,
sorry, which element, Saeed?
On the the fact that Putin is not getting the proper picture. If it's a human intelligence, you guys would be compromising whoever providing that human intelligence is. And if it's speculative, it remains.
It is. I can tell you this, Saeed. It is not speculative. As you know, since this military buildup, what was initially a military buildup, began last November, we have consistently declassified information. Secretary Blinken first started speaking about this publicly last November, I believe in the first instance, standing next to his counterpart from Ukraine, Foreign Minister Kuleba, on the 8th floor of this building. Since then, we have consistently declassified information. Believe me when I tell you, it would make my job much easier if I could tell you precisely how we know things, when we came into possession of these things, precisely the sourcing behind it. Obviously, we can't do that. Every time we declassify information, we do so with an eye to protecting sources and methods. So when you hear something from us that is predicated on intelligence information, it is going to be a very distilled down version of what we have. Andrea.
Let me ask you about the President's decision today on the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, which is in response to what the White House is calling the Putin price hike. And you've just come back from a trip where there seemed to be very positive relations with the Emiratis and the Secretary. Yet, in the last few days, OPEC, including the Saudis and the Emiratis, has refused to kick Russia out of OPEC Plus, the larger group, have refused to increase production, have refused to condemn anything that Russia has done. So I'm wondering why we are not putting more pressure on the Saudis and the Emiratis, and why the cozy appearances between the Secretary and the Emirati Prince in the last few days.
So there's a lot there in that question. Let me start by saying that we do have an interest in a steady global supply of energy. There have been a number of conversations, not only on the part of Secretary Blinken, but others in this building, including Amos Hochstein and counterparts throughout the world, and counterparts throughout the U.S. government around the world, with countries and companies. We have spoken publicly of some of those conversations. We haven't spoken publicly of all of them, but we do, of course, maintain an interest in a steady global supply of energy. The President's announcement today was part and parcel of that, the release over the next 6 months of an average of 1 million barrels a day from our strategic petroleum reserves.
Okay, State Department spokesman Ned Price there talking and answering questions from reporters in the briefing room today, especially about President Biden's announcement on the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Also, he was being questioned on the accuracy of intelligence assessments about Putin's state of mind. This report that Putin might be misled by his senior advisors, might not be getting accurate information about the status of the war in Ukraine. Reporters were asking, how can they make those assessments? And so Ned Price was saying that is not skepticism, those are intelligence assessments. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. A little bit after the top of the 8 o'clock hour here out west, a little bit after 11 p.m. there in the nation's capital. We have the weather radar. You can see the storms that were moving through Earlier tonight, tornado warnings in and around Washington, D.C. I'm being joined by Fox 5 D.C. reporter Josh Rosenthal, who has been out there surveying some of the damage at this gas station from these storms. Josh, what are we seeing and what do we know at this hour?
So, Andrew, I'm in Tysons, Virginia. We're just outside of D.C. It's a very popular area. To give you an idea, the Tysons Corner Metro stop is right to my right. Across the street, extremely popular mall, Tysons Corner Mall. This is a Sunoco station. Come on in here with me. First, take a look here. We're still not sure exactly what moved through. Certainly some strong winds. Our meteorologists say it is a possible tornado. You can see some of the damage here at the gas pumps. The most significant damage that we have seen tonight is actually the awning here. If you take a look up, you can see that these winds came through and actually knocked the awning over. It appears as though part of it is being supported by this snack shop roof that you can see over there. And follow me up here. You can see the winds were strong enough to knock this big heavy pole over, at least in part. I went in earlier. I talked to the gentleman in there. He was behind the counter when this storm moved through. He said it sounded like a missile to him. That was his words. He now believes that that was the sound that was made when that part of the awning fell over onto his roof. He said he got underneath the desk inside and was very scared. Now, of course, he feels very lucky. Importantly, to our knowledge, there have been no injuries reported here tonight. I did speak with another gentleman. He was actually just a little bit further down this way. He said he was in his car when the storm came through. He said to him it didn't sound like a missile. He said it sounded like rattling, and then he was actually a little bit surprised to see this damage here tonight. As you can see, these big cases of water kind of thrown about. Not very much damage inside, and I can tell you a lot of people in this area, certainly tonight, just feeling lucky, because anytime you see this kind of damage, wind that can knock an awning at least partially over, that has the potential to cause some serious harm. And at least as far as we know, here in Tysons, Virginia, tonight, it hasn't. Again, to our knowledge so far, this storm would have passed through less than 2 hours ago. Andrew.
Yeah, Josh, having lived in the D.C. area for some time, just any storms like this are so rare. I can't imagine what people might have been thinking and the damage that might have been caused. The Tysons Corner Mall, very, very popular. Josh Rosenthal, we thank you for your time. We'll talk to you again. Okay, right now we do want to move on to some of these other top stories on this Thursday night. We're going to take a quick commercial break, though. More where that came from. Blue Origin had their own space launch today, rocketing up there, a capsule with 6 passengers today in West Texas. We'll have the launch, and we'll be hearing from some of those passengers who went up into orbit today after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Beautiful Live Now skyline there, Midtown Manhattan. You can see the Empire State Building. Well, our next story is definitely not focused on New York. We're going to head down to West Texas. Earlier today, Blue Origin launched one of their space capsules, the Shepard space capsule, with 6 participants who paid to go into orbit today. We're going to watch the launch. We're going to hear from some of the passengers. They were answering questions from reporters earlier today. It's always really cool to watch these launches in the era of passenger space travel. It is here. Let's watch that launch right now.
7, 6, 5, 4. Command engine start. 2, 1, 0. And liftoff. Shepard cleared the tower.
And liftoff. Mission Control has confirmed New Shepard has cleared the tower and is on its way to space with our 4th human flight crew.
Godspeed, New Shepard. Godspeed, the Roaring 20s. Enjoy this ride.
You can see on the lower left-hand side of your screen, we are gaining speed as New Shepard lifts off towards space. That beautiful burn on that BE-3 engine lifting New Shepard towards space.
As we hit T plus 55 seconds, we will enter max Q, the point where aerodynamic stress on the vehicle is at its maximum. We just confirmed max Q, and that BE-3 engine doing some work, 8,000 horsepower equivalent of it, to produce 110,000 pounds of thrust on its way to space. We have a beautiful shot of the BE-3 engine there and its colorless exhaust. That's what happens when you mix liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. That is steam powering the rocket all the way up to the top. Here in 20 seconds, the BE-3 will throttle back, shut down, and will reach main engine cutoff. Stay tuned. There it is. Miko, way to go, BE-3. Thank you for powering our astronauts to space.
That was our main engine cutoff. Shortly here, we'll see separation of the crew capsule and the booster. At this point, our Capcom Kevin Sprague will momentarily cue the astronauts to unbuckle their harnesses and start floating around the capsule. Welcome to Zero Gravity, Gary Lai and crew of the Roaring 20s. Beautiful shot there of the 2 separate craft. George Neal, Sharon and Mark Hagel, Jim Kitchen, Marty Allen, and Gary Lai. Welcome to Zero G. Let's listen in as they float about the crew capsule.
What? What? All right. Oh my God. You feel the circle for farmers.
First step, Blue Control. This is your 1 minute warning. 1 minute warning. 1 minute warning.
Congratulations to all 6 crew. They crossed that Kármán line. They just officially became astronauts. Absolutely outstanding. You heard that audio online from Kevin Sprague, our capsule communicator, telling our crew, I'm sure they're having an amazing time up there, but they have to start getting ready to buckle back in. Shortly here, both the crew capsule and the booster will be descending.
That's right, Jackie. So unofficial numbers, but we saw an apogee of 351,000 feet. So definitely well into the Kármán line, well into space. Congratulations, astronauts. The rocket is now reaching, this is the booster portion of New Shepard, is reaching its atmospheric pierce point. It's returning from space. Those control surfaces, those wedge fins, those actuated aft fins are now starting to have a little bit of air resistance to push against. The booster will reach its maximum re-entry velocity, which is just under Mach 4. That's 4 times the speed of sound. And it's an incredible booster shape coming back down over the West Texas desert against those Texas blue skies. This is the fun part. The wedge fins, the steering fins, the ring fin, all earning their keep at this point. Really doing some work to bring that propulsion module over the landing pad. What an incredible sight out there. Here shortly, we'll see the air brakes deploy that will cut the velocity of the booster in half. There it is. This is a critical step in slowing the vehicle down before the BE-3 engine is reignited for the final portion of the descent. We had a sonic boom. Man, was that incredible. I love hearing that sound. And the BE-3 engine relights for the final portion of the descent. Touchdown, New Shepard. Welcome back to Earth. What an incredible feat of engineering required to bring this rocket back safely, reuse it. All I can ever say, Jackie, is wow.
Wow, Eddie, truly, no matter how many times we've seen this happen, a live booster landing onto that landing pad will take your breath away. And I have to say, Eddie, the char on the side of that New Shepard booster, there's nothing like it.
Right above that feather looks like, and we see, of course, the New Shepard propulsion module beginning to dump some of the excess propellants. That's a key step for our reusable booster. We'll vent the tanks, we will inert them. That'll maintain the cleanliness throughout and allow that booster to turn around and fly again. We've got a great shot there of the capsule.
There go the drogue parachutes they've deployed on our crew capsule to slow it down. And there go those main parachutes. Those 3 mains will slowly inflate to help slow down the return of the crew capsule. While the parachutes are, of course, essential to provide a gentle touchdown for the crew capsule, New Shepard also has that innovative retro thrust system to make our touchdown even smoother for the Roaring '20s crew flying today. From the blackness of space to the beautiful West Texas desert, our crew is getting an experience right now.
That was a quick 10 minutes. Down normal rate. Get ready for the ground rush.
First step, blue control. Stand by touchdown. Stand by touchdown.
Woo! Crew capsule touchdown. Welcome back, the Roaring 20s and astronaut Gary Lai.
That sounds like some happy crew members there. From the sounds of it, maybe all landed back safely and are doing great. We'll get confirmation from Mission Control here shortly.
What a beautiful shot of that booster and capsule in the West Texas desert for what looks like a wholly successful fourth human flight. That West Texas does kick up there for our crew, welcoming them back to Earth. At this point in the mission, our team is preparing landing safety operations and recovery of our astronauts from the crew capsule. We'll be on the ground at the landing site to follow that action in just a bit. And hopefully, Eddie, even talk to some of the world's newest official astronauts. Waves from our crew members looking great back here on Earth through those beautiful windows on New Shepard.
And live footage of 2 reusable spacecraft next to each other. What an accomplishment. Congratulations, Roaring 20s. Congratulations, Team Blue. What a day today.
Just a truly incredible moment. Our astronauts have returned home safely. Our crew team is on the way out to recover them from the capsule. Wow. What a day.
As we've mentioned, it appears to be a safe launch and landing, so absolutely kudos, congratulations to the mission team and Mission Control for really pushing through it, staying determined on that long-term vision of flying people to space today.
Okay.
Mission Control has officially confirmed, I think we can see it from the windows, but they've officially confirmed they've spoken with all 6 of our astronauts, and they are doing great. Our crew has put the Roaring in New Shepard 20. I think it is safe to say here today, Eddie, absolutely thrilled for these 6 astronauts.
And we've got just incredible shot right now of the desert, the mountains in the back, the blue skies. I can't wait to hear from these astronauts. What will they have to say about their experience today?
Okay, Andrew Kraft back here with Live Now. We're watching this Blue Origin launch from earlier today in Van Horn, Texas. It's right near El Paso in West Texas. The capsule just landed back safely on the ground. So now we're going to hear from the passengers themselves, 6 of them that went up into orbit today, what the ride was like. They're going to be retrieved very soon here. So let's listen in. And then in a press conference, they answered questions from reporters who watched this all unfold today. But let's listen back in.
Thank you for joining us for what was a successful fourth human flight. Our recovery team has arrived on site. Stay tuned here because hopefully we'll be able to again hear from some of our crew members about these amazing experiences. Stay tuned. There's crew member 7, Sarah Knights, racing over to wave to the world's newest astronauts. Get that thumbs up from all 6 on board. The Roaring Twenties crew is back, and there you see our crew member 7, Sarah Knights, with those stairs getting ready to open the hatch here in just a few moments. Beautiful shot there of our crew with their ride in the background, venting the propellants like Eddie mentioned just a few minutes ago.
And we see the vehicles approaching the crew capsule. That's going to be friends and family. And hopefully, as we said, we'll get a few words from our newly minted astronauts.
And we'd be remiss to not mention huge kudos to our crew member 7, Sarah Knights, down there about to open the hatch. Our capsule communicator, Kevin Sprague, that was with our crew through the duration of their flight. Just an amazing role this crew member 7 does, shepherding our crew through this entire experience from astronaut training to touchdown.
That's absolutely right, Jackie. It's why we call it Crew Member 7. We, Team Blue, through Sarah and through Kevin, ride with these astronauts to space and back, and we're with them every step of the way.
Welcome back to Earth, astronauts. Okay, when you come out, watch your steps out here. There's kind of a loop section. Come on out.
The hatch is open. Welcome back, Gary Live.
George Neal, congratulations. We should also have, there's Jim Kitchen with the 194. Congratulations. Thank you, Marty Allen, for riding to space today.
As we promised, allergies did not hold Marty back today.
And there's Miss Sharon Hagel with the fist bump. Congratulations.
And last but certainly not least, Mark Hagel. Welcome back, Mark.
Honey bunny. Camera's over here. Whoa.
Amazing. Oh, God.
Wow.
It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
You loved it?
Oh, you've got, I want you to do
gosh.
it. You're next. I'm going back. It was very
I don't know that I could even, words could do that justice. I must have to feel it.
Yeah. Was it awesome? How is it going up for you? Was it everything you'd hoped for? Was it everything you'd expected it to be?
It was different. I mean, I don't know, because I've never been in the centrifuge, so I mean, you know, I felt my skin pulling taut. And I think more dramatic than even the zero-G was the throttle back from 3G. You know, when we throttled down, I felt like I was rising there. And even the entire time I felt I was in zero-G, I felt like I was falling towards the ceiling. So it was intense, and I did get a little bit of a feeling of vertigo.
Really?
So,
okay.
Yeah. And I know most of the astronauts have said in the past that they haven't felt nauseous. I did feel a little bit of nausea, for sure. Yeah.
What about the windows?
Oh, yeah, it was like being outside. It was like being...
Wow, that's so good.
Absolutely. It was a beautiful, clear day. I don't know exactly what we were seeing, but we were seeing...
Okay, just really, really cool to watch all of this unfold, both the launch, the touchdown, and then the passengers coming out of the capsule, talking about their experience. We're going to take a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, the passengers, all 6 of them, they held a press conference with a Blue Origin spokesperson, taking questions from reporters about their experience. One of the couples on board the capsule, they were celebrating their anniversary. This was the gift they got each other. Quite the gift to celebrate for an anniversary. So that's up after the break. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to get into some more of these space stories. We were just watching the Blue Origin launch, the come down back to Earth from the passengers there in what they call the Shepard capsule. Well, they had a press conference right after they got out of the capsule. They hugged their friends and family who were there to greet them, talking about what the experience is like. Of course, these individuals, they have the money to buy the ticket to go up into space for Blue Origin, yet it's still interesting to hear how the experience went and what passenger space flight is going to look like 5, 10, 15 years from now. Let's have a listen.
Well, we're thrilled you guys are working with Club for the Future as well. Thank you so much.
It's an incredible relationship.
You've set a very new high bar for anniversary presents, I'm afraid, for everyone here listening. So next up is Katie Donworth from Purdue University. Katie.
Hi, Mark and Sharon, another question for you. Mark, what does it mean for you to be a Purdue Boilermaker as you made this giant leap into space?
Oh my
and
gosh.
Sharon, how will today's experience change your Space Kids curriculum?
I'm so proud of Purdue University, the cradle of astronauts. I was told that I'm now number 29 astronauts that have graduated from Purdue University. It gave me a background, not so much in the field that I majored in, but it taught me how to think. It taught me how to be a person. It taught me how to grow up and to solve problems. Purdue is an incredible university with incredible history.
Sharon?
Well, I think with Space Kids Global, we had an opportunity to speak with people for your STEAM Day, Space Day at Purdue, and this is just going to put another layer on top of it. And if I thought the kids were excited before, they're going to be blown away today.
Thanks, Sharon. Next up is Mike Wall from space.com. Mike?
Thank you all. Yeah, this is just a quick one. Jim, you took a Ukrainian flag with you, and you said it was close to your heart. Could you just kind of expand on that a little bit? And you have been to that country, and what are your thoughts looking down
there now? And just to let them know that our hearts collectively are with them. And this, what you saw from the edge of space was a big, beautiful, borderless planet. We're all just people. The 6 of us are people. The people that are watching this are just people. We're governed by different, leadership structures and different governments and different borders, but we're all just human. And so I just wanted to express some humanity on this flight and let them know that we were mindful of what's occurring around us. Very well said.
Thank you, Jim. Next up is Jeff Chamber from Worcester Telegram. Jeff?
Hi, thanks for taking questions. I appreciate it. Marty, I was listening to the live stream today, and they mentioned something about you not having issues with allergies. I was wondering if you could expand on that a little bit.
Allergies?
Yeah, you're
No, I've had more allergies being in the desert of Texas, I guess. No allergies up in space. At least none that I'm aware of.
We're glad the allergies didn't hold you back, those West Texas allergies. Next up is Marcia Smith again with one more question. Marcia?
Thanks so much for letting me ask a second question. And I'm wondering, Jackie, if you or Gary can talk about why there was such a long delay. And is there a limit on how long you can wait? I mean, are there consumables in the capsule, like air, that, like an hour is the maximum? What is the maximum that you can have one of these delays? And I'm curious whether or not the crew, I gather you didn't know exactly what was going on, but did you know that they had put the crew access arm back in place? Can you feel that? It's a touched capsule and you feel it. So did you know they put it back in place? Because we thought you were going to scrub.
Yeah, I can answer that. So Capcom was keeping us informed of some of the details, and our understanding is that they just needed some additional time to investigate the performance of the radio system that downlinks data from the vehicle. There was never any danger. It was just needed a little bit more time to look at the performance. And in terms of your question on holds, it really depends on when the hold occurs. The vehicle can hold indefinitely early in the count, as you get later and later in the count, the amount of hold time decreases, but we still had margin with the amount of time, about 45 minutes that we held. And it's really about managing temperatures. We could have stayed in the cabin for hours, but it's really the temperatures in the booster.
Great. Thank you, Gary. Irene Klotz, again from Aviation Week. Hi, Irene.
Yeah, this may be a question for you, actually. It looked just from the video that there was quite a bit more dust kicked up at the capsule landing. Just wanted to check if there was anything out of family at all, anything that's going to need to be looked at from that, or was it just you guys just picked a really dry patch to come home to?
Well, it's the desert, so there is always a lot of dust, and the retro rocket system does kick up a lot of dust. I have not heard anything that was unusual about this flight. I never experienced it myself, and it was the retro rocket system certainly didn't cause any pain. It was sudden. But like with every flight, the Blue Origin, the New Shepard staff pour over the data exhaustively. They spend over a week looking at every single measurement from every single sensor. So if there was something unusual, we definitely find it very soon.
Oh, next up is Issam Ahmed from AFP. Issam?
Hi, this is for Gary. Thank you for doing this and congratulations to everyone. For Gary, we were just actually wondering, you just mentioned the temperatures in the capsule when you were on hold. Is there a cooling system inside the capsule for such situations? Because out there in the desert it does get a little hot. And the other thing I was wondering was, you did sort of allude to potential improvements. Can you give us a hint about specifics that you might think about moving forward? Thanks.
Sure. The cabin has the cabin has a full environmental control system that cools it down, that takes out moisture, so controls relative humidity, and then also takes out carbon dioxide. So we could have been in there for hours. That is not an issue. In terms of the improvements, so we have a long string of improvements planned. Most of them are around what you'll see from New Shepard in the future are under the hood. There will not be a lot of very obvious improvements that most of our customers will notice, but we will get increasingly faster and faster in turning around the vehicle at lower and lower cost in the future, so that more and more people can experience what we experience today. And that is really the entire purpose of the New Shepard program. It is to learn how to make spaceflight incredibly safe, low cost, and routine, and to take those lessons to put them into the other programs, New Glenn, and to build the road to space. And so someday you're going to see us launching every single week.
Thanks, Gary. Thank you all so much for your questions. That's all the time that our illustrious astronauts have today, but huge congratulations to you all. Thank you all so much, and until next time.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a quick commercial break. Interesting to hear what their experience was like going up into space today. On this Blue Origin launch, there's going to be many more as well this year as these private companies like Blue Origin, like Virgin Galactic, like SpaceX, all kind of compete in this space, no pun intended there. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to see you in 2 minutes with more top headlines and big stories here on Live Now in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Thursday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. Right now, we're going to stay in Arizona for our next story. Arizona Governor Doug Ducey holding a press conference today talking about the wildfire threat to the state of Arizona, what the state is doing to prepare for this next wildfire season. If you're watching from Arizona, this is a particular interest to you. Let's hear from Governor Ducey.
Thanks, everybody. Well, hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm here today with General Carrie Muhlenbeck, Director of the Department of Emergency and Military Affairs, Director David Shin of the Department of Corrections, Rehabilitation and Reentry, Director David Tenney of the Department of Forestry and Fire Management, John Truitt, our State Fire Management Officer, and Aaron Kasem, our Fire Prevention Officer. As we all know, temperatures are creeping back up, and that means Arizona faces a heightened risk of wildfires. I don't have to remind Arizonans of the devastation that wildfires have caused across our state. We lost over 500,000 acres of land from wildfires last year and over 900,000 acres the year before that. And the damage didn't end when the blazes were extinguished. Monsoons were equally catastrophic for many of our towns and cities. I visited a few of our towns that were impacted by wildfires and flooding, and it broke my heart to see the conditions of those communities. Property was destroyed, families were displaced, and far too many Arizonans passed away. My heart goes out to all those whose lives have changed because of these wildfires. And I want to thank the brave women and men who risked their lives to fight and protect Arizona's communities. Just moments ago, I was briefed by the fire and safety officials on the outlook of wildfires these next few months. I'm reluctant to call it wildfire season anymore because, as our firefighters and fire officials know, Arizona faces the risk of wildfires year-round. These experts informed me that last year's heavy monsoon season created additional vegetation on the ground that can act as fuel for these wildfires. The threat is real and present, and we must remain vigilant. At the state level, we're going to do all we can to protect Arizonans and try to mitigate the lasting damage to our communities. Last year, we partnered with our legislature to secure $100 million in funding to help our communities recover from post-fire disasters such as flooding and reduce the risk of future wildfires. On top of that, last year I signed the Arizona Healthy Forest Initiative, sponsored by Senator Sina Kerr and Representative Gail Griffin. As we said then, the initiative will help to combat wildfire fuels in our communities and give state inmates the opportunity to learn job skills for post-sentence employment. I'm pleased to report that the first 100 participants of the Healthy Forest Initiative just graduated yesterday and will begin removing excess shrubbery from our land. I'm confident that these men and women can help us prevent more wildfires from occurring, and I'm glad that they're getting a second chance at a new life after they've paid their debt and served their sentence. I want to thank Director David Shin and his team at the Department of Corrections, Rehabilitation and Reentry for their support in this effort. This year we are going to double down on the Healthy Forest Initiative. Our budget proposes an additional $36 million to fund Phase 2 of our program, bringing the state's total investment for forest treatment to more than $42 million for this fiscal year. Our budget will also invest almost $17 million to increase the fire suppression revolving fund, which will allow the state to quickly reimburse local fire departments who help respond to wildfires. I look forward to working with the legislature on passing a budget that secures these critical resources to keep Arizonans safe. As always, there are many simple actions that everyday citizens can take to help prevent wildfires. I'm asking all Arizonans to do your part to protect our communities. Make sure that your trailer chains don't drag. Any spark can start a fire. Ensure that your vehicle and tires are in good working order before getting on the road. And never pull your vehicle into tall grasses. Make sure any campfires are out cold before you walk away from them. And before working outdoors, check the weather and avoid burning on windy days. And finally, please remember that it is illegal and highly dangerous to fly a drone near a wildfire. I want to thank all Arizonans for your ongoing responsibility and vigilance in this effort. Preventing wildfires takes an all-hands-on-deck approach, and these small steps make a big difference. I'd now like to introduce John Truitt, our State Fire Management Officer, to give us an update on what his team is seeing on the ground. John?
All right. Thank you, Governor. I'd like to thank you, Governor, for your leadership and continued support of the fire and emergency response community during these extreme conditions we're facing today. This year's wildfire potential will be very extreme. With the above normal rainfall we had through the monsoon season and the above normal rainfall we had during December had put a lot more vegetation and a lot more growth onto our vegetation. Then we had the drier than normal conditions the last 3 months, which now has dried out all those fuels to be available for wildland fires. I'm honored to represent the fire and emergency response community. To combat and suppress these large wildland fires, it takes a strong partnership with all agencies. Our federal agencies, the U.S. Forest Service, Bureau of Land Management, Fish and Wildlife Service, Bureau of Indian Affairs, our tribal nations and their councils, our state agencies, DPS, Department of Emergency and Military Affairs, ADOT, and DOC, our local fire departments, fire districts, law enforcement, and our county and city emergency management. We need to utilize all available resources in this extreme fire environment to respond to control these wildfires. Our firefighters and emergency response community puts themselves in harm's way. We deploy aerial resources like retardant planes, helicopters, and ground resources. We employ sound, strategic, and tactical firing operations that are well planned and executed to remove the vegetation in front of these large, extreme fire conditions. We need help. We need the public's help in reducing the risk. And again, I want to thank you all for that. And again, just be vigilant and be prepared for a potential extreme fire season. Thank you.
Thank you, John, and thank you for your commitment to the state. I want to now say how grateful I am to the hard work that this entire team puts forward. And I want to introduce Aaron Kasem, our fire prevention officer, to share what his team is doing to stop wildfires from ever forming. Aaron?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. This week is Wildfire Awareness Week, and the big question is, what does that mean? For me, it means three things. First, if you plan on recreating on Arizona lands, doesn't matter if it's state, Forest Service, county, BLM, tribal, it's all the same. We ask that you be prepared. We ask that you be prepared and understand your weather forecast, your fuel in the area that you're visiting, and also making sure that you have the tools available to extinguish your campfires, and making sure that they're cold and out before you leave the area. Secondly, if you plan on traveling on Arizona's roadways, ensure that your cars and vehicles are in good working order. Some of our large fires that have started in the area in recent history have started with vehicle fires that have expanded and transitioned into the wildland. Making sure that you're doing your preventative maintenance on your vehicles is going to be huge to mitigate that. And third, if you own a home or residence that's adjacent to undeveloped lands, be prepared. Creating defensible space around your property, 100 feet in all 4 directions. Also removing combustibles from the area, and also having a plan. Having that go bag that's ready with medication, important documents, information, etc. It's going to be a very chaotic day if you ever have to evacuate. So having that pre-planned is going to help your efforts. The first day of any fire attack starts with the efforts that our residents do today. Help us by being prepared. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Aaron. I want to once again thank everyone here today for their long-standing commitment to the safety of our communities. I also want to thank the many legislators who have worked to secure the resources necessary to combat and prevent wildfires. And I want to recognize the many Arizonans across our state who have helped support our communities in their time of need. When I visited towns like Gila Bend and Globe that were damaged by wildfires and flooding last year, I was amazed by the number of people who were stepping up to volunteer and help our communities recover. I'm hopeful that that level of support won't be necessary again this year, but again, we must remain vigilant. And finally, I want to thank all of the brave first responders and that serve on our fire lines. I encourage all Arizonans to continue to keep these men and women in their thoughts and prayers during the coming months. And with that, we'll take some questions. CJ?
Thank you, Governor. Let's begin with the fire questions first. Please, we'll go to Nicole, then Howie, then Stacy, then Nate.
Hi, Governor. I don't know if you want to address this or John, but I'm just curious about staffing for wildland firefighters. We're seeing staffing shortages across all industries. Do you have enough wildland firefighters for this year?
Yeah, I want to say what the question is addressing is staffing, and I think everywhere I go as governor, and I think I could speak for the other 49 governors, they are hearing concerns around staffing in the private sector. And this morning in the briefing, I heard this in the public sector. So I want John or the director or Aaron to come up and speak to this so people will know about the opportunities that are available, but there is real need on these issues. John?
Yeah, on our staffing issues, with the expanse of just the extreme drought throughout the West, we're in heavy competition with a lot of the other agencies, whether it's federal, local, and state. We're having a hard time filling our vacancies. We go out, recruit, the incentives are there, but again, with just the amount of resources that are needed now to combat the wildland fire, we just don't have enough folks that are willing to come out and do the job that we do. But the jobs are available, and we're trying to staff everything we can. It comes down to the federals behind our federal partners, our local government departments. They all have staffing shortages due to whatever reasons are out there.
How many vacancies then?
I don't really have the true numbers, but we're running in. When I get on the Western calls, every Western state has severe to moderate staffing, trying to get folks hired on.
Okay, thank you. Let me follow up with that. How many? You can't tell me how many vacancies. How many positions do you have filled, or how many positions do you have authorized?
Right now, in the state level, we have over 80 firefighters.
Okay.
And right now, we're trying to fill our seasonal ranks right now. And
what does that normally go up to?
we only have about 10 seasonal staffed for the 3 engines that we have on board. We have the 12 DOC crews, and we have one of our civilian Type 2 IA crews, which is about basically equivalent to a hotshot crew.
Other question, you talked about 2 years ago was 900,000 acres, last year was 500,000. I went up with the governor to Globe and I saw the area there. Any idea, you've been doing this a long time, any idea how many acres are at risk that we may end up seeing burned this summer? Because we are going to have fires.
You're going to have fires, and again, the potential's there for large catastrophic fires. even in the new fire scars, the Telegraph, the bush, all those have gotten a lot of grass growing in them, so they can actually reburn now. So again, it's all about the due diligence of the public and trying to eliminate those ignition starts. We have the conditions out there, but the only thing we can control is hopefully the public awareness of those ignitions and just the human-caused fires.
Stacey. Question for you, Governor, if you don't mind. Can you talk a little bit about the role climate change has in what's been labeled an extreme upcoming fire season and these dangerous conditions that we're hearing about?
Well, I think what you're seeing is we're in the 23rd year of a drought. Of course, we have had our precipitation and our wet winters along the way, but we are in an extreme condition right now, and that's why we're asking to have vigilance all across the state in terms of people's personal behavior. Most of these fires are human caused and are avoidable. When Howie asks how many acres are vulnerable, I mean, I've been all over the state the last year. You can really hear it crackle in our rural areas. Now, I'll leave it to others to talk about what the effect climate change or change in the climate has had on that, but certainly the lack of precipitation and precipitation during the customary months have affected and affect this condition greatly.
Nate. Yeah, I've got a question about the Arizona Healthy Forest Initiative. I believe one of the goals of that was to increase the number of acres that would be treated to reduce the risk of fire. So my question is that happening? How many acres have been treated since the past and today?
So, Nate, there were a couple objectives for the Arizona Healthy Forest Initiative. One of the objectives was to give men and women who had paid their debt and served their time the opportunity to make a better choice, and they were working on this while they were inside our system, and many of them have excelled since they've left our system. And the reason in addition to that is we need more people. We need more staff. We need more firefighters. We likely need more resources and higher pay for these hardworking men and women. We're seeing inflation across our country and in our state. We're seeing some wage inflation as well, and we have to address what is a very worthy and exciting career with proper pay. I don't know if Director Shin or John or Director Tenney want to add anything to that. Please.
Thank you, Governor. Trying to speak specifically to the acreage being treated. Traditionally, the state has been doing around 4,000 to 5,000 acres of treatment a year through our programs. And we stated during the hearings of the Healthy Forest Initiative that once it stood up after the second year of funding, which is in the governor's budget this year, our goal is to be at 20,000 acres a year that the state will be in charge of. Again, that's in addition to anything done by our federal partners, right? The Forest Service does a lot of treatment on their land, so does BLM and other agencies. In just the first 6 months of this fiscal year, we were able to get right near 10,000 acres. The first half of this, the people who are going to be doing the treatment just graduated yesterday. So we've hit halfway to our acreage goal, but we're not even halfway stood up yet. So we're confident that once this program is fully stood up, we'll be above and beyond the 20,000 acres a year, which is our goal with this program. Thank you.
Let's go to Barb. Yeah, I'd like to be able to speak to the in a second. Come on.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to have you address the problem of salt cedars a little bit more. I understand combustible fuels. Talk about that. I know that the legislature was addressing the problem. How much of a concern is salt cedars going to be this year? If you get closer, please.
Yeah, the salt cedar is a unique fuel bed for us, and it's an invasive to the environment. The fuel loading in there is very severe, very high intensity fires that are very hard for us to get to. And part of the Healthy Forest Initiative is to address those concerns about the encroachment of salt cedar. And Director Tinney can probably address some of those other projects we have going on, but that is a high priority target for us because a lot of those salt cedar areas are right behind communities. And again, with the intensities those put off, the firebrands they put off, just the spread potential they have, that is a high priority for the Healthy Forest Initiative.
non-fire questions.
Can I just follow up on the staffing? We know that the president's infrastructure bill raised wildland firefighters' federal jobs to $15 an hour. Does the state need to do more to bring more wildland firefighters out? Do you need to increase the pay at the state level?
We need more wildland firefighters. That's a fact. The situation calls for it, and pay is going to be part of it.
Are we going to pay them $15 an hour?
Well, we're going to work with the dollars that we have right now. We're going to address the need for this season.
Okay, we just have a few more minutes, so the non-fire question, let's do one at a time, please, to give everyone an opportunity. Howie.
Quick. Governor, still digesting some of the bills you signed yesterday, and I was wondering, do you believe that there are people who are born whose biology does not match the gender they identify with? Do you believe that there are really transgender people?
I'm going to ask you to read the legislation and to see that the legislation that we passed was in the spirit of fairness to protect girls' sports in competitive situations. That's what the legislation is intended to do, and that's what it does.
I know you believe there are gay people. You know, I've seen them on your staff. Do you believe there are actual transgender people?
I am going to respect everyone, and I'm going to respect everyone's rights. And I'm going to protect female sports, and that's what the legislation does.
Right over here.
Hey, Governor, just sorry for my voice, too. You know.
No problem.
Wanted to follow up with Senate Bill 1138.
Give me the subject. There's a lot of numbers.
Gender-affirming health care for minors or reassignment surgery for minors, banning it. You said yesterday a number of times that this protects kids. I would ask you, what does it protect kids from? And just to follow up to that, parents, a number of parents that I spoke with this morning said that you're taking away a right that they have as a parent to have that conversation with a medical professional and together, along with their child, make the best decision.
These are permanent surgeries of reassignment that are irreversible, and those discussions can happen once adulthood is reached.
To follow that up, actually physicians will say that they're not permanent surgeries. They can be reversed, and the number that you're speaking to is a very small number. So what are you actually protecting kids from? What are you protecting?
We're protecting children.
And what would you say, though? You're protecting children, but from what? I want to know from what. And what would you say to the parents that say you're taking away my right as a parent to make the best medical decision along with their physician for my child?
We're protecting children from irreversible decisions.
Nick.
Yeah, I'll go. So, Governor, on the voter ID bill that you signed yesterday, there was a lot of concern during the debate on that measure that people who are citizens and already on the voter rolls would be taken off. Do you think that this will take legitimate voters off of the rolls?
This will not take legitimate voters off the rolls. This will not take citizens off the rolls. And I don't think it's too high an expectation in Arizona or really anywhere in America to expect someone to be a citizen before they vote.
Can you say why you believe that, though? Because the county reporters think that they would have to take people off of their lists.
Well, I don't think that's the case. They can make their case, and we've made ours, and we've made it in the public arena. It's passed both the House and the Senate. And Arizonans that I talk to believe in voter ID. They believe you should be a citizen when you vote. They believe you should have a residence on file, and they think you should be alive on the day you should vote. And we're going to ensure those things happen in the state of Arizona.
Two quick more questions. We'll go to Dennis and then James.
These are very simple, common sense type reforms. Well, I think according to some of the reporting from folks here, it said somewhere between 11,000 and 13,000 people at the state level. But regardless, it's equal justice under the law. We want to make sure that the same law applies to all of our citizens. So anyone that's of eligible voting age, the law is going to apply to them. I signed the bill on the principle of the bill and believing it's good law. Every law that I sign affects the people of Arizona.
I hate to change gears from what you signed yesterday, but there's another bill moving through the legislature that seeks to modify the law surrounding sports betting, gambling. The Arizona Coyotes want to modify this. Their plans to move into a new stadium. What do you think about changing that?
Nick, you know better. I don't comment on laws that are moving as they're moving.
Last question, JJ.
Question about Title 42, two-part. First part, what do you, if that goes away on March 23rd, as it sure looks like the Biden administration is going to do, what do you expect to see in Arizona, and are the communities, NGOs, et cetera, ready for that?
Everything the Biden administration has done on our southern border is a failure. This is under the same umbrella as when they removed migrant protection protocols. It increased the flow of illegal aliens. Now they want to remove Title 42. They pay no care or no attention to Arizona, New Mexico, California, or Texas's southern border. It's a shame. We have surged badges to the border. We've put our border strike force there, additional funding for DPS and our brave women and men in the National Guard, and we'll continue to do it. But the entire country sees the failure of the Biden administration and the laughing matter that this is to Kamala Harris, the self-appointed border czar, and they're going to pay a hell of a price at the ballot box in November in every state.
Can you elaborate on that? I mean, is this something...
It's something that Americans don't think, that we should have an open borders policy. And that is the policy of the Biden administration. And all they do is make it more wide open and send more of a signal all over the world and all over South America, Mexico, and Central America to just come run over our border. And we're not going to take it in Arizona.
But along the same lines, Governor, some of the Republicans who are running to replace you, I know we'll miss you, are saying they will use state funds to build a border wall. I haven't seen that yet from you.
Howie, well, I'm going to refer you to azgovernor.gov so you can rewatch my State of the State. I think you'll see anything that's on the campaign trail has already been laid out in my 5-point border plan. And I'm going to close out by, again, asking all Arizonans to do their part to protect these communities. Please be vigilant, watch your change on your trailers. Don't go through high grass, and put out your fires until they're cold so that we can have the most successful fire season possible.
Okay, Arizona Governor Doug Ducey there with an update with fire management officials in the state, making sure the state is prepared for the incoming fire season. Although there he was talking very strongly about President Biden's border policies. Of course, he vehemently disagrees with them. He said repeatedly open border policies of the Biden administration. In the meantime, though, we're not going to go to commercial. We have some breaking news out of Houston at the moment. Take a look at this. We've been showing you some of the live pictures from this scene in Harris County in Houston, Texas. We're learning that an off-duty police officer was shot and that he is in critical condition. We are learning from the Harris County Sheriff, Ed Gonzalez, that it appears, he says, one of our off-duty deputies witnessed suspects committing a criminal offense. As the deputy approached, the males opened fire and our deputy returned fire. The deputy was struck and has been transported to the hospital in critical condition. What you're seeing right now is outside of the hospital. So that is about all we know at this point in time. But you're seeing colleagues of the injured officer kind of come and go from the hospital there. We also had video from the scene. Our reporter is on the scene. We're hoping to speak with them a little later on. They are doing their live shots at the moment, so they're in front of the camera, in front of the scene right now. But if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, it's about almost 11:30 there in Houston, where a Harris County Sheriff's deputy is in critical condition tonight following a shooting at a grocery store parking lot. According to Chief Deputy Edison Tokika with the Harris County Sheriff's Office, the shooting occurred in the grocery store's parking lot. The deputy is a 51-year-old Hispanic male, was at the store, off duty at the time, grocery shopping with his wife, and saw a theft happening on his own vehicle in the parking lot. The deputy, who is said to have been with the department for 23 years and was assigned to the auto theft division, ironically, approached the suspects. Shots were fired and exchanged, and the deputy was shot. The deputy was taken to Houston Healthcare Northwest. That are the pictures we're seeing right now outside the hospital. The two suspects drove themselves to the hospital and are now detained. They are now detained. We're getting all this information in from our affiliate in Houston, Fox 26 Houston. Authorities said one of the suspects was also struck and is also at the hospital. That suspect is also said to be in critical condition. We also know that a third suspect is believed to have been involved. However, that suspect is said to be at large right now. Authorities currently do not have an identity of that suspect. So possibly three, we know two suspects in this whole altercation tonight, this gunfire ringing out, exchanged in this grocery store parking lot. So at the moment, we're going to keep up this shot. We have another shot outside of the grocery store. Fox 26's own Randy Wallace is there at the moment as well. When we hear from Randy Wallace, we're going to go out to him. We're going to keep this shot up as we work to get more information. All right, this is Andrew Kraft here. We're coming up at the bottom of the hour, almost 9:30 here on the West Coast, almost 11:30 there in Central Time in Houston, Texas. As we continue to follow this story here, we're taking a look outside the hospital. If you're just joining us, a Harris County Sheriff's deputy is in critical condition tonight following a shooting at a grocery store parking lot. Right now, this is what we know. The deputy, he's a 51-year-old Hispanic male. He was just at the store shopping with his wife, and then they went to the parking lot and they saw the theft happening of their own vehicle, mind you. The deputy, who is said to have been with the Harris County Sheriff's Office for 23 years and ironically was assigned to the auto theft division, approached the suspects. Shots were fired and exchanged, and the deputy was shot. The deputy now in critical condition. We have reporters on the scene from Fox 26 in Houston, our sister station out there. The deputy was taken to the hospital. The two suspects also drove themselves to the hospital and are now detained. And so that is what we are seeing right now outside of the hospital. Fox 26's Randy Wallace is live for them outside of the grocery store right now. Let's take a listen to what Randy has to say.
Now, the deputy, the 51-year-old sheriff's deputy, was with his wife shopping when he noticed three men trying to steal his catalytic converter. We had a briefing just a moment ago with the chief deputy, and I'm going to throw it to him.
Okay, unfortunately, we don't have the sound Randy is throwing to. We're still working to get more information from Fox 26. Maybe we can speak to Randy ourselves and our other reporter there on the scene at the hospital. But for now, if we get any more details on the status of the condition of the officer, we know he's in critical. We don't know how serious the injuries are, or what the nature of the injuries are. We'll be back in 2 minutes here on Live Now. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Thursday night. We're still monitoring the situation. We're hoping to get a press conference maybe outside of the hospital. We did have one a little bit earlier. We also have a picture outside of the scene as well, this grocery store parking lot where the shooting took place, injuring an off-duty Harris County Sheriff's deputy who is now in critical condition. There are about 2 to 3 suspects involved in this. The off-duty deputy came upon them trying to steal the catalytic converter out of his car in the parking lot. Ironically, the deputy works in the auto theft division in the Harris County Sheriff's Office. He's been with the department for 23 years. So right now we're going to work on getting reporters in the field who are there so we can speak to them about what exactly transpired tonight there in Houston. Stand by. And if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we're monitoring this situation in Houston at the moment where a Harris County Sheriff's deputy off duty was shot tonight in a grocery store parking lot. We have two of these live pics up, one outside the scene of the grocery store parking lot and then one outside I believe the hospital as well, where the deputy was taken. He's in critical condition at this point in time. Also, we know two suspects involved, possibly a third in this. Those two suspects drove themselves to the hospital and were detained because one of them was also injured. We believe those suspects were attempting to steal the catalytic converters out of a vehicle in the parking lot, the vehicle of that off-duty officer. So we're about to get a press conference, it looks like. We'll have more on this in just a moment. Okay, Andrew Kraft back here yet again, and these are live pictures out of Houston, Texas. It looks like a podium has been set up now outside the hospital, and of course where that officer is in critical condition. So hopefully we'll get an update very, very soon from sheriff's officials about maybe a status update on the condition of the officer who was shot tonight. He was not working, he was off duty, he was just shopping for groceries with his wife. When he noticed thieves trying to steal the catalytic converter out of his car, and they exchanged gunfire. And so right now, this is a very tense situation. It's a very fluid situation. You can see there in this other picture we have from the scene, you can see the shopping carts there, some of the evidence being marked by those number placards there, as is so customary for so many of these scenes. So I believe we're about to hear from Sheriff Ed Gonzalez as we continue to monitor this story here out of Houston on this Thursday night. Okay, there you can see members of the Harris County Sheriff's Office, Chief Gonzalez there, with other officials walking, looks like, to the podium. We do have Fox 26's Randy Wallace on standby on the scene outside of the grocery store. Randy, we might have to cut this short here, but just give us a sense very, very quickly about what happened earlier tonight. They're walking up to the podium as we speak.
Okay, and Andrew, just tell me to stop if he starts talking, but at 8:40 tonight, there was an off-duty Harris County Sheriff's deputy. He and his wife were shopping here at the Joe V's in Northwest Harris County. He notices 3 people trying to steal his catalytic converter. There's a gun battle between him and 2 of the suspects. One of the suspects is in critical condition. The off-duty sheriff's deputy, he's also in critical condition. Now, from what we understand, the 2 of the suspects drove themselves to the hospital. Now, before doing that, they went to a Circle K not far from here, and we're told they dumped evidence there. Now, we're hearing that there was a gun found there. Also, there was a gun found in the parking lot of Joe V's, but
Randy,
at this time, we don't know if that gun...
I'm sorry, we'll talk to you yet
Hey,
again.
no, he's got later. Okay.
Harris County Deputies Organization, FOP Lodge 39. We have Chief Mike Lee, we have Major Tony Wynn, we have Major Razzo directly behind me. Also at the Harris County Deputies Organization, FOP Lodge 39, we have Sergeant Lopez, and then we have Chief Satterwhite with the Houston Police Department. We appreciate them being here because they know too well the heartbreaking losses that we're feeling today. But today it is a heartbreaking night for the Harris County Sheriff's Office and for all law enforcement. Today we've lost another hero here in our community, sadly. Our deputy was pronounced deceased a short while ago, and our hearts are broken. On behalf of the family, they want to extend their gratitude for everyone, for the prayers and the warm wishes that they've sent their way. But unfortunately, they're devastated at this moment. His wife, his mother, and the extended family, and everyone that's gathered here today, his team members. I know an update was provided at the scene. What we know is that earlier this evening, our deputy was exiting a grocery store. He was off duty with his wife, and as they were moving their shopping cart, the preliminary information we have is that he on-viewed some type of a burglary of a motor vehicle, possibly a catalytic converter that was being stolen. We're not sure. Those details are still being investigated, but he intervened. He intervened to try to stop a crime. And when he did, he was confronted by 2 or 3 males, 3 suspects. One retrieved a pistol. He was able to grab the pistol. There was a little bit of a struggle, and he retrieved his pistol. Gunfire was exchanged. He was struck, but he was also able to strike 2 people himself. Again, and really a hero, because as all this was unfolded, he had the piece of the mindset to make sure he was protecting his wife. He told his wife to run, to get away from danger, as he put himself in harm's way to protect the rest of the community and to try to stop a crime. So he did what he did best. He was out there fighting crime. Deputy Almendarez is a 23-year veteran of our agency, most recently assigned to our auto theft division. He's approximately 51 years old. We're told that today is his sister's birthday, and they were at the store because they were buying groceries because he was going to prepare dinner or a meal for them tomorrow. It was going to be a big celebration. He was cleaning up the house. He was very happy. He was working tirelessly today to get preparation for that. And then we had him obviously tragically gunned down. It's just tragic. We're tired of this crime in our community. We're tired that people aren't even safe to go out to the grocery store. This is a cop. This is a cop that's just out with his family. It could be any one of us, and it happened to be him. That's unacceptable. We've said it time and time again, and I just don't know what else to say. I mean, we're just heartbroken. We understand there's possibly a third individual that's on the run. Our team is working right now in real time along with HPD and other partners to try to identify and locate who that individual is. But for the immediate moment, we're here to just support the family, to support one another. Our hearts are heavy. It's just devastating having to break this news to the mother, to the family members, see him so distraught. And again, Almendarez was a fighter. I mean, he was a warrior in every sense of the word. I'm told that early in life, in his young adulthood, he was working at a fast food restaurant for a bit moment. I'm told he was even homeless. He was trying to make ends meet when he was a young man, but he had that fire, that grit to do something, and he committed his life to public service and to be a law enforcement officer, to be a deputy, to be a Harris County Sheriff's Office deputy. So today we've lost a great one once again, and so our hearts are devastated. So I want to ask Sergeant Lopez to give a few words on behalf of the deputies organization and our deputies.
And thank you. We'd like to say that our hearts are also very saddened by the chain of events that transpired today. We'd like to say that he was a good man. A lot of us knew him personally. We want to say that today we lost a brother in blue. We lost a father, a son, and a great family member to all of his. We'd also like to say that he was very well liked and respected within our department, and we would like for the public to keep him and his family in your prayers. Thank you. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you. And next I'll have Chief Satterwhite. Chief Finner's out of town at the moment, but Chief Satterwhite's here. They're always with us. We're always with them as well. And so, Chief, if you want to give some words.
Thanks, Sheriff. So I've already spoken with Mayor Sylvester Turner and to Chief Troy Finner, and had to give them the really bad news. Mayor Turner and Chief Finner and the entire Houston Police Department, our hearts are breaking for our brothers and sisters in Harris County and all of our law enforcement family here, and for the deputies' family that got the most horrible news tonight, to find out that they lost one of their family icon, one of their leaders, and we've all lost a hero. I mean, that's what he was. He was a hero. He's out there trying to make a difference like all law enforcement is trying to do. And sadly, we've just been here too much. We're just having too many of these things happen, and the violence is has to stop. So for us tonight, it's going to be about how we can support Sheriff Gonzalez and his team and the family and make a difference and bring to justice anybody else that might have been involved in this, because we're going to work collaboratively with them in the investigation and help every way we can to try to make the public safe and to get any bad guy that is involved in this off the street. And then beyond that, we're just going to be there for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. So at this moment, again, our prayers are for comfort for the family. We hope that justice is served, to the fullest extent of the law. I have been in contact with DA Ogg, with Judge Hidalgo, Commissioner Garcia, and others that have reached out, along with city leaders as well and others that, everyone rallying together in support of this fallen hero. And we want to make sure that we're putting a stop to violent crime in our community. We've said it often, everyone's doing their best, but that's not enough. We've got to make sure that every part of the system is doing their job, that they're being held accountable. If not, I don't know what else we could do, but we just need accountability at all levels and make sure that this doesn't happen again. This is happening far too often in our country. I know some other officers that were ambushed in other parts of the country, I think earlier this week, if I'm not mistaken. But it's just simply unacceptable. If a hero is not saved in their own community, then the general public is not, and we're not going to tolerate that. There's still good people out there. There's still good people out there that are going to hold the line, and we're going to continue to fight till the very end to make sure that our county and our communities are safe. Briefly in Spanish, and then I'll answer a few questions. Brevemente en español. Esta tarde perdimos.
And just a tragic night in Harris County. Another officer shot and killed. Off duty there, we have a live picture of the grocery store parking lot where this shooting took place on your screen for you. But that was Chief Gonzalez saying they have spoken to the family. They have spoken to Houston officials as well, like Mayor Hidalgo, like Sylvester Turner, the mayor of Houston. And right now they are going to be answering questions from reporters after the portion in Spanish here. But that is what we heard today from from Sheriff Gonzalez. As first, the press conference, we knew this officer, Almendarez, was in critical condition. He's 51 years old. He was with the department for 23 years. And now, unfortunately, we're just getting the news that he did succumb to his injuries sustained in this grocery store parking lot shooting tonight as he came upon three male suspects who were attempting to steal parts out of a vehicle, what they think is the catalytic converter. This is a trend nationwide in auto thefts at the moment. But let's listen in back to Sheriff Gonzalez.
Two suspects were struck. They're being treated for their injuries. It appears that they're stable at this time, and so they were able to survive their wounds, and ours did not. You know, our deputy's family were robbed of a future with him and the many plans that they had ahead of them. Like I said, just celebrating her birthday today and to tomorrow as well. So any questions?
Do you know if he identified himself as a law officer?
I'm not sure about that. It's our understanding, though, from what I've gathered, that he did. But, you know, I'm not at the scene right now, so we're letting the investigation take place over there. And so the wife was just saying how she told him to get out, and he took action. And, I mean, that's what he did. He didn't back down. And so he truly, literally just, you know, put his life on the line to protect his wife, protect others, and protect someone's property or whatever crime they were possibly committing. I don't have all those facts.
Most of us, when we're off the job, we're off the job. Could you discuss how law officers feel like they're always on the job?
Yeah, I mean, a law enforcement officer, true to heart, I mean, is always on the job. You're never really off. You know, it's what we're called to do, to protect others. He took action. It was his instinct. It was his training. He apparently saw something, and he took action. And even just one against two or three, he was able to shoot two others at least, if not three. And, you know, he was out there protecting. He was protecting and serving. He could have walked away or done something else, but he saw something and he took action. And, you know, this community.
All right, looks like we're having some audio issues at the moment with this press conference here out of the Houston area. Sheriff Gonzalez making sure and listening in. Actually, we just got it back. Let's try right now with this press conference back in Houston right now.
You know, I mean, this is BS, and law enforcement has felt this far too often. But
Sheriff, what can you tell us about the vehicle
I don't know all the specifics about that. I believe that the suspects that were wounded drove themselves to the hospital, and we believe that's what that may be involving. I don't know. I don't know those details. My focus has been on the family.
Sheriff, right down the street, Circle K, they had another scene, crime scene, everything else there. What was the deal there?
I'm not sure about the secondary scene. Sorry, my focus has been on the family.
His name,
Yeah, Almendarez, Almendarez, Darren Almendarez.
Thank you, sir.
And what will be the charges of the suspects?
Well, I mean, I'm going to let the investigators do that. You know, a lawman was killed, so I would hope it's the fullest extent of the law. So capital murder is what I'm looking at, but I'm not conducting the investigation. I've been here the whole time. I think there's a Chief Deputy Takika, I think, gave an update at the scene. So,
And as a community, how can we support the family?
as a community, just continue to support your law enforcement. You know, report crime. You know, pray for us, lift us up. You know, it's a tough job. They need to know that they're appreciated. And I always tell our deputies that we're blessed to live in a city and a county like Houston, Harris County, Texas, because people by and large love and respect their law enforcement. We're not perfect, but we do our best every single day. And that's what he was doing today. You know, trying to protect the community, because, you know, it may seem like if a burglary or a theft is occurring, for that person, it means something. It's expensive to change that catalytic converter, or they're breaking into a car. I don't know those details. I don't know what crime he saw. That's just the information I'm seeing. But that needs to stop. People work hard. People, it's their property. It's their property.
Sheriff, you said 23-year veteran with the department. Do you have his age?
51 years old is what I was told.
And family members?
His wife is here, his mother, siblings, extended family. I believe he's got two from a previous marriage. I'm not sure. Yeah, and then his wife has children as well. I don't know. They have a large family. They're all devastated, completely devastated. They're just, and then the added trauma that she witnessed or viewed, kind of what transpired. You know, typically that doesn't happen in these type of situations, but.
She saw it all go down.
As far as I know, I haven't talked to her about the specific details other than just very general, but she was there when it happened and saw him step up into the danger and to try to have the piece, the I can't even think straight, but just the frame of mind or whatever to tell her to get away, to run, because he foresaw that something was about to go down.
And just to make sure we have it right, Darren, D-A-R-R-E-N?
Yes, I believe it's D-A-R-R-E-N.
Darren, A-L-M-E-N-D-A-R-E-C?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll confirm here shortly, but that's what I was told.
Is this something that sadly we're going to see more of because there's so many guns on the street?
We just have bad people. I think at the end of the day, that's what it is. I just think we have some bad actors out there. We see evil all the time. And I mean, we've been in this business for a long time, and we see the type of characters that are out there. And we see repeat offenders over and over. And it's not uncommon that these are not first-time offenders. And I'd be surprised if these individuals are first-time offenders doing this. And so again, I don't want to pass judgment, because again, I want to let the process work its way out, and I don't want to get ahead of the investigation. But I hope God continues to bless our law enforcement officers that are out there suiting up tonight and will protect us tonight and every day. Any final questions? If not, thank you all very much. Thank you. We'll provide any updates or any new developments on the search for the third suspect tomorrow.
Will the escort happen shortly?
Huh?
The escort?
Yeah, we'll be providing an escort to the Harris County Institute of Forensic Sciences.
Do you know how soon?
Within the hour.
And then a photo of him, do you think you'll release that?
Probably not tonight, but probably first thing in the morning.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Okay, Sheriff Ed Gonzalez there of the Harris County Sheriff's Office announcing to the community and to the press gathered there that one of their own died tonight. He was shot and killed. Darren Almendarez, 51 years old, was shopping at the grocery store with his wife, and then he came up in the parking lot when they were leaving and encountered three suspects, all male, we don't know if it was the officer's car or some other car, but they were trying to steal what they think is parts from it, the catalytic converter, what have you, and gunfire was exchanged. Now, 2 of those suspects were struck. They were injured. They drove themselves to the hospital to be treated for their injuries, yet they were detained there, of course. And then we heard from the sheriff that they were shopping, he and his wife, for his sister's birthday party that was going to be held tomorrow. The birthday today, they were going to celebrate tomorrow. Just a tragic set of circumstances there. So dangerous for law enforcement, both on and off duty. And so if we get any more updates on this tragedy going into the later evening hours and into the early morning hours tomorrow, we'll bring that to you here. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be going into some of this content for the overnight hours. We put together a compilation of things that we've already shown you throughout the day. So more on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I just wanted to show you this beautiful Live Now look in New York City at the moment. We also have another one a little bit further into Midtown. You can see there right across the street from the Fox News World headquarters on 6th Avenue, Radio City Music Hall in the distance there. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. It's been a pretty busy day. There's this overhead shot of our studios here in Phoenix, Arizona. Of course, we have our East Coast Bureau there in Orlando, Florida as well. They kick it off in the mornings each and every day. But right now, let's preview what we'll be looking out for tomorrow, heading into the weekend as well. We're going into day 37 of Russia's war into Ukraine. We'll be providing updates, the latest headlines from down on the ground there. Also tomorrow, April 1st, start of the new month, the first Friday of the month, we should get the March jobs numbers. We'll see what they are, what the forecast was like, see what that number is tomorrow. In the meantime, don't forget, give us a follow on Twitter. Our handle is at LiveNowFox. You can also give me a follow on Twitter. My handle is at Andrew Kraft. And don't forget, you can visit our website, LiveNowFox.com, for all of the latest. Like I said, we usually show you events and remarks, speeches, press conferences from all across the country and around the world. But we've already showed them to you throughout the day. We're going to do the same in these overnight hours, starting with President Biden. Of course, he made the announcement today that they are getting out of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, 1 million barrels a day for the next 6 months. We don't know when it's going to start. It's supposed to work to ease up on the high gas prices all Americans are facing. This is affecting everyone who drives. The national average for a gallon of gas is $4.22 right now. So we're going to hear President Biden make this announcement and tell Americans how it might help their pocketbook. Here's the president.
As I said in my State of the Union address, I'm going to always be honest with the American people. Today, I want to talk with you about the cost here at home of Putin's decision to brutally and savagely invade a sovereign nation. The fact is, he's causing thousands of deaths and untold destruction. Working with our NATO allies and our European partners and beyond that, we're responding. We're aiding the Ukrainian people, both economically and militarily, while leaving the most punishing economic sanctions against Russia ever used against another nation in place and increasing them. Thus far, these actions are crippling Russia's economy, isolating Putin from the world, and helping Ukrainians fight for their country and ease their suffering. But as I've said from the start, Putin's war is imposing a cost on America and our allies and democracies around the world. Today, I want to talk about one aspect of Putin's war that affects and has real effects on the American people. Putin's price hike that Americans and our allies are feeling at the pump. I know how much it hurts. As you've heard me say before, I grew up in a family like many of you, where the price of a gallon of gasoline went up and was discussion at the kitchen table. Our family budgets, your family budgets, to fill a tank, none of it should hinge on whether a dictator declares war. So today I'm laying out a two-part plan, not only to ease the pain that families are feeling right now, but to end this era of dependence and uncertainty, and to lay a new foundation for true and lasting American energy independence. Parenthetically, just imagine if, in fact, Europe didn't have to count on Russian oil, if they were energy independent. It would change the nature of so much. The problem we're facing with gas prices has two roots. First, the pandemic. When COVID struck, demand for oil plummeted, so production slowed down worldwide. Because of the strength and the speed of our recovery, demand for oil shot back up much faster than the supply. That's why the cost of gas began to rise last year. The second root is Vladimir Putin. The start of this year, gas was about $3.30 a gallon. Today, it's about averaging $4.20, $4.22. It's higher in many states. Nearly $1 more in less than 3 months. And the reason for that is because of Putin's war. And now many people are no longer buying Russian oil around the world. I banned the Russian import of oil here in America. Republicans and Democrats in Congress called for it and supported it. It was the right thing to do. But I said at the time, it's going to come with a cost. As Russian oil comes off the global market, supply of oil drops and prices are rising. Now Putin's price hike is hitting Americans at the pump, which brings me to the first part of my plan. To immediately increase the supply of oil, our prices are rising because of Putin's action. There isn't enough supply. And the bottom line is, if we want lower gas prices, we need to have a more oil supply right now. For U.S. oil companies that are recording their largest profits in years, they have a choice. One, they can put those profits to productive use by producing more oils, restarting idle wells, or producing on the sites they already are leasing, giving the American people a break by passing some of the savings on to their customers and lowering the price at the pump. Or they can, as some of them are doing, exploit the situation, sit back, ship those profits to the investors, and while American families struggle to make ends meet. Look, this is a moment of consequence and peril for the world, and pain at the pump for American families. It's also a moment of patriotism. I want to acknowledge those companies that have already announced they're increasing immediate production. They're investing money to produce more oil, and also clean technology we need to reduce our dependence on oil in the future. They have everything they need, nothing standing in their way. And they've indicated they will be producing an extra 1 million barrels of oil per day, probably starting as early as this fall. That's progress. But some companies have been pretty blunt. They don't want to increase supply because Putin's price hike means higher profits. One CEO even acknowledged that they don't care if the price of a barrel of oil goes to $200 a barrel. They're not going to step up the production. I say enough. Enough of lavishing excessive profits on investors and payouts and buybacks when the American people are watching. The world is watching. U.S. oil companies made nearly $80 billion in profit last year, and this year those profits are expected to continue to soar. This is the time, not the time to sit on record profits. It's time to step up for the good of your country, the good of the world, to invest in immediate production that we need to respond to Vladimir Putin, to provide some relief for your customers, not investors and executives. Look, I'm a capitalist. I have no problem with corporations turning a good profit. But companies have an obligation that goes beyond just their shareholders, to their customers, their communities, and their country. No American company should take advantage of a pandemic or Vladimir Putin's actions to enrich themselves at the expense of American families. Investing those profits in production and innovation. That's what they should do. Invest in your customers. And it isn't just like, it's not the patriotic thing, it's good for your business as well. Right now, oil and gas industry is sitting on nearly 9,000 unused but approved permits for production on federal lands, or more than 1 million unused acres they have a right to pump on. Families can't afford that companies sit on their hands. So, to help execute this first part of my plan, I'm calling for a use it or lose it policy. Congress should make companies pay fees on wells on federal leases they haven't used in years, and acres of public land they're hoarding without production. Companies that are already producing from these wells won't be affected, but those sitting on unused leases and idle wells will either have to start producing or pay the price for their inaction. Look, the action I'm calling for will make a real difference over time. But the truth is, it takes months, not days, for companies to increase production. That's why the next part of my plan is so important. Today, I'm authorizing the release of 1 million barrels per day for the next 6 months, over 180 million barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. This is a wartime bridge to increase oil supply until production ramps up later this year. And it is by far the largest release of our national reserve in our history. It will provide a historic amount of supply for a historic amount of time, a 6-month bridge to the fall. And we'll use the revenue from selling the oil now to restock the Strategic Petroleum Reserve when prices are lower. So, we'll be ready. We'll be ready for future emergencies. Folks, I've coordinated this release with allies and partners around the world. Already, we have commitments from other countries to release tens of millions of additional barrels into the market. Together, our combined efforts will supply well over 1 million barrels a day. Nations coming together to deny Putin the ability to weaponize his energy resources against American families and families and democracies around the world. Now, for the first part of my plan is about meeting an immediate crisis. The second part is about declaring real American energy independence in the long term so that we never have to deal with this problem again. Ultimately, we and the whole world need to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels altogether. We need to choose long-term security over energy and climate vulnerability. We need to double down on our commitment to clean energy and tackling the climate crisis with our partners and allies around the world. And we can do that by passing my plan that's literally before the Senate right now. The United States Congress right now has been there for well over a month to speed the transition to a clean energy future that's made in America with American products and American values. We need to embrace all the tools and technologies that can help us free us from our dependence on fossil fuels and move us toward a more homegrown clean energy. Technologies made by American companies and American workers, so we can bolster domestic supply chains here at home and export those technologies around the world to reduce greenhouse gases. That's why today I'm issuing a directive to strengthen our clean energy economy. I'm going to use the Defense Production Act to secure American supply chains for the critical materials that go into batteries for electric vehicles and the storage of renewable energy, lithium, graphite, nickel, and so much more. We need to end our long-term reliance on China and other countries for inputs that will power the future. and I'll use every tool I have to make that happen. Yes, building a made-in-America clean energy future will help safeguard our national security. Yes, it will help us tackle climate change. Yes, it's going to help us ensure that Americans create millions of good-paying jobs for generations to come. But the most important thing my plan will do right away is save your family money. And here's what I mean. Under my plan, which is before the Congress now, we can take advantage of the next generation of electric vehicles that a typical driver will save about $80 a month from not having to pay gas at the pump. If your home is powered by safer, cheaper, cleaner electricity like solar or heat pumps, you can save about $500 a month on average. Don't take my word for it. The CEOs of 11 of America's largest utility companies came to see me at the White House several weeks ago. They told me if we pass my plans before the Congress now, typical families will see savings show up in their utility bills immediately. And costs will come down even more as we innovate and develop cutting-edge energy storage technologies, clean hydrogen technologies, advanced nuclear technology, carbon capture and sequestration technologies. And by the way, this week's the benefit I included in the bipartisan infrastructure law to help families weatherize their homes are being delivered. My administration is making $3.2 billion available from this legislation to provide up to $6,500 direct payment for working class families to be able to weatherize their homes, to save them money, to keep them warm in the winter and cool in the summer. It's a direct grant. This program has been around for a while, and in the past, it's delivered to families, average families, another $327 in savings when they weatherize. But now, we have the ability to reach 10 times as many families because of the legislation that we already passed in the legislation. In addition to that, we're also setting new standards to boost fuel economies for new vehicles sold in America. Within 5 years, we're going to travel 10 miles more on every single gallon we have because the average fuel economy of 49 miles of the gallon is going to be required. That means hundreds of dollars in savings for families at the pump. We're also setting similar standards for appliances, from your air conditioner to your microwave, your refrigerator, washers, dryers. It's just one of 100 actions we're taking to save the average family $100 per year in utility bills. Look, the bottom line is this. Between ramping up production in the short term and driving down demand in the long term, we can free ourselves from our dependence on imported oil from across the world. Look, I know gas prices are painful. I get it. My plan's going to help ease that pain today and safeguard against tomorrow. I'm open to ideas to strengthen the plan, but I will not be put off and put it on hold. It's time to deliver true long-term energy independence in America once and for all. And I'm going to continue to use every tool at my disposal to protect you from Putin's price hike. It's not time for politics. Americans can't afford that right now. So let's meet this moment together. Remember, we're the only nation that has turned every crisis we ever faced into an opportunity. We have a crisis, the price at the pump. So let's show some true strength in this nation, show our unity, our resolve, our innovative spirit in America, and come out of this long-term much better off. If we stand up to the bullies of the world, the autocrats and dictators, we stand up for those who are ready to unite. Unite with us, United States of America. So may God bless you and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
Mr. President, how badly is Vladimir Putin being misinformed by his advisors?
That's an open question. There's a lot of speculation. But he seems to be, I'm not saying this with a certainty, he seems to be self-isolating. And there's some indication that he has fired or put under house arrest some of his advisors. But I don't want to put too much stock in that at this time because we don't have that much hard evidence.
Mr. President, how much in monetary terms do you estimate today's announcement will reduce gas prices, and when can Americans expect to see these changes?
That's a really important question, and there's no firm answer to it, but prices already came down. when it was announced ahead of time that Biden was going to release so much energy from so many barrels of oil from the SPRO. They're already come down. My guess is we'll see it come down, continue to come down. But how far down, I don't think anyone can tell. And there's going to be a slight delay because if you go out there and you're a gas station and you purchased X amount of gas at a certain price, you're not going to lower the price of the pump until you're able to get back what you invested. And that, I'm talking matter of, I think, days and weeks. But it's hard to tell. And the other thing is, but it will come down. And it could come down fairly significantly. It could come down the better part of, anything from 10 cents to 35 cents a gallon. It's unknown at this point. I'm also waiting to see whether or not our allies exactly how many barrels they release from their supplies now. My guess is it could be as high, somewhere between 30 million to 50 million barrels. And the higher the number, the more likely the prices to come down. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. President, have you seen any signs that Putin is pulling back his forces?
Okay, guys, we need to move quickly. Let's go. Come on, you guys, let's go.
Are the sanctions still working, sir? The ruble's back.
Wait, hold on.
There we go.
I'll answer one question.
Thank you.
The question is pulling back his forces. Whoever asked that question.
Yes.
The question of whether he's pulling back his forces depends on how you read exactly what's going on. Thus far, there is no clear evidence that he's pulling all of his forces out of Kyiv. There is also evidence that he is beefing up his troops down in the Donbass area. Depending on your view of Putin, I'm a little skeptical. It's an open question whether he's actually pulling back and going to say, I'm just going to focus on the Donbass and I'm not worried about the rest of the country. I'm a skeptic, but I don't have proof that in fact he is not going, he's taking a pause, doing all he can to use all the troops he has in the Donbass and continue to keep an eye on and try to move beyond the rest of the country. Don't know the answer, but it appears so far that he has not pulled all of the idea he's pulling all the troops out from around Kyiv and moving south. There's no evidence that he's done that.
Holiday. Do you think the sanctions are still working? The ruble's back at pre-war levels.
Okay, guys, let's go.
Good morning. My apology for running a little bit late. We have an intense legislative schedule, as usual, but some of it is more so today. We have the insulin bill coming up on the floor. We're very proud of that. We have the more legislation. But at the same time, we're preparing for the Competes Act. And last night we took our first, our most recent step. Today we'll have the Republican motion to instruct, which is the right of the minority. At the same time, we're preparing for actually taking up the Competes Act. So there are all kinds of things happening at once. At the same time, though, I have to say it's with great sadness that we said goodbye to Don Young, our dean, a member served 49 years in the Congress, 49 years in the 49th state, so beautifully acclaimed at his service the other day. And then it was shocking to learn that he had passed. He wasn't sick. He just went to heaven. And then Madeleine Albright, she had been sick the last few months, and that was a terrible loss for her. A great patriot, the first woman Secretary of State. She made us all so proud about her commitment to the national security of our country, especially now learning from her right up until the end about her experience coming to the United States as a refugee and seeing what's happening in Ukraine and all these refugees coming. So for us, one staunch Republican leaving us, someone we beloved in our Congress, she wasn't really a partisan person, but she was a Democrat, Madeleine, and we'll miss her terribly. So in terms of the insulin bill, we're really very, very excited about that. Americans pay over 10 times for insulin than people in other countries. This is an essential to people with diabetes, and it is it's going to cap the cost of insulin at $35 per month, making a very big difference to America's families. This is a kitchen table issue. Are people going to be able to pay their bills? And it is for us a step in the direction of the Secretary being able to negotiate for lower drug prices beyond insulin. But the insulin is 1 in 4 Americans is forced to skip or ration doses of insulin, and that's life-threatening. Our bill requires Medicare and insurers to cover insulin on their plans and cap the cost to families on the private side to $35 per month. Again, it paves the way to further action on prescription drugs. The MORE Act that is on the floor today, more of it on the floor today, it's a major criminal reform bill that helps end the racial and economic injustice of marijuana criminalization. We're very proud of the work that has gone into it, and we would hope that it has support in the Senate. It's something that Senator Booker has been working on their version for a while. It's some of what is in this bill stood in the way of our getting the George Floyd, because there were some in the Senate who wanted the aspects of this bill to be in the George Floyd bill. So in any event, it's about justice, and that's what our president is. He's about justice. He's about equity, whether we're talking about health care, whether we're talking about justice in the criminal justice system, whether we're talking about environmental justice, any subject that you can name. This president has been very, very committed to justice in the system. Right now, and again, part of that justice is lowering cost. Right now, of course, we have the Putin price hike at the pump, and it is something that has to be addressed. The price of oil and gasoline, gas at the pump started going up when he started circling Ukraine and Kyiv, and it is, well, even before he went in, but as he showed his intentions. But it's beyond that too. There is very interest in our caucus in stopping price gouging on the part of the industry. It's about passing on whatever we might pass to alleviate the price at the pump to the consumer. It's about use it or lose it in terms of the about 9,000 licenses that are permits that are there for the private sector to produce more oil domestically. So there are an array of issues. The president will be making his statement later, consistent with many of the things that I've been hearing from our members. You know that the SPRO is already in the public domain, and he'll be making others. But again, it comes back to the subject of lowering cost. So lowering cost at a time of inflation is a reality that must be faced and must be addressed and must be lowered. One place is at the pump. Another place is just the fact that the president, with the increase of 1 million jobs, I don't think any president would say that he himself made that happen. Of course, the public policy that we're engaged in made it happen, but the private sector made it happen too. 1 million jobs, which means that unemployment went down, practically cut in half. And when that happens, inflation increases. I've told you before when I was a new member of Congress and the chairman of the Fed said unemployment is dangerously low, is going to increase inflation. It's the way it is. But nonetheless, we have to recognize that. Another cause, of course, is COVID. And COVID. We have many reasons to address COVID, but one of them is to recognize the shortage of supply, the supply challenge that we have in so many respects. And one of the things we're doing in that regard is passing the Competes Act, increase supply to lower cost. It's pretty exciting. You've heard me talk about it before. We'll have over $50 billion committed to manufacturing chips, 1,000 chips in a car, 2,000 chips in an electric car. It's pretty exciting, chips and semiconductors. Another over $40 billion to address the supply chain challenges that we have, bringing supply back to our shore or near-shoring them, and the research and education pieces of it. Again, justice, to have many more people participate in the new aspects of our independence, of this president declaring our independence, our self-sufficiency, because we are making more in the USA. And so that's pretty exciting. But it's a very extensive bill. We have much in common with the Senate, some not, and we are preparing to go to conference with that. And again, as I mentioned, the motion to instruct will be on the floor later today on the Republican side, and then next week we'll start appointing conferees to that. So for these and other reasons, it's an exciting time. I just closed by saying yesterday I had the honor of a visit to the Speaker's office, but 5 members of Parliament, women members of Parliament from the Ukraine, accompanied by Ambassador Makarova, whom you all know her. I mean, many of you have seen her here, but she brought 5 members of the Parliament who are women. These women are young. They have children. One child was 2, another 8 years old, small children, their husbands in large measure on the battlefield fighting there, but they thought it was important to come to the United States to tell the American people how they see it from there. They're going on to Canada after that. I had them in with the women members, but also the chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee. It was factual, inspiring, emotional, a sense of urgency that you all are aware of. The president of Ukraine has made it clear. But to hear the stories of the children, children are my reason to be here. When some of these parents are killed by the Russians, the children are sent to Russia. How about that? And I think we should get more evidence and documentation about that crime against humanity that the Russians are committing to the children. In some cases with a parent, in some cases not. So again, we pray for the people of Ukraine. We're inspired by their courage, instructed by their president. And I say in closing, did I say in closing once? I'm so proud of our president, the leadership he has provided, not in calling the shots, but working together with our allies in NATO and others outside of NATO for unity against the Russian unlawful assault on a sovereign country, not respecting its borders and harming its people. Any questions?
Madam Speaker,
Yes,
Madam Speaker, thank you so much. On COVID relief, some Senate Republicans have suggested that the package could drop down to $10 billion, putting billions of dollars for global COVID vaccines on the chopping block. Would that compromise be acceptable to you, and are you confident that this could get done by Easter recess?
I think what the Republicans are doing is either they don't care or they don't know, but it is wrong. We must honor our response. Of course, we had a bigger package, and it's cut back to 15, that 5 that they said, so what? Stop the world, I want to get off. That's who they are. You don't know that, but that used to be a play. And so how can we say? We have said, we have pronounced, everyone knows. None of us safe unless all of us are safe. By the way, this is not enough money. We're going to even need more money. But because of I'm an appropriator, as you know, so that's my orientation, appropriations and intelligence. And the appropriators left to their own devices can get this done. And they have ways of doing it. That is paid for. We agree. What should be paid for. But they will not accept the pay-fors that had been traditional in using budget outlays and the rest. This is shameful. And we have to get the money. It's not going to last this past probably June 1st. So for them to just, I mean, they're making statements saying, well, this is not, we don't see this as a problem. It's a problem. It's a shame.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, Chad.
Good morning. Thank you. We're going to have this bill on the floor soon about cannabis, legalization of cannabis.
Yeah.
As a mother and a grandmother,
Mm-hmm.
how do you feel about that? What are the concerns that other parents might have about this bill? I understand the merits of this, but what are the potential problems when some medical experts talk about the issues and the social issues that could contribute?
Well, this is the decriminalization of it. It's the decriminalization of it. And the fact is many states have already done that. And so this is consistent with what is happening in many states across the country. And it also addresses the injustices of it because of what penalties had been before some of these this decriminalization took place. So I'm all for it. Look, there's so many discussions that have gone on over the years about the use of marijuana or cannabis or whatever. The fact is, it exists. It's being used. We've got to address how it is treated legally, and not in a way that mistreats people on the lower income scale. Not says if you're wealthy you can be engaged in all of this, but if you're not, there are barriers to you getting banking services in order to do it. So it's a fact of life that needed appropriate public policy to address it. Yes. Let me just see one of our regulars. Any regulars here? No. Yeah. Okay.
You laid out some solutions that would have a long-term impact to bring gas prices down, but in terms of immediate relief for Americans in the short term, would you support the idea of something like gas checks, rebates, vouchers to Americans? And in that same vein, do you have concerns that if that were to happen, that would cause inflation to go even higher?
Well, let's just say, first of all, the main question had been, do you support a gas tax holiday? And that is immediate, and it has appeal. People understand it. There's going to be a reduction in the gas tax. That's the pro. The con is that the oil companies do not necessarily pass that on to the consumer. They haven't in the past. And so we're losing the money in the Highway Trust Fund because we've just taken that out. It goes to the oil companies. You cannot write a law. You cannot write a law that requires them to pass it on. That's just the way it is. We've tried every which way. You can have moral suasion, you could encourage, you can incentivize. You cannot require it. So we have a situation where there's money coming out of the Highway Trust Fund. It's going to the oil companies. They may not give it to the consumer, and it has to be paid for. So we're paying for something to give a break to the oil companies that isn't even going to the consumer. So that's the con. The pro is very showbiz. Okay, let's just do something, there it is. But it is not necessarily landing in the pocket of the consumer. It's taken out of the trust fund. We have to pay for that to return it. So that takes us to something else. How do you do that? Do you do it with a tax on production? Or, do you have the consumers pay for that? That is, so people are saying, well, how do we put the tax at the doorstep of the tax industry? So you took it to the right place. How do we help people directly? If you're going to have to pay for it, and you don't want it to come out of the trust fund, something could be a rebate card or a direct payment, and those are the things that are being considered. But some of the things that looked appealing in the beginning to some, if this were my caucus, one half the room would say, let's go with that, and the other half would say, well, wait a minute, it's not going, did you know it's not going to the consumer? So there are a number of approaches that are on the table. Are you going to have let's hear what the president has to say today. That will be very important to us. What he has to say. He's going to talk about the SPRO to reduce it. He's going to talk about, well, we'll just hear what he has to say. Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Gas prices and what the president is going to say today. One of the things he's supposed to recommend is that Congress put fees on oil companies that don't utilize permits they already own. Is that something that you would support and implement here? And also, you're calling it the Putin gas hike, but gas prices started rising a year ago. So is all of this to blame on Putin, or are there other issues?
No, partially. I don't say it's all Putin, but it's partially. That's not what I'm talking about. But anyway, here's the thing. When the president makes his statement, I will comment on his statement. Okay, so thank you very much for your advanced knowledge of it, but I don't have that, and so I won't comment on it. But I do, Putin definitely contributed to this gas hike. So I'm not saying it's all his, no, but it's largely his. So when we talk about this, price of oil went down from, what, 140 to 105. Have you seen it go down at the pump? Seems like it goes up when the price of oil goes up. It doesn't necessarily come down when it goes down. So to your first part of your question, we have always said, use it or lose it. 9,000 permits exist for them to drill on land, on shore. And one of the things that I would say is that we want to fight inflation. The price of oil is an indicator, the price of gas at the pump is an indicator. Putin has exacerbated it. But we cannot allow the fossil fuel industry to use this as an excuse to reverse everything we're doing to save the planet. One of the things I think that the president may say, I don't have this as a fact, is that we will use the Defense Production Act to speed up diversification so that we're not so dependent on oil. One of the encouraging, many of the meetings that we had at Munich with leaders in Europe, either heads of state or the EU, or countries coming together, was about diversification. Everybody knows security and energy are linked. If you're dependent on a country like Russia, your security depends on your having that energy, but it also is a risk to your security to have somebody like a Putin call your shot, A. Secondly, in that regard, we are trying to supply as much as we can to backfill what people would not get from Russia should the countries decide they're not going to buy the oil from Russia. But what we heard that was so encouraging at all the meetings in Munich was diversification, diversification, diversification. We must stop being dependent on energy, not just oil, but other energy products from Russia. Same thing here, diversification. So again, we have a short-term problem, we have a long-term opportunity. We want to reduce the cost of the price at the pump. We would hope that there would be some relationship between the price of oil coming down, the president releasing the $1 million a day of the SPRO for the next 6 months, increases supply. Supply usually reduces cost. And now we'll just see how that is reflected. It costs a lot of money in California. If you drive around in California and see the cost, you think, how could this be when the price of oil has been coming down? So well, let's see what the president has to say. He's thought they have been so careful about what really results in lowering the price for that kitchen table that he's so famous for being concerned about.
Madam Speaker, do you agree with members of your caucus who are saying that Clarence Thomas should resign?
I don't think he should have ever been appointed, so let me take it back to there. I do thank you for your question. I'm not going to go to that, but I will say that in our H.R. 1, our bill to have cleaner government, we have a call for the Supreme Court to have a code of ethics. They have no code of ethics. And it's the Supreme Court of the United States. They're making judgments about the air we breathe and everything else, and we don't even know what their ethical standard is. So I would like to see that bill have a hearing, not the whole bill, but taking out that piece. We've already passed the whole bill, but to focus on the Supreme Court ethics standard legislation. I've talked to the committee about perhaps having a hearing on that pretty soon, so that the justice of the Supreme Court has to at least have a code of ethics, A, and B, why should they have lower standards than members of Congress in terms of reporting and the rest? So, I've heard people say from time to time, well, it's a personal decision of a judge as to whether he should recuse himself. Well, if your wife is an admitted and proud contributor to a coup of our country, maybe you should weigh that in your ethical standards. Just one more, Jake.
Just on the two issues you talked about, gas prices and the chips, the innovation bill, what is your timeline? What do you see those two coming together?
Well, as you know, I'm very committee oriented, and there's some proposals that would have to go through the Energy and Commerce Committee. The chairman would rather do the bills after they have the hearings. So
After they have the oil CEOs, you mean, or after they have the hearing on the bill? Or?
Yeah. That would be one. I mean, I'm not telling you his plan, but I'm just saying I would infer from his statement that would be one important date. And then chips are this. As I said, today the Senate did what they had to do. Then they send us the paper. We get it. We do what we do. We send it back to them today. They, at the beginning of next week, have their vote on how we go to conference, and then we start appointing conferees. So we could have a first, well, depending, I can't answer for the Senate, because next week they also, is my understanding, but I don't know this, just what I see in the local Metropolitan Journal, they may be doing the Supreme Court next week, justice confirmation. So if that's the case, then this, I don't know when this will come up there, but when they act, then we'll act, and we'll go to conference. So, but we have always been working to figure, what is it? Where do we have complete agreement? Where do we need some little reconciliation? Where do we have a big difference? Let's just, and we've been working on that 4 months. So we're ready. We're ready. Everybody wants to be on the conference, so we'll just have to see, what the size of that is. It's pretty exciting because, again, it's the American Competes Act of 2022. Whether that remains the name at the end of the day, who knows? But what is true is that it's about the Competes Act is about America being independent and self-sufficient, and this is really a high priority for our president. And that's why when he talks about the Defense Production Act being implemented to make us less dependent on, really preparing us to save the planet, really, it happens to coincide with reducing our dependence on fossil fuels. But again, the immediate is to bring down that price. We want there to be no price gouging. We have other proposals that members have that relate to having the industry pay for whatever we have to put out there to alleviate the financial pain to America's working families. But there are plenty of good ideas, and I'll have to go back to my day job. It's lovely to be with you.
Will you go to Poland or the Ukrainian border? Will you go to Poland or the Ukrainian border?
There's no internet in here, so we're...
My goodness. The sarcasm is just dripping in here. You'd think it was a Friday. Okay, a couple of things to get to at the top here. I think today you saw the department release the 2021 on-site installation evaluation report. I want to remind that on his very first full day in office, Secretary Austin made a very strong commitment about sexual assault and sexual harassment and how he was going to prioritize on it. And that set into motion an independent review commission, which set into motion a series of findings and recommendations. And among those recommendations was that we take a look at sites around the country and around the world to make sure that we're properly examining the kinds of conditions that exist to help prevent these harmful behaviors. And it's not just sexual assault and sexual harassment, but domestic abuse, suicide, and what kind of conditions are there to help prevent? What's the command climate like? What sort of resources are available to our folks and to their families? Anyway, so all that led to this very first on-site installation evaluation report. The Secretary believes that the findings in this report of those site visits is going to be critical to helping us better prevent a range of harmful behaviors. And I said that includes sexual assault, harassment, suicide, domestic violence, and child abuse. How to better prevent it, and what's it take to do prevention well. So a key objective of the process here is to better understand where the gaps and the seams are and provide leaders at these installations as well as across the force with the necessary tools to enhance prevention. So again, this was a first in what will be a series of additional installation visits and installation reports, as it should be. We'll learn from each one. We'll share those lessons broadly, and we'll be as transparent with you as we can, and we have done that today. Also today, the department authorized for public release the RAND report, which was titled Understanding Civilian Harm in Raqqa and Its Implication for Future Conflicts. I think you may have seen RAND's already spoken to this and posted their report. It provides insights into the causes of civilian harm during the U.S.-led campaign to liberate Raqqa from the Islamic State from June to October 2017. The report provides recommendations related to U.S. strategic choices, operational approaches and capabilities, information collection, approaches to adversary tactics, and force development. It was sponsored by the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, and this report will be one of the key resources considered in developing our own civilian harm mitigation and response action plan that the Secretary also recently directed the Department to develop. Safeguarding civilian life is a strategic and moral imperative. You've heard Secretary Austin say that many times. The Department appreciates the insights that this report offers. He appreciates all the work that RAND put into it, and we know it'll help inform our own work as we continue to try to improve our approach to civilian harm mitigation and response going forward. Let's see. Lastly, earlier today, I had the great privilege of launching a new community engagement, strategic and community engagement initiative that we're calling Beyond the Battlefield. It's aimed at scholars and students at the collegiate level to try to help inform them. Obviously, we want to encourage them to consider jobs in national security and here at the department, of course, but it's really about helping inform them about how the policymaking process works at the Pentagon. I mean, so much of what the military does is available for everybody to see and to read about. I mean, we just released a budget on Monday that lays out what we're going to be spending and what we're spending it on and why. But we felt like we needed to do a better job explaining what working inside the Defense Department actually felt like, and how those decisions got made. And so we did our inaugural session today. I'm very proud of that, and we'll keep it going. It's going to be an interactive virtual dialogue to the degree that we need to right now with COVID. But we hope to do more in-person stuff, and so I was very pleased to kick that off today. Finally, I know I'm kind of rattling on here, but an apology to all the press corps. We had some technical difficulties today, so we won't be able to take calls through Zoom. So basically, you guys here with butts in seats, you're going to be the only ones asking questions today, and that's not on purpose. We do apologize. We try, as you know, very hard to make this as inclusive as we can because of COVID restrictions, but unfortunately, technology got the better of us today, so we're going to just stick to what's in the room. So, Bob, you're lucky. You didn't call in today. You're here. So,
I'm here.
First question.
Thank you. On Ukraine, can you give an update on the size and the scope of the movement of Russian forces north from Kyiv, what you've called repositioning? Does that include Chernobyl, or is that kind of a separate situation because of some health problems there that you could talk about? And lastly, by popular demand, can you give us an update on the convoy that you talked about?
I haven't gotten a convoy question in a long time. That did not merit applause, whoever did that. On the repositioning, we continue to see indications that they are moving a small number. I don't have an update for you in terms of what that equates to. I think yesterday we said it was about 20%, maybe a little less. I don't think we would change that estimation much over the last 24 hours. It has not been wholesale by any means, or has it been rapid? We do believe that, again, that a small number are beginning to reposition. It's not exactly clear, Bob, where they're going to go, for how long, and for what purpose. But we don't see any indication that they're going to be sent home. The best assessment we have, and it's an assessment at this early stage, is that they're going to be repositioned probably into Belarus to be refit and resupplied and used elsewhere in Ukraine. Again, where is that elsewhere? We don't exactly know. All I can tell you is what we've said now for several days, that it's clear the Russians want to reprioritize their operations in the Donbass area. That could be one destination, but again, too soon to know. We don't really have a good sense of it. You were asking about Chernobyl. We have seen indications that some Russian forces are departing the Chernobyl plant facility. Again, we gather that they are leaving to the north to go back again towards Belarus. But again, indications are not completely clear at this time. I think you were asking, is that of a piece or is it something separate? We would assess at this early stage that it's of a piece of this larger effort to refit and resupply, and not necessarily done because of health hazards or some sort of emergency or a crisis at Chernobyl. That would be our assessment. And I honestly don't have an update for you on the vaunted convoy. I don't have anything for you on that. I don't even know if it still exists at this point. I mean, it's been now so long. They never really accomplished their mission. They never really provided a resupply of any value to Russian forces that were assembling around Kyiv. Never really came to their aid. The Ukrainians put a stop to that convoy pretty quickly by being very nimble, knocking out bridges, hitting lead vehicles, stopping their movement. But we've not seen an update on where those vehicles are or what they're doing at this point. And at this point, I mean, again, even if take our skepticism about the repositioning and just put that to the side for a minute. Over the last several days, we've talked about that the Russians had pretty much, even before this repositioning, had basically established defensive positions, and they were digging in. They weren't making any effort to advance on Kyiv. So it's questionable whether that resupply convoy would have been of much use anyway, because they weren't on the move anymore. Again, how much of the material they were able to get from it, I don't know.
But would that be an example of Russian planning failures or shortcomings, a convoy that didn't seem to connect with what they were doing?
I think it's a function of a lot of things. I think that's one of them. I mean, we don't think that they properly planned for logistics and sustainment of a force that size in the field under combat conditions. Clearly, they didn't execute. If they did plan for logistics and sustainment, they didn't execute very well, because even before that, before the convoy became a news story, I mean, we were talking about they were running out of fuel, they were running out of food, they were running out of ammunition. So it's not clear to us whether this convoy was a reaction to problems they were experiencing or that it was them trying to be proactive. Doesn't matter, obviously didn't get there. I think it's also a function of Ukrainian resistance and agility and frankly, just battlefield smarts by knowing where these vehicles were coming from, knowing where they were trying to get to, and getting between where they were going and where they were, which is what they did, knocking out bridges, for instance, making it hard for them to move on paved roads. And these were not vehicles that were built for off-roading either. I think you have to, when you talk about this resupply effort, you have to credit the Ukrainians for some real dexterity.
Thank you.
Jen?
John, can you rule out that the U.S. is training Ukrainian military on Polish soil?
We are not in a training environment in Poland with Ukrainians. What we've said in the past is that obviously, as there are transshipments being coordinated in some countries around Ukraine, there's interactions with Ukrainian armed forces. Some of those interactions are with members of the U.S. military. There's some liaison going on, but we wouldn't call it classic training.
And how do you explain that certain Ukrainian parliament members are still telling Congress that they are not getting not only the weapons they need, but the shipments have slowed? Can you give us a sense of the pace of the shipments and what is in those shipments? Are you sending medical supplies, for instance, or is it only lethal aid that you're sending?
No, so we would not agree that it's being slowed. Quite the contrary. We completed the $350 million that President Biden authorized a month or so ago. That was completed in a record 3 weeks or so, which is unheard of. The $200 million that he approved not long after, that's pretty much all in now. I think there may be one shipment or so left. I don't know. And then the $800 million that the president approved, more than just over, I don't know, week 10 days ago. I mean, those shipments are already arriving. In fact, from the time he signed the order to the first shipment going on its way was like 4 days, Jen. And there's already been about a half a dozen shipments that have flowed into the region. And they're not, I'm not going to talk about the ground routes and how things are getting into Ukraine, as you can understand, but I would tell you that things aren't sitting long at these intermediate staging shipment sites before they're getting picked up by convoys and taken into Ukraine. So 4 days is pretty quick. And like I said, there's already been a half a dozen or so on the way. And we expect, again, without getting too predictive, we're gonna get these materials in as fast as we can. It's happening as you and I are actually talking right now. We don't think it's going to take very long to complete the $800 package, getting it all filled out. We really don't think that's going to take long at all, a couple of weeks probably. And the other question you had was on what's in there. So every shipment is a mixture of weapon systems and then support and sustainment items, whether that's food, body armor, helmets, small arms and ammunition, medical and first aid kits, all of that. Every shipment's different. I couldn't tell you, and I'm not going to tell you that every single shipment has all of those things in, but typically there's a mixture of what goes in with every shipment. It's not just it's not all javelins and nothing else. But in these first half a dozen or so, there have been weapon systems, there have been javelins, there have been stingers that have gone in, as well as medical supplies and body armor and small arms and ammunition. So, look, Jen. We appreciate and respect that the Ukrainians want this stuff and they want it like yesterday. We understand that. We know time is not on their side. We don't think it's on our side either, which is why we're working really, really hard. And I've been dealing with security assistance issues since when I had this podium under a previous administration. I've never seen the Department of Defense be able to move with this sense of alacrity and speed as I have in just the last few weeks.
And do you have any estimate of how many javelins or stingers have ended up in Russian or Chechen hands?
I don't think we have any indication that that's happened. Yeah, Megan.
On the on-site evaluation report,
Yes.
there's a line in some of the materials that were distributed to reporters that says that the department basically considers its prevention program for sexual assault in the early development stage. Was that shocking to the secretary or anybody else to learn that 17 years since the SAPR office was first set up, that the prevention infrastructure and understanding in the military is still considered in early development?
What I would tell you is the secretary's not comfortable that we haven't done as good a job on prevention as we should have done. And what he really appreciated about this report was how candid it was about how much more work we have to do. I think he would absolutely espouse that line, the fact that we don't have prevention organized and resourced the way it needs to be. Clearly we don't, Megan, because you know for yourself how high the numbers now still are. 20,000 incidents in 2020, I think, was the number. That's just way too high. So one of the reasons we wanted to do this, this was a recommendation by the IRC, and a good one, was to give us a more tactile feel of what it's like. Because you can have the best prevention program at the corporate level here, at the headquarters level, but unless it's being acted on and executed and locally adopted, then it's much no better than the paper it's written on. And so clearly we learned a lot from these first 20 sites. I think we're going to learn a lot from the ones that come. But the secretary's not resting on any laurels. He's not happy that we haven't gotten prevention better organized and better resourced, and he's committed to doing that. Tom.
Hi, John. Good afternoon. I'd like to follow up Jen's question and have a second question. My second question deals with the RAND report specifically, but more generally, is there a central lessons learned area of the Pentagon? We always hear, after like the Kabul incident and other incidents, that there's a lessons learned done. Is there actually a repository for these lessons learned so somebody can go and read the lessons learned?
Well, the way it's typically done is by geographic region or combatant command, or sometimes service specific. There have been lessons learned. There have been after action reports done now that we've just wrapped up 20 years of war. So there are plenty of documents for us to consult and look at. And some of them reside here in D.C. Some of them were down in Tampa. They're scattered around depending on what level they were written. But Tom. As I said at the opening, he has now put into place a civilian harm and mitigation response program here at the corporate level, at the headquarters level, to be led by the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Special Operations and Low Intensity Conflict, Chris Mayer. So, no, I know. So Chris is going to take a hard look at, obviously, he's going to learn from this RAND report. He's already gone through it. But he's leading up a team that's going to come up with a more thoughtful approach to civilian harm and mitigation based on the lessons learned from even just this year's events.
Well, I was thinking of that. Yeah, in the successful mission in Syria that we talked about, you told us, how President Biden wanted to make sure there was no civilians harmed, et cetera. That's part of the lessons learned that you indicated from the podium. And so when Chris and his team go to do the study, they know where to go to get these quote-unquote lessons learned.
He absolutely does. And if it's not something he can get his hands on, believe me, he can get his hands on it. We're gonna be, as the Secretary has directed us to be, as open-minded and as curious as we can be to try to get better at this. We still, no other military works as hard as we do to mitigate civilian harm, and yet we still cause it. And we're going to be nothing but honest about that, and we're going to continue to try to learn from past issues.
To follow up on Jen's question about the training, she asked you to specifically rule it out, and you said earlier this week it's not training in the classic sense that what people would think. This is you speaking from the podium when we were asking about the possible training of Ukrainians by U.S. forces, and you also referred to this word liaison, which I found is an interesting interesting word to use. The classic definitions of liaison are communications between people, or in a culinary sense, thickening of a product, which I don't think you're referring to. So could you drill down a little bit on, is there no outright training, and what do you mean in training in the classical sense that people think? Is there something else going on people wouldn't think about?
No, I mean, I don't know that I can improve upon my answer to Jen. We are having interactions on occasion with Ukrainian troops that momentarily temporarily have to come into Poland for the purpose of transshipment of this security assistance, and there's some liaison going on there. But it's not, as I said to her, it's not, and to you, it's not the classic training in the sense that that I think you and I think about it. But these liaisons are happening, and they're happening at a fairly frequent level. I would remind, and I know why the question's coming up, but I mean, we did have a training mission in Ukraine that we had to suspend because of the invasion. We had Florida National Guard troops that were there not far from Lviv that were doing training, and we would love nothing better than to get back to that, but clearly that's not an option right now. You didn't ask this, but I'm going to take the opportunity anyway. That, as we talk about security assistance, and we're doing a lot, and we're doing a lot faster. And I understand the focus and the interest in the actual items being sent and being used. I totally get that. But I just hope we don't forget that it's not just the stuff that matters, it's their ability to use this stuff. And that didn't happen by accident. 8 years of training of Ukrainian armed forces has made an enormous difference in their battlefield competency, in their capability. And that wasn't just the United States. UK, the Canadians, and other allies were also involved in that. So that when these things are arriving, they're able to get into the hands of Ukrainian armed forces, and they're able to use them in fairly short order. Again, that's not an accident. That prowess, that agility that we were talking about earlier, that very much was by design because of 8 years of very quality training that they've received.
Those statements that you just made there is probably what fuels the idea that there's some training going on, only because some of these weapons and supplies are relatively new to the Ukrainians. And your testimony up there, as you say, 8 years of training by the United States and other countries gives them this prowess, gives them the ability to stun the Russians. Yet on newer weapons they may not be so familiar with, how could they achieve that same? I'm just saying that suggests the fact that somewhere along the line.
I can't improve upon my answer. There's no training right now in the classic sense.
Okay.
Fine.
Thank you, John. With everything that you mentioned about the Russian troops movement around Kyiv, did the department detect any de-escalation on the side of the Russian troops and around Kyiv, but in Ukraine in general? And then, if I may,
wait, before you go on, what do you mean by de-escalation?
What they said, that there's going to be some de-escalation and the operations and
what they call de-escalation, I call repositioning. That they had already been in a defensive posture before they began to reposition. As far as we can tell, the forces that remain around Kyiv are still largely in defensive positions.
But in terms of military operations, targeting the city itself?
Well, clearly they are from the air. I mean, the Kyiv is still a central focus of their airstrikes.
And you credited the Ukrainian forces with their agility and stopping not only that convoy, but basically it seems like they were able to thwart this Russian offensive to take Kyiv. Should the Pentagon as well be credited with any advisory role on the operational level with the Ukrainians throughout this war? You said like for 8 years, of course the U.S. played a role in training these forces. Did the Pentagon play any role, not only in supplying the weapons, but play any advisory role in the operational sense of how to basically deal with this?
We don't have trainers on the ground in Ukraine. We're not doing tactical level, advise and assist, which is what I think you're getting at. But we have said for a while now, to the degree we can provide the Ukrainians information that's useful to them in the fight, we're providing that. I think that's about the best I can answer your question. Barb?
A question from one of our colleagues who was unable to dial in. Would like to ask.
So they found a workaround.
It's a very typical practice. The White House often did that during COVID. People would email to other colleagues. So this person, who shall go unnamed, would like to know the Russian announcement, and then I have a question, about the 134,000 conscripts. What do you make of that? Do you believe the Russians, when they say these conscripts won't go into Ukraine, it's a routine call-up, do you believe they're going to get mobilized and that the Russians are going to have to rely on them in the coming weeks? And the question I wanted to ask you, can you bring us up to date on any plan or thoughts you have, the department has, about the need to establish either a rotational or extension program for the troops you've sent? While some of them are quite recently there, there's every reason to think you're going to have to eventually rotate or extend some units.
Yeah. On the conscripts, I mean, we've seen noted that the Ministry of Defense has claimed that these conscripts that the President Putin has now called up, 134,000 or so, they've claimed that they're not going to be sent into Ukraine to fight. We'll see. We've also seen Russia reject the deployment of conscripts in Ukraine totally outright, saying, you know, it wasn't happening, only to then have to publicly acknowledge that after it was revealed by journalists that they were in fact there. So I don't think you can take anything from the Ministry of Defense at face value. So we'll see. We know that, and we've talked about this before, Barb, that in those early days, it was a significant amount of their forces were conscripts. And we have indications that many of them were simply lied to about what they were doing. Some of them thought they were going on a training exercise, weren't told that they were actually going into combat, into war. And of course, that sense of disillusionment and their lack of proper training and preparation led to some disastrous consequences for some of these early Russian units. So again, we'll see. We'll see where this goes. We'll watch. We'll try to do the best we can to verify. We're not going to take it face value. And on the extension or extensions or rotations, I think the Secretary wants to keep his options open, Barb. The additional deployments that we've sent now, somewhere on the order of just under 20,000 or so troops to Europe. These are on temporary orders. You know, we'll take each one as it comes, and the Secretary will decide whether that capability needs to stay, yes or no, and then if it does it need to be that unit, or do we need to rotate that unit out? Thus far, nobody has been rotated out. Everybody that the Secretary has ordered in is going to stay in. And we've talked about the 82nd Airborne, for instance, and some of their enablers. They are still there, and the Secretary's made no decisions about their departure. The Carrier Strike Group, Harry S. Truman, is still in the Mediterranean and will stay in the Mediterranean until the Secretary decides that it's time for the ship to rotate out. Now, with a Carrier Strike Group, obviously you've got refit and refuel and maintenance that has to go on the back end of a deployment, so we'll factor that all in there. But I think what we're trying to be careful of is sort of our hard ending dates on these temporary deployments, because we want to be able to monitor the situation on the ground and make the best and most flexible decisions in real time.
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't get it. Because, I mean, are you just saying you're going to, I know you're not exactly saying you're just going to bust deployments regularly.
No. We're going to,
are you open to rotations?
Of course, absolutely. The Secretary's leaving his options open. And look, Barb, I mean, nobody knows how long the need's going to be there, the acute need for these deterrent. and defense capabilities, because we don't know how long this war in Ukraine is going to last. So I think it follows just normal reason that at some point, if the length of time gets to a point where commanders on the ground recommend that they swap these units out, the Secretary will certainly be open to that. And it may be like you remove a capability because it's not only time to send that capability back, but maybe you just don't need it as much anymore. And maybe what goes forward is something completely different, or maybe nothing at all. I mean, I think it's going to be very flexible, and we'll be as open with you as we can about what's going in. But you've noticed, I'm sure, that we're not giving you hard end dates because we're watching this in real time. It is about making sure that we are properly postured on the eastern flank of the alliance. And again, that's a put and take that the Secretary is looking at literally every day.
Can you say, besides the carrier strike group you just mentioned, can you say who else is, and I believe Army Combat Brigade, can you say what other units are being extended?
I don't have any other ones to speak to at this time. Those are the big muscle movements that we know are staying in place for right now. But I mean, as you know, Barb, we have lots of small units, enablers, and I don't have visibility on all of those.
Is the 82nd being extended?
They are not. They're not going anywhere anytime in the immediate future. I'd just put it that way. Sylvie.
To follow up on Barbara's question.
Which one?
About the length.
She asked a lot of them.
About the length.
They weren't all mine.
Of the conflict. So I understand that the fact that the Russians refocus on Donbass may extend the conflict because they will have to move and to go into a very contested region. So how long do you think it could last? Months, years?
Hard to say. It really is. The Ukrainians are fighting very, very well, and the Russians are not. It would be foolish to try to predict exactly how long this could go. Clearly, if in fact they're going to prioritize the Donbass region, if what they say they're going to do, they actually do, an area that they have now fought over for 8 years, an area where there are many Ukrainian armed forces who are also very active, this could drag on for a while. It might not just be a matter of days and weeks. It could be much longer than that. But Sylvie, that's difficult to know. It's really difficult to know. Louis.
You said that the Secretary is keeping his options open about the presence.
Yeah.
But has he actually extended the carrier and the combat brigade and the 82nd, because you said that they're not going at home anymore? Has he?
He reviews the posture literally every day, and he has decided that he's going to keep the 82nd there for a while longer, and he has decided that the Harry S. Truman and her strike group will stay in the Med for a while longer.
But the Armored Combat Brigade, they're going.
Right now, those are the two big muscle movements, and the enablers that went with the 82nd also they're also staying, as you might imagine. I don't have additional decisions to speak to today, but again, first of all, they have. None of them have been there that long already. It really hasn't been. It's been 6-8 weeks in some cases, so it hasn't been that long. But again, he's going to keep his options open, make decisions in consultations with the chairman and General Walters to make sure that the deterrence and defense posture that we're trying to make sure is in place on the eastern flank of NATO is preserved, and that it's transparent, and that our allies and partners also have a say in what that posture looks like, and that they're comfortable with the capabilities we have in their country or in their region. So again, we'll do the best we can to to be as transparent with you as well about that. But some of these units are fairly small, and they may come and go based on whatever the need is. Now, the more interesting question is, what does this look long term? And so, at the right time, we'll sit down and we'll have those kinds of consultations with allies and partners too about what's the proper European posture here, because clearly, no matter how this war ends, no matter when it ends, the security environment in Europe is going to be different, and we're going to have to respond to that. So what that looks like, we don't know, but we're going to stay open to having those kinds of conversations too about whether there needs to be more permanent, a larger permanent presence on the European continent. Tony.
I had one tactical and then one weapons question. Does the Pentagon assess that at this point, Russia's lack of air superiority, much less supremacy, has been the deciding factor in this conflict, and that Ukrainian forces can attack Russian ground formations with minimal fear of being attacked by Russian aircraft?
I don't think at this point we're willing to say there's one factor that's been ultimately decisive. I think probably the most important decisive factor in Russia's failure thus far to achieve what they themselves said were their goals in terms of replacing the Zelensky government, occupying Ukraine, removing their sovereignty. Their failure to achieve that, the biggest decisive factor are the Ukrainians themselves. And not just the Ukrainian armed forces, but the Ukrainian people. I would say that they get the lion's share of the credit here about defeating the Russian strategic goals in the onset.
I'm just giving them all the credit in the world, but the fact that they've contained this powerful Russian Air Force, it would seem to be a major factor in their success on the ground.
I'm not suggesting it's not a major factor, but you asked me if it was the decisive factor, and I think there's a lot that goes into that.
Okay, weapons. You rattled off Stingers, Javelins. You didn't mention those 100 little drones that fixated the world's attention. When they do arrive there, what will be their targets? Because the versions going over there
that will
don't
be up
have
to the Ukrainians to decide.
Well, they don't have anti-tank capability of those drones. I just want to get a sense from you. What's
I'm
the
not going to get
rationale
into targeting. We're providing the Ukrainians systems and weapons that they can use to defend themselves, and how they decide to use them, where and when, and against what targets, that's really for them to speak to. And clearly it wouldn't be wise, even if I knew, for me to talk about it here from this podium.
Okay, they haven't arrived yet, right? These switchbacks. Okay. Can I ask you one on the civilian, minimize the civilian casualties? Part of minimizing it is fessing up and making good when you screw up, like we did in Afghanistan, killing that family in the Aaron drone attack. Can you take this for the record? Have they been paid? Have the survivors been given any condolence payments yet? I know that was in the works, but 4 months later.
I haven't checked in a while. I will. I'll take the question. I don't believe that that's happened yet.
I don't expect you to know off the top of your head. So thanks.
Thank you. In the back there.
I have two questions, one for each side of the conflict. Now, is the aim of the U.S. and the allied weapons transfers to help Ukraine win this war, and would a win entail pushing the Russians out of the Donbass region? Now, for the other side, is Belarus still providing help to the Russians, or has Lukashenko pulled back his support for Putin?
You mean help as in providing a place from which the attack could have been launched? Right. Help as in providing refit and resupply, should that be what the Russians do? Help as in the ability to have aircraft launch and take off from your territory? Help as in letting the Russians put surface air missile systems? Yeah, I think all of that's true. And as for your first question, of course, look, this war should have never happened in the first place. But now that it is, obviously we want the Ukrainians to win. Why would we not be sending $2 billion worth of security assistance? And that's just the United States. If we didn't want them to win this war, if we didn't want them to get their country back, to have every inch of their territory respected by their neighbors, including Russia, yeah, absolutely. Rio.
Thank you.
on China, China and Solomon Island concluded a new security. Solomon Island concluded a new security agreement earlier today. This agreement will reportedly allow the Chinese warships to visit the Solomon Island. So, how much are you concerned about this new security deal, and do you regard it as a Chinese effort to undermine the free and open Indo-Pacific?
I'll let the government of the Solomons speak to their relationship with China. That's really the appropriate place for comment about that. And I don't think, based on what little bit we know of this communication, it's too soon to know what China's long-term potential ambitions are here with respect to that. So I would let those two nations speak to this, Rio. But taking 10 steps back away from the Solomons, we have continued to see China's outreach to be coercive, to be aggressive, to be clearly one-sided towards China's interests in the Indo-Pacific region. They not only bully their neighbors for ridiculous, bogus territorial claims, but they actually are building basically island aircraft carriers in the Western Pacific to further advance their own national security goals, which are inimical to so many other nations there in the Asia Pacific.
So,
you have another one.
Yeah. Did the DoD reach out to the Solomon Island? Did the DoD reach out to the Solomon Island counterpart about this new security deal?
I know of no communication between us and the Solomon Islands. You might want to check with the State Department, though. That's really a better question for them, Kasim.
John, on Chernobyl, can you say that Chernobyl is still under the control of Russians? They have sent some forces out?
All I can tell you is that we've seen indications that some Russian forces are leaving Chernobyl. Who has custody of it right now? I don't think we're able to say definitively.
And also on a nuclear posture of Russians, do you have any indication that they changed nuclear posture, or have they conveyed to you anything with respect to that?
They're not conveying anything to us about their nuclear posture, Kasim. I would just say that we haven't seen anything from a nuclear posture perspective that warrants any change on our part. I just leave it at that. The back.
I have two questions. And my first question is about President Biden's announcements to release more oil reserve to reduce pressure on gas price. And I would like to know the strategic implication of this decision. So does the U.S. military have a separate oil reserve to make sure that this decision doesn't have any negative impact on U.S. military readiness in case of large unexpected contingencies?
We have, as I think everybody knows, we have fuel reserves of our own to fuel our operations. We do the best we can to distribute those and to make sure that they are available for our use. And obviously, but we also purchase on the market oil and gas so that we don't have to dip into our reserves all the time. What I would just tell you, because I'm not an expert on exactly what that process looks like, I would just tell you that the more important thing is, can we continue to defend the country, defend our national interests, using our reserves, our resources for fossil fuel? And the answer is yes.
And my second question is about nuclear posture review. So the U.S. allies have paid much attention to this year's nuclear posture review. And yesterday we have like half-page fact sheet. The summary consisted of 7 sentences about nuclear posture review and 3 sentences about missile defense review. And I checked how previous administrations released their result of their review. So the Obama administration had printed like 72 pages of book, and in 2010, and Trump administration had released like a 100-page of their a report in 2018. So is there any reason that the current administration should keep most of information classified this year, and do you have any plan to release more detailed and comprehensive information?
We will release an unclassified version of both documents at the appropriate time. Right now they're classified. We'll work through the declassification process, but they'll get released eventually. Yes.
So do you have any estimation about the release, like when?
In coming months. In coming months. Anything else? Okay. Thanks, everybody.
Welcome back. It has been far too long since this room has seen so many people, a few years, but it is 3 years, I know. It is very good to see everyone. I say that now. We'll see how this goes. Also, I know some of you have been traveling with us. Welcome back to those of you who have been on the road. You look about as well rested as I feel. So with that...
insult.
Yes.
No, to me, to us.
So with that, let's get started. I have a few things at the top, and then we'll turn to your questions. Today, I want to start with a topic that is near and dear to each of us in this room, and that's media freedom and media censorship. Even more fitting that it's on this day, the very day that we open the doors to the briefing room by lifting the COVID-19 imposed capacity limits. It's really nice to see so many of us here who are dedicated to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas. Russian authorities have shuttered independent Russian media outlets. They have blocked social media platforms. They have restricted access to international news outlets in Russia, and they have threatened even prison time for anyone who would speak out about Putin's war against Ukraine and anything other than Kremlin-approved distortions. This is a systematic campaign to keep the truth from the people of Russia. An all-out effort to control what people in Russia believe they know about the world and what the world knows of them. Even before their most recent actions to restrict the flow of information, the Russian Federation widely controlled media and harassed independent journalists. While President Putin accuses us of peddling fake news and Russophobia, the U.S. and international media, all of you in this room, provide a broad range of factual reporting because we believe, you believe, in the importance of free and independent media. While Russian government officials peddle their propaganda and try to explain the Kremlin's unconscionable actions, the Kremlin has refused to allow its own people to access to information and diverse viewpoints, despite our very best efforts. Without access to independent journalism, the Russian public cannot possibly make informed decisions about their future or even clearly understand what the future might look like because of the actions of their own government. President Putin knows this, and despite the Kremlin's attempts to keep them in the dark, the people of Russia continue to seek out independent information sources. We will, just as we always have, continue to share the truth with the people of Russia using all tools at our disposal to help them understand the truth about what their government is doing purportedly in their name. And we will continue to call on Russian authorities to end their suppression of freedom of expression and to allow for the development of a free and independent Russian press. I also want to honor the courage and fortitude of the many independent Russian journalists who have been doing their all in this environment. These individuals, some of whom were forced into exile, many of whom have chosen to remain in Russia, and nearly all of whom are faced with the threat of criminal penalties for reporting factually on Russia's war in Ukraine, continue to risk their livelihoods and their freedom to ensure their fellow countrymen still have access to rigorous and professional journalism, to the truth, be it in underground publications or the few social media platforms still not banned by the Kremlin. President Putin chose this war. The people of Russia did not. They have a right to know about the death, the suffering, the destruction being inflicted by their government and military on the people of Ukraine and the Russian people themselves. They have a right to know about the human costs of this senseless war to their children, to their cousins, their brothers, conscripted to die on Ukraine's soil. And they have a right to know how Putin's brutal, unprovoked and unjustified war has been a strategic blunder that has drawn condemnation from virtually every corner of the globe and left the Russian Federation increasingly isolated. We call on President Putin, his government, and the Russian Federation's military to honor Russia's international obligations and commitments, end its attacks against the people of Ukraine, withdraw Russia's troops from Ukrainian territory, and respect the human rights and fundamental freedoms of its own people. One last note. You've heard me say many times that we have no higher priority than the safety and security of U.S. citizens overseas. We take seriously our responsibility to inform U.S. citizens about developments that may impact their safety and security when they are traveling or residing outside of the United States. In recent weeks, as you've heard, we have seen reports that Russian security officials have singled out and detained U.S. citizens in Ukraine and in Russia itself. We have also heard President Putin denigrate equality, free speech, and human rights for all. For these reasons, we are warning U.S. citizens that the Russian government security officials in both Russia and in Ukraine may be singling out U.S. citizens based on their nationality. Our updated travel advisories now reflect that information. We reiterate that all U.S. citizens in Russia and Ukraine should depart immediately. Next, the United States is deeply concerned by the Tunisian president's decision to unilaterally dissolve the parliament and by reports that Tunisian authorities are considering legal measures against members of the parliament. We have consistently communicated to Tunisian officials that any political reform process should be transparent and inclusive and undertaken in coordination with a range of political parties, labor unions, and civil society. A swift return to constitutional government, including an elected parliament, is critical to democratic governance, and will ensure widespread and lasting support for needed reforms to help Tunisia's economy rebound. And finally, on Transgender Day of Visibility today, the United States affirms that transgender rights are human rights. We celebrate the achievements and resilience of transgender, non-binary, gender-conforming persons around the world. We recognize their bravery and their hard-fought work for equality, inclusion, and the full recognition of their human rights. We celebrate the diverse expressions of gender and full diversity of gender identities around the world. We also want to highlight, as the Secretary announced in a statement earlier today, the historic milestone the Department has reached in its work to better serve all U.S. citizens regardless of their gender identity. Starting on April 11th, U.S. citizens will be able to select an X as their gender marker on their U.S. passport application, and the option will become available for other forms of documentation next year. The Department is setting a precedent as the first federal government agency to offer the X gender marker on an identity document. Information on how to apply for a passport with this new option can be found at travel.state.gov/gender. Today and every day, we reaffirm our commitment to promoting and protecting the freedom, the dignity, the equality of all persons, including transgender, non-binary, and gender non-conforming persons around the world. So with that, happy to take your questions.
Thanks, Ned, and welcome back to you, too. Just a technical thing. When you, on the last your last announcement there, when you say the other forms of documentation, it will be available next year, what are you talking about?
So right now we're talking about new passport books. Of course, there are passport cards. There are other.
Talking about visas. Will foreigners be able to use this X if they're applying for a U.S. visa?
So not at the moment. Right now we are focused on U.S. Identity documents, including in the first instance passport books. But over the course of the next year, we'll be updating our systems to allow for other form of U.S. identity documents.
Okay, so but only for Americans right now.
At this moment.
Does not apply to foreigners seeking entry.
It does not at the moment.
Going to Russia. Yesterday, officials here, both on background and on the record, talked about how the intelligence suggested to them that President Putin was being misled by his top advisors, not getting a full picture of what's going on in Ukraine. Today, following up on that, the president, in comments he made just a little while ago, said that there were indications that some of Putin's top advisors had been either detained or put under house arrest. I'm wondering if you can expand at all on that. Who is he talking about? And while I think it's doubtful that you'll get into the reasons, the information that you have as to why he would say, the president would say that, more broadly, do you think you have good visibility into what's going on behind the walls of the Kremlin? Because the Kremlin spokesman, I suppose predictably, said you don't have a clue.
Well, Matt, I think I'll start with that final question, and I will somewhat reluctantly harken back to an exchange you and I had several weeks ago when we laid out, and Secretary Blinken later laid out before the UN Security Council, what we expected the Russian Federation to undertake in advance of what we were concerned were imminent plans for a Russian invasion. We talked about provocations. We talked about false flags. We talked about potential efforts on the part of the Russian government to induce a provocation that they would then point to as a pretext for invasion. We talked about dramatic meetings of the Security Council in Russia. We talked about the Russian Federation's efforts with the so-called People's Republics in Donetsk and Luhansk. There was some skepticism expressed at the time. I think that history has shown that the playbook we laid out, and I say this with a degree of lamentation because we wish it weren't the case, the playbook we laid out did in fact come to fruition. So anyone who doubts the level of information, the ability that we have to garner insight into what is going on inside Russia, and even within the various policymaking apparatuses, need look no further than what we've said publicly and what has since transpired. When it comes to the reports that we've seen, we have seen reports that various Russian officials have been sidelined, are estranged, have been essentially put on ice, or, as the president alluded to, have even been placed under house arrest. Now, again, we're not going to go into the details of that or the rationale for that, but it would be quite consistent with what you have heard us say over the past 24 hours or so. We have reason to believe that President Putin does feel misled. President Putin, if you look at the track record over the course of the past 5 or so weeks, clearly made several miscalculations. He miscalculated that his forces would be able to enter Ukraine without facing stiff resistance from the Ukrainian people. He miscalculated if he thought, as we believe he did, that his forces would be able to take major urban centers like Kyiv within a matter of 48 or 72 hours. He miscalculated if he thought that we were bluffing when we said we would impose massive and unprecedented consequences on the Russian economy and the financial system, doing that with our partners and allies. And he miscalculated if he thought his actions would not earn his country a pariah status. All of those things have come to fruition. Now, it is true that we believe President Putin feels misled at this very moment. I think there is good reason to believe he may feel misled even prior to the invasion. Why else would he undertake an invasion that was quite clear would precipitate a whole series of consequences that we laid out in advance? He clearly miscalculated if he thought his forces would be able to achieve a quick tactical victory. So there is good reason to believe that President Putin hasn't been garnering the best information. This is not, in some ways, a situation that is unique to Russia. This is what Secretary Blinken likes to say is the Achilles heel of autocracies around the world. Autocrats like President Putin tend to instill fear, intimidation in those around them. They may not, as a result, hear the unvarnished truth, the unvarnished assessments that their advisors may otherwise share.
Let me just play one thing. The exchange that you refer to that you and I had was about one specific piece of your analysis, which in fact has not come to pass, and it may very well still, but that specific piece that we had that exchange about, that hasn't happened. But anyway, regardless of that, you talk about, we have seen reports about people being arrested and sidelined. What, public reports?
These are public reports. These are the same reports that some of you have asked me about before.
But presumably there is more to it than that for the president to come out and say, we have indications that some people have been sidelined or detained or put under house arrest.
Right now we're speaking to public reports that many of you have asked me about before.
So there is no other underlying intel?
I am just not speaking to intelligence in this case, if we're in a position to
I have one more, super brief.
And we do need to move around the room a little bit more now that we have a full house.
Let me just ask you, one top advisor, or allegedly a top advisor to President Putin, who has not been detained or has not disappeared or not been put under house arrest, is the Foreign Minister Lavrov. He was in India, he was in China yesterday, he's in India today doing very public things. And I'm wondering, as it relates to his visit to India and the Secretary's call to the Indian Foreign Secretary just yesterday ahead of that visit, if you guys have any specific concerns about what the Indians might be doing as it relates to Russia.
Different countries are going to have their own relationship with the Russian Federation. It's a fact of history, it's a fact of geography. That is not something that we are seeking to change. What we are seeking to do, whether it is in the context of India or other partners and allies around the world, is to do all we can to see to it that the international community is speaking in unison, speaking loudly against this unjustified, unprovoked, premeditated aggression, calling for an end to the violence, using the leverage that countries, including India, have to those ends. There are countries that, by dint of their longstanding relationships with the Russian Federation, are going to have, in some ways, even more leverage than countries closer to us will. And that is all well and good. We understand that. What we are asking for, what we are calling for, is that all countries use the leverage that they have to make sure that that message is coming across to Vladimir Putin loud and clear. Andrea. I'll come.
On the intelligence, I'm sorry, very quickly. Now, you're saying that is intelligence or that just speculative reports? Because if it's intelligence...
Sorry, which element, Saeed?
On the, the fact that Putin is not getting the proper picture. If it's a human intelligence, you guys would be compromising whoever providing that human intelligence is. And if it's speculative, it remains...
It is. I can tell you this, Saeed, it is not speculative. As you know, since this military buildup, what was initially a military buildup, began last November, we have consistently declassified information. Secretary Blinken first started speaking about this publicly last November, I believe in the first instance, standing next to his counterpart from Ukraine, Foreign Minister Kuleba, on the 8th floor of this building. Since then, we have consistently declassified information. Believe me when I tell you, it would make my job much easier if I could tell you precisely how we know things, when we came into possession of these things, precisely the sourcing behind it. Obviously, we can't do that. Every time we declassify information, we do so with an eye to protecting sources and methods. So when you hear something from us that is predicated on intelligence information, it is going to be a very distilled down version of what we have. Andrea.
Let me ask you about the President's decision today on the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, which is in response to what the White House is calling the Putin price hike. And you've just come back from a trip where there seemed to be very positive relations with the Emiratis and the Secretary. Yet, in the last few days, OPEC, including the Saudis and the Emiratis, has refused to kick Russia out of OPEC Plus, the larger group, have refused to increase production, have refused to condemn anything that Russia has done. So I'm wondering why we are not putting more pressure on the Saudis and the Emiratis, and why the cozy appearances between the Secretary and the Emirati Prince in the last few days.
So there's a lot there in that question. Let me start by saying that we do have an interest in a steady global supply of energy. There have been a number of conversations, not only on the part of Secretary Blinken, but others in this building, including Amos Hochstein and counterparts throughout the world, and counterparts throughout the U.S. government around the world, with countries and companies. We have spoken publicly of some of those conversations. We haven't spoken publicly of all of them, but we do, of course, maintain an interest in a steady global supply of energy. The President's announcement today was part and parcel of that. The release over the next 6 months of an average of 1 million barrels a day from our strategic petroleum reserves is key to that. But there are also longer-term steps that we are engaged in right now, both with ourselves and with our partners and allies around the world. And the most important element of that is building resilience and lessening our dependence, our collective dependence on Russian energy over time. As you know, Andrea, it was just a couple weeks ago now that in the wake of the President's visit to Brussels, there was created a U.S.-EU energy task force. It has both a short-term focus, and that is seeing to it that we maintain that steady supply of energy, including for our European allies, but then working over time to reduce dependence on Russian energy. It is much easier for us to do as a country than it is for many of our partners and allies around the world. That is because we're an energy producer. We have energy infrastructure in this country that is well developed to the extent that many, if not most, of our colleagues around the world do not.
That applies to Germany as they transition, and that's a long-term issue, but the war is now. And what our Persian Gulf friends, quote unquote, and allies could do to pump more and to criticize Russia would be infinitely greater than what the President can even do from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve.
Andrea, we are not, as you know, a member of OPEC or OPEC Plus, but we do engage regularly with members of OPEC Plus. That includes our partners in the Gulf. We have had conversations with them about our interests in a steady supply.
With their response?
Andrea, it is up for them to decide what OPEC does, what OPEC Plus does. The point of our conversations has been to express our interests in a steady global energy supply. You know that the Secretary earlier this week did have an opportunity to meet with the Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi, Mohammed bin Zayed. It was, I think you have heard from us and from our Emirati partners, a truly excellent discussion. We do benefit from the relationship that we have with our Emirati partners in terms of the personal element of it. We do benefit from the perspective that the Crown Prince brings to this. It was a conversation and a discussion that was certainly substantive in terms of the issues, the threats we face and collectively we face emanating from Yemen, the threats we face from Iran. The whole panoply of issues that we're facing together, but it was also a meaningful conversation because the two had an opportunity to discuss the broader state of the relationship, both now and over time. They took part in a bilateral meeting with their respective teams, including the sons of the Crown Prince, one of whom was injured in Afghanistan, a testament, again, to the fact that our Emirati partners have been with us in different ways over the years. But then they were able to take a walk around the Crown Prince's compound in Morocco and spend additional time together. So you have heard from us coming out of that engagement. You've heard from the Emiratis coming out of that engagement that it was quite useful for our bilateral relationship, and we'll continue that work going forward with our Emirati partners on this and all of these fronts. Humaira.
Ned, I'm sure you've seen Putin is now demanding buyers of Russian gas to pay in rubles, which basically leaves Europe facing the prospect of losing more than a third of its gas supplies. I'm just wondering, first, does the United States believe he will follow through, or is he bluffing? If he does follow through, is there anything Washington can do to help Europe?
Well, I think fundamentally, this is just another indication of the dire straits that Russia's economy is in. This is a sign of economic and financial desperation on the part of the Russian Federation. It obviously is going to be up to our European partners to determine what's in their best interests, what's in our collective interests. But this is a reflection of the fact that the sanctions, the export controls, the other economic measures, including the additional measures that we announced today, have had a significant, substantial, profound effect on the Russian economy. That President Putin purportedly is now demanding payment in rubles, something he had not had to do previously. And the delta here, of course, are the measures that the United States, together with our very allies and partners in Europe, have imposed. And you continue to look across the Russian economy, across the financial system, and you see in many ways the devastation that this has wrought. You also get a sense of the draconian measures that the Russian Federation is resorting to in order to, in some ways, artificially prop up its economy, prop up its financial system. Russia specifically is closing off many avenues for people to get rid of their rubles. And again, this is another reason why they want to see these payments in rubles. Russian authorities have barred banks from selling dollars to customers. The brokerages are not allowed to let foreign clients sell securities.
But do you think, will they follow through, or is it a bluff?
That's not. Are you speaking to Russia about Russia or our European allies?
No.
Neither. It's not for me to speak to either one. So I will let.
You
those
guys are
respective parties.
talking to, you guys are sort of making comments about like Russian president, like he's isolated or not. So I'm pretty sure that you would have an assessment on whether it's a bluff or whether they're for real.
It's a sign of desperation is what it is.
Is there anything that U.S. can do? And just can you also give us an update on Brittany Griner and Trevor Reed?
So what we can do is precisely what we're doing, and that goes to the near-term challenge, the challenge of global energy supply, and to the long-term challenge. And these are precisely the two areas of focus for the US-EU task force that was established in the wake of the president's visit to Europe just recently. On the near term, we are working, including with some of the steps you heard today, to see to it that there is a continued steady near-term supply of energy for this country and for our allies and partners around the world. But over the longer term, this is about an effort to build resilience, to lessen dependence on Russian energy, and to continue with that transition away from fossil fuels and to renewable energy sources. Olivia.
Thank you very much, Ned. On these reports of Americans being detained, singled out and detained in Ukraine and Russia, is the State Department seeking to verify, or has it verified those reports? How exactly are they being singled out? How many are thought to be detained and where?
Well, in recent weeks, we have seen reports of U.S. citizens being singled out and detained by the Russian military in Ukraine and when evacuating by land through Russian-occupied territory or to Russia or Belarus. We have also heard President Putin denigrate American ideals of equality, of free speech, as you heard me say before, of the idea that human rights are universal, human rights are applicable to all. And so, as always, we wanted to warn U.S. citizens of potential dangers when traveling overseas. We are warning our fellow Americans that Russian government security forces in both Russia and in Ukraine may, in fact, be singling them out based on their nationality. That's why we updated our travel advisories, as we always do. We have an obligation to see to it that we keep Americans informed of the information we have at our disposal when it concerns their safety and security. We also updated our travel advisory to include language about the singling out of U.S. citizens in Russia by Russian government security officials, including for detention. When it comes to Ukraine, we updated that travel advisory to include continued reports of U.S. citizens being singled out and detained by the Russian military in Ukraine, and again, when evacuating Ukraine through Russia-occupied territory or alternatively to Russia or Belarus. We do continue to encourage U.S. citizens in Russia and Ukraine to remain vigilant. They should take appropriate steps to increase their security awareness. And for some time now, we have been urging Americans both in Ukraine and Russia to leave immediately. And of course, this new information only adds to that.
But could you explain, are these verified reports? Are you seeking to verify, establish contact with some of these people?
These are verified reports. These are verified reports.
So how are you helping these citizens who are presumably detained or otherwise singled out?
So every time an American citizen is detained overseas, it is a priority for our Bureau of Consular Affairs, for our consular office within each embassy we have around the world, to provide appropriate consular assistance. You may recall that a couple of weeks ago, when Ambassador Sullivan in Moscow had an opportunity to meet with the Russian MFA in person, he took it upon himself to respond to their message with a message of his own. And his message was quite clear. We expect regular, consistent consular access to American citizens who are detained in Russia, including those who are detained in pretrial detention. This is not only an ask, it is also a responsibility. It is an obligation that Russia has based on the Vienna Convention, based on our bilateral consular agreement regarding access to detainees. As I've said before, we were subsequently afforded access to Brittany Griner. Without going into details, I will say there has been limited additional progress in terms of other detained Americans. But again, our ask and our request and our demand, consistent with Russia's own obligations, is that this not be one-off, that consular access to Americans who are detained in Russia, including those in pretrial detention, be regular and be consistent, as it is called for under these documents.
More than the three that we're aware of, Reed, Whalen, and Griner in Russia, and the one guy who was detained and then released from Ukraine? Is it more than that?
So in terms of Ukraine, there have been Americans who have been detained who have since been released. When it comes to Russia, we're not in a position.
Is it just the one?
What do you mean, is it just the one?
The one that's been made very public by his member of Congress.
I'm not in a position to speak to specifics. What I can say is that we are aware of instances in which Americans have been detained, but they have since been released in Ukraine. Okay. Correct.
And in Russia?
In terms of Russia, we've spoken of a few of these cases. We're just not going to put a number on it. Yes?
The U.S. has granted a 120-day waiver to allow Iraq to pay electricity imports from Iran. Do you have any details on that? And is this the last time that you renew the waiver?
I couldn't say whether this is the last time the waiver would be renewed or not. As you know, these waivers have a lifespan of 180 days. This is consistent with our commitment to Iraq.
180 or 120?
We'll get back to you on that. I was under the impression it was. We'll get back to you on that.
It didn't always. The times on them change, especially in the last administration.
Well, every few months these have to be renewed. So I couldn't speak to whether this is the last time, but this is part of our commitment to Iraq. Johnny.
Thank you, Nick. I have two questions on Russia and China, North Korea. First question, the foreign minister of China and Russia met yesterday, and these two countries have announced that there is no upper limit on cooperation with each other. Do you see any indications for China to provide economic and other military aid to Russia? If you answer this, I'm going to follow up.
Great.
Second question.
So on your first question, we've heard this expression before. I believe the terminology that was used in the 5,000-word joint communique between these two countries several weeks ago now was a friendship without limits. Now, that can be a friendship without limits if the PRC is willing to admit that everything it has stood for on the world stage in recent years and decades means absolutely nothing. If the concept of state sovereignty, if the concept that it has, the principles that it has consistently espoused, territorial integrity at the UN and in other fora, if those mean anything to the PRC, then I suspect this will be a friendship that may in fact have limits. What we've said is that we are going to continue to engage our counterparts in the PRC to make very clear to them as part of our bilateral engagement, a bilateral engagement that is predicated and focused on establishing guardrails so that the competition that dominates our relationship doesn't veer into something worse, including conflict. We have, in a number of engagements, including the National Security Advisor's engagement with Young Tae-chul, including with President Biden's engagement with President Xi just after that, made clear that there would be implications, profound implications, for any PRC decision to support Russia's war efforts in Ukraine. We said we're going to be watching very closely. We are watching very closely to see exactly what the PRC may decide to do or may not decide to do in this case.
Thank you. And the second question, the adoption of UN Security Council resolution on North Korea is often rejected due to opposition from China and Russia. This cannot deter North Korea's continued provocations. Don't you think there must be a change in the role of the UN Security Council resolutions?
I am not prepared to speak to any position we have regarding the change and a potential change in the UN Security Council. But what I can say is that in response to the DPRK's provocations in recent days and even longer, we have engaged, yes, at the UN, including in the Security Council, but we have engaged with our allies and partners around the world on a bilateral and multilateral basis. That starts with our treaty allies allies in the Indo-Pacific, two of whom, Japan and South Korea, we work with incredibly closely on the challenge that is presented by the DPRK's provocations, the challenge, the threat to international peace and security that is posed by its ballistic missile and nuclear weapons programs. Secretary Blinken spoke to his Japanese and South Korean counterparts. Deputy Secretary Sherman has had similar engagements. Sung Kim, our special representative for the DPRK, has had engagements as well. We have done this bilaterally, but as you know, Johnny, we've also focused on our trilateral engagement, and Secretary Blinken at that level last had an opportunity to meet together in a trilateral format with his Japanese and South Korean counterparts just a couple of months ago now in Honolulu, Hawaii. It was an opportunity to send a very strong signal that we stand with our allies in the Indo-Pacific, that there will be consequences, continued consequences and accountability for the DPRK's provocations, whether that is in terms of our own national authorities, sanctions that we can put forward ourselves, whether it is in terms of additional UN Security Council sanctions, but also to make very clear that responsible countries around the world should feel an obligation, should be obligated to stand up to threats to international peace and security. That is especially true of permanent members of the UN Security Council. The UN Security Council is the world's preeminent venue for dealing with threats to international peace and security. So when we're confronted with one, we do expect and we do hope that fellow members of the UN Security Council respond appropriately.
I have a follow-up on North Korea.
Sure.
So, like North Korea keep, raising tensions. They're preparing for a nuclear test or even submarine launch missiles. So North Korea keeps raising tensions, but your responses have not really been changed. Besides condemning North Korea publicly, coordinating with allies, imposing unilateral sanctions, what else can you do? As Johnny mentioned, China and Russia are opposing new measures through the Security Council.
So you're right that we have continued to place additional pressure on those responsible for the proliferation of ballistic missile technology, nuclear advancements in the DPRK. We have announced additional sanctions against those proliferators even in recent days. Sanctions on the part of the United States, on the part of our partners and allies, is one important ingredient. We have also taken necessary measures to ensure the security of our homeland and the security of our treaty allies as well. Recently, U.S. Indo-Pacific Command ordered intensified what we call ISR, that is intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance collection activities in the Yellow Sea, as well as enhanced readiness among our ballistic missile defense forces in the region. And just after that, the Department of the Treasury, as I alluded to before, announced new actions to help prevent the DPRK from accessing foreign items and technology that enable it to advance its prohibited weapons programs. So we can do all of these things. We can hold the DPRK accountable. We can take necessary measures when it comes to deterrence and defense. But we can also signal very clearly, as we continue to do, that we are open to dialogue, that we are open to diplomacy, that we harbor no hostile intent towards the DPRK. And in fact, to the contrary, we believe that the responsible thing to do would be to discuss the DPRK's ballistic missile and nuclear weapons programs in the diplomatic context. Now, of course, the DPRK hasn't responded affirmatively to that just yet. That certainly doesn't mean that we are sitting on the sidelines, twiddling our thumbs, waiting for them to come to us. We are focusing on the relationship that we have with our treaty allies, focusing on the bilateral element of that, focusing on the trilateral element of that when it comes to the relationship with Japan and South Korea, and working on those measures of accountability.
So as we will see South Korea's President-elect Yoon Suk-yeol taking office in May, will there be any changes? in responding to North Korea. I mean, some expects there will be a resumption of U.S. ROK, large-scale military exercises, and a stronger stance toward North Korea. So what would you say about that?
I am not in a position to offer anything from here as to how the ROK's position towards the DPRK may evolve with the new administration. One thing I'm confident will not evolve, that is our ironclad alliance with the ROK. We will continue to have an incredibly close alliance with our South Korean partners. It is an alliance, it is a partnership that transcends administrations, whether in this country, whether in the ROK, whether in Japan, for that matter, in the trilateral context. Yes, Ben.
Thanks, Ned. Just going back to Mr. Lavrov's visit to India, in response to Matt's question, you said you'd like to see countries use any leverage they may have against Russia, but there's been some reporting that on this visit, the two countries could discuss some kind of rupee-ruble payment system that would undermine sanctions. So I'm just wondering, have you seen these reports? And then if India doesn't use any leverage it might have, could that have any negative consequences on the Quad, coordination among the Quad countries?
What I would refer to our Indian partners when it comes to any such rupee-ruble conversion that may have been discussed. When it comes to the Quad, one of the core principles of the Quad is the idea of a free and open Indo-Pacific. That is specific in that context to the Indo-Pacific, but these are principles, these are ideals that transcend any geographic region. And part of the reason why these four countries came together is we have a global interest in a world order that is free, that is open, in which countries, large and small, play by the rules. So it is not in our interest, it is not in Japan's interest, it is not in Australia's interest, or it is not in India's interest to see flagrant examples of countries, whether in Europe, whether in the Indo-Pacific, whether anywhere in between, flagrant examples of countries flouting, violating that rules-based international order. That is something that the Quad will continue to stand for. It is something that has featured in recent joint statements from the Quad as well, and something that I do not think will change. Yes.
Thank you. Russian-occupied South Ossetia is holding a referendum to fully join Russia. What is the State Department's position on that?
Well, when it comes to Georgia and South Ossetia, we condemn Russia's ongoing occupation of parts of Georgia. We call on Russia to cease its occupation of the Georgian region of Abkhazia and South Ossetia and fulfill its obligations under the 2008 ceasefire with Georgia to withdraw its forces to pre-conflict positions. Neither de facto authorities nor the Russian government have the right to make decisions about the future of South Ossetia, which is part of Georgia. Just as the United States did not recognize Russia's illegal seizure and attempted annexation of Crimea in 2014, and just as we did not recognize the Kremlin's cynical attempt to recognize independence of the so-called DNR and LNR in eastern Ukraine just before it launched its unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, we will not recognize the results of any effort by Russia or its proxies to divide sovereign Georgian territory. We reaffirm our steadfast commitment to Georgia's sovereignty and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. Yes, sir.
Follow up, please, very quickly. When Secretary Nuland testified in Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Senator Ben Cardin asked about Georgia and Moldova. He was interested how the U.S. administration is helping these countries to defend themselves in worst-case scenario if Russia will continue its aggression in these countries. At the same time, U.S. Helsinki Commission sent a letter to U.S. administration requested major non-NATO ally status for Georgia and Ukraine. So how vulnerable are these countries today in Russia's neighborhood? And if this non-NATO ally status can appear in the go-ahead agenda in the State Department or White House?
Well, it's very clear from President Putin's aggression against Ukraine that he has a vision of Russia that goes well beyond its current borders. It is also very clear in our response to his premeditated, unjustified, unprovoked invasion of Ukraine that this is something that the international community will not countenance, will not stand for. We were in Moldova. Secretary Blinken was in Moldova just a few short weeks ago. We made very clear of our support for the Moldovan government, for the Moldovan people, for Moldova's territorial integrity, for its sovereignty, for its independence. The very same thing goes for Georgia. The people of Georgia have relatively fresh memories of Russian aggression and very fresh memories of Russian provocations, including and the provocations of Russian-backed forces, including those that we alluded to just a moment ago. We will continue to stand with these countries. We will continue to send a very clear signal to Moscow that aggression against its neighbors is unacceptable and will be met with a strong response. Vivian.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ned. The head of the French military intelligence was sacked after failing to predict Russia's war in Ukraine, and obviously the U.S. correctly assessed that Russia was planning a large-scale attack, and France concluded it was probably unlikely. Obviously, the U.S. went out there early and had tried to rally support with its allies, but I was wondering if you could talk to the French shortfall and whether or not it created any situations that maybe complicated a collective response, or if the Biden administration more broadly is concerned about cooperation with the French, just given the fact that we have seen some issues with its intelligence?
I would say far from it. And in fact, and of course I can't speak to the details of intelligence cooperation, but I can say that our French ally has been stalwart in standing with Ukraine. You saw the French government sign on to any number of statements, whether it was in the NATO context, whether it was in the G7 context, whether it was in the OSCE context, prior to the invasion, making clear that there would be these massive, unprecedented, profound costs that would befall the Russian Federation if President Putin went forward with its aggression. So I, of course, can't speak to any intelligence analysis or assessments that the French may have produced, but what I can speak to is that very early commitment and enthusiasm we saw from our allies in Paris to be with the international response. And of course, you have seen President Macron really in overdrive in terms of his efforts to facilitate a diplomatic off-ramp. Now, of course, whether it's the French effort, the German effort, the Israeli effort, the Turkish effort, other diplomatic efforts, those have not borne fruit, not for lack of trying, not because our partners and allies have failed to use their good offices in every way they can. That is quite the opposite, in fact. We have seen our French allies engaged in a very constructive way. They've been engaged with us. They have most importantly been engaged with Ukraine, just as President Macron and others in the French government have engaged with the Russian Federation in an effort to foster true diplomacy.
I have one other unrelated question. Axios is reporting that Secretary Blinken asked Israeli Prime Minister Bennett for his alternative to the nuclear deal and how he would stop Iran from reaching a nuclear weapon capability. Can you talk to that report and also give us a status update as far as any efforts to get this over the finish line, at least so we could be talking again officially?
Sure. So a few points there. It, of course, is no secret that we have tactical differences with our Israeli partners. Families, even the closest to family members, sometimes have disagreements and arguments. The ability for close family members to do that is, I think, a testament to the closeness, and that's how we look at that dynamic here in this case. What we don't have is any strategic disagreement. At a strategic level, we and our Israeli partners are committed, we are determined to see to it that Iran must never be allowed to acquire a nuclear weapon. And so when Secretary Blinken, when we were in Israel, earlier this week, I suppose it was. It doesn't feel like that, but earlier this week, we did have an opportunity to speak with Prime Minister Bennett, with Foreign Minister Lapid, with Defense Minister Benny Gantz, President Herzog, and others regarding where we are in terms of the negotiations in Vienna, but more broadly, the effort to see to it if we can achieve a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA. This is part and parcel of our regular efforts to keep our allies and partners around the world, as well as Congress here at home, informed of those efforts. I'm not going to detail the contents of that discussion beyond the readouts and the joint press avails that you saw for yourself in Israel. What I can say and what I can do is make a broader point. This is no longer a thought experiment. What might happen if the nuclear shackles of the JCPOA were lifted and we tried something different? We tried something different in the form of maximum pressure. This has been, in some ways, a real-world experiment since 2018. In 2018 and in the months before, we were told a number of things about what abandoning the JCPOA, which was working according to our intelligence community, according to this building, according to international weapons inspectors, but we were told a number of things that we were assured would happen if the United States abandoned the JCPOA and pursued another course. We have been pursuing that other course since then. And everything that we were promised in that period, a so-called better deal with Iran, an Iran whose proxies were cowed, an Iran whose support for terrorism would be diminished, an Iran whose ballistic missile program would be checked. All of those things turned out not only to be not true, but in almost every case, the exact opposite has come to fruition. Iran's nuclear program, most concerningly, has galloped ahead. A breakout time that was measured when the JCPOA first went into effect at 12 months is now down to a time period that can be measured in weeks. Rather than
12 months can be measured in weeks too, Ned.
Thank you, Matt. Rather than Iran's proxies be subdued, we have actually seen them emboldened. And you can quantify that in a number of ways. But here's one important way. From 2012 to 2018, there were no significant attacks. There were no attacks against U.S. service members, diplomatic facilities in Iraq. That changed in 2018. And between 2019 and 2020, the number of attacks from Iran-backed groups went up 400%. This was in the aftermath of the decision to abandon the JCPOA. It was in the aftermath of the decision to apply the FTO designation to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. It was in the aftermath of the killing of Soleimani, the IRGC chief. So clearly, the effort to put Iran's nuclear program back in a box, the effort to subdue Iran's proxies has not worked under the strategy that we inherited. We want to see to it that we have a strategy that does work, that is effective. When it comes to Iran's nuclear program, we continue to believe that a mutual return to compliance with the JCPOA is that appropriate recourse. And we know that, again, because we have done this before. This is not conjecture on our part. From January of 2016 until May of 2018, it was in full effect. Iran was complying with it, and Iran's nuclear program was verifiably and permanently constrained. And what that means is that Iran was permanently barred from obtaining a nuclear weapon. That is the reality we've experienced before that we seek to get back to. Now, in terms of where we are, we've spoken before of the progress that had been achieved in recent weeks. There are a small number of outstanding issues. The onus is now on Tehran to make those decisions. We continue to believe that, at least for the time being, a mutual return to compliance would bring with it non-proliferation benefits that would be in our interest, in the interest of our allies and partners, our allies in Europe, the E3 that's part of the P5+1, our allies and partners around the world who are not part of the P5+1. Saeed.
Thank you. First, it's great to see you holding your first non-restricted briefing, and thank you for all the past briefings. I also want to acknowledge our colleagues, Sean, Francisco, and Barbara, who really kept this there and participating and so on. So I want the record to show that.
Absolutely.
And second, I want to ask you on the Palestinian-Israeli issue. Ned, since you guys were there and since you left, violence has spiked in Israel and the West Bank and so on. Hamas is threatening now to escalate after that, after yesterday's attack on Jenin and so on. And then there was also by right-wing settlers that have stormed the Al-Aqsa Mosque and so on. And my question to you, as we come close to Ramadan in 2 days and so on, and we witnessed what happened last year, did the Secretary of State, the Secretary Blinken, manage to get any kind of assurances that the Israelis will not escalate, will not quell whatever rituals the Palestinians may be conducting during this month to sort of lower the tension down? Allow them to do their thing?
So let me start with a word on the most recent terrorist attacks in Bnei Barak. You know that the president had an opportunity to speak to the prime minister yesterday. He offered all appropriate assistance to our Israeli allies, to our Israeli partners, as they confront threats to their citizens. Secretary Blinken was in Israel during the course of the previous terrorist attack that took the lives of two police border guards. Shortly after we left, the Secretary issued a statement strongly condemning the subsequent horrific attack that took place in Bnei Barak. It was the third terrorist attack in Israel in a week. And of course, we send our condolences to the families of the victims of these tragic attacks. People across the region, stakeholders across the region, including Palestinian Authority President Abbas, King Abdullah, have condemned these attacks. We urge those seeking to escalate tensions to cease their actions immediately. Retaliatory violence is also entirely unacceptable. Every effort should be taken to protect innocent life, whether that is Palestinian life, whether that is Israeli life, all lives. We appreciate all efforts by Israel and Palestinian Authority to refrain from unilateral actions that exacerbate tensions. As you've heard us say before, as the Secretary had multiple opportunities to say in the region, Israelis and Palestinians alike equally deserve to live in peace and security with dignity. And this is especially important to your question, Saeed, as we enter April, in which we're going to see this confluence of holidays for the three major religions, in which Muslims, Jews, and Christians will be celebrating Ramadan, Passover, and Easter, respectively. The confluence of these holidays over the course of the coming weeks was a topic of conversation in Jerusalem. It was a topic of conversation in Ramallah. It was a topic of conversation in the Negev with Foreign Minister Lapid and the other counterparts who have signed on to the Abraham Accords or normalization agreements. It will continue to be a focus of ours to see to it that tensions are de-escalated, that provocative steps do not move forward, and we will do everything we can to see to it that this holy month for these three religions is a peaceful one. Yes.
Thank you, Ned. I'm from China CCTV. So my question have two parts. We know this week Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi just chaired the third meeting of foreign ministers of Afghanistan neighboring countries. So my first part is that what's your take on this kind of mechanism will promote the solution of Afghanistan issue? And my second part is during this meeting there is an extended meeting on Afghanistan participated by special envoys from China, US, and Russia. So how do you weigh the role of these three countries can play, on dealing with this type of regional issues? Thank you.
Well, to your question, Special Representative for Afghanistan, our Special Representative Tom West, did attend the so-called extended Troika meeting in Tanzhou, China, on March 31st today. The extended Troika, includes the United States, China, and Russia, with Pakistan in this case as the additional participant. These are countries that have a good degree of leverage with the Taliban. And the extended Troika has in the past been a constructive forum, and it is critical that the international community remain united in its approach to Afghanistan. It is especially critical with countries that have a good deal of leverage with the Taliban. The United States would be included in that, Russia would be included in that, the People's Republic of China would be included in that, and Pakistan would be included in that. It is incumbent on all of these countries to use that leverage to push the Taliban in the right direction. When it comes to this issue, our interests are aligned with the members of the Troika. And that includes when it comes to the imperative of seeing girls return to secondary schools and encouraging inclusive governance. We want to see to it that those are messages the Taliban receive not only from us, not only from our European partners with whom we're coordinating closely on Afghanistan and engagement with the Taliban, but also from a broader collection of countries, and certainly those countries that do have a good deal of leverage. Yes. Let me move around. I don't think you've had a question? Yes.
It has been reported that North Korea seems to be preparing for another new nuclear test, underground nuclear test. So what is your assessment on it?
What is our assessment of
the reports that the North Korea seems to be preparing for another nuclear test?
Well, of course, I'm not in a position to speak to intelligence one way or another. But what I can say is that the DPRK has engaged in a number of provocations in recent weeks. But this is a government that has engaged in provocations for a number of years now. And just prior to what is assessed to have been the launch of a probable ICBM, we released information indicating that such a launch might be in the offing. So we are monitoring the situation very closely. We have made clear that continued provocations will incur additional responses from the international community. We will continue to engage with our Japanese counterparts, our South Korean counterparts at the UN, and with our partners and allies around the globe. Yes.
I have a question from my colleague from VOA Order Service. The Prime Minister of Pakistan, Imran Khan, said in his speech that there was a threat letter that purportedly shows evidence of a foreign conspiracy to oust his government. In what appeared to a slip of tongue, he named the U.S. as the country behind the threat. So what is your reaction? Do you have any comment on this?
Well, we are closely following developments in Pakistan, and we respect, we support Pakistan's constitutional process and the rule of law, but when it comes to those allegations, there is no truth to them. Yes, Humara.
Just to follow up on Trevor Reed, his parents were at the White House yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. And the last time U.S. Ambassador saw him was in November. So after President's meeting, I'm just wondering if you guys have any specific plans to make another push to get consular access for him, maybe in the form of a plea through a more higher, like senior level?
That push has been ongoing since the last time we were afforded consular access, Humara. Our goal, as I said before, has been to see consistent, routine consular access to Americans who are detained in Russia, whether that's in pretrial detention or to Americans who have been sentenced, including Americans who are unjustly detained in Russia. And Trevor Reed would fall into that category. So we will continue to push at all levels to do everything we can to see to it that Trevor Reed, in this case, is reunited with his family just as soon as we can. I'll take one.
Anything on Brittany Griner?
Yeah.
Question about Georgia. I'm sorry. Can I ask?
Okay, let me take this, and then I'll come to you, and then I must leave. In terms of Brittany Griner, as we noted last week, I believe it was, we were afforded consular access to her. The head of our consular section in Moscow was afforded a visit. It was an opportunity for him to do a welfare check. We came away with the impression that she is doing as well as could possibly be expected under these very difficult circumstances. Again, our goal is to see to it that consular access is not a one-off affair, and to see to it that we have regular access to Americans, including Brittany Griner, including all Americans who are held in pretrial detention.
So one follow-up of Georgia. We have not heard anything so far from the Georgian government about a strategy to confront the new security reality against Georgia since the war broke out. So I wanted to ask you if the U.S. is analyzing parallel scenarios by Russia towards different regional countries and mainly Georgia, and what the United States is preparing for that. And the second question is about Britain and allies who agreed to send more lethal military aid to Ukraine. And I wanted to ask you, where do you stand on that? And the third one, very quickly, about the human rights report. It's been 34 days already overdue. Do you have any date when do you announce for the report to be publicly available? Thank you very much.
So on your last question, I would say stay tuned. It will be released, I would expect, next month. Next month starts tomorrow, so relatively soon. On your other questions, we are looking at all potential contingencies, knowing that, as I said before, President Putin he has demonstrated that he is not someone who respects borders. He is not someone who respects the principles of territorial integrity, of sovereignty, and so we are engaged in all relevant and appropriate contingency planning, but it's not something we would speak to publicly. When it comes to support for Ukraine, we applaud all of those countries who are supporting our Ukrainian partners. Every member of NATO is providing support to our Ukrainian partners, whether that is humanitarian assistance, whether that's economic assistance, whether that is security assistance. More than 30 countries around the world are providing security assistance to our Ukrainian partners. More than a dozen countries have sought authorization, which we have very, very promptly granted from the Department of State to provide U.S. origin equipment to our Ukrainian partners. For our part, we have provided $2 billion to our Ukrainian partners over the course of this administration. We have spoken to about $1 billion in recent weeks, and that support, that assistance will continue. It will continue so that our Ukrainian partners can continue to be effective on the battlefield. But the other element of this is that as we support our Ukrainian partners with security assistance, with economic assistance, including the $500 million in direct budgetary assistance that was announced yesterday, as we support them in every way, what we are also doing is strengthening Ukraine's hand at the negotiating table. So we're strengthening Ukraine's hand. We are continuing to enact these consequential measures against the Russian economy, against the Russian financial system. So it is our goal to do everything we can to support Ukraine, to bring the parties to the negotiating table in a context that can lead to genuine diplomacy and genuine progress. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Turning today, you all know National Economic Council Director Brian Deese. Brian is joining us to give some brief comments and answer some questions on the president's actions today to respond to Putin's price hike by increasing the supply of oil and achieving lasting American energy independence. So I'm going to turn it over to Brian, who's going to make some comments, and then we'll take some of your questions.
Thank you, Kate. It's fun to say thank you, Kate. I just wanted to give a little bit of additional background on a couple of the elements of what the President announced today, and then happy to take your questions. The first is on the release of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. As you all just heard from the President, he today authorized the largest release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve in American history, 1 million barrels a day for 6 months. And I just want to give you a little bit of context. First, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve itself is our national asset to deal with emergency supply disruptions in energy markets. There's currently 568 million barrels in the reserve, which is actually in 4 locations across southern Louisiana and Texas. And the President authorized this reserve under his extraordinary emergency powers associated with supply disruptions, which we have seen in the market are associated with Putin's unjustified actions and the reaction from the United States and allies in the world in no longer purchasing Russian oil. The scale of the release is unprecedented, so 1 million barrels a day, and the duration is also unprecedented, 6 months. The duration was really designed and calibrated to operate as a bridge, a medium-term bridge, to the period where we anticipate and expect U.S. production to come back online. The most estimates based on commitments by companies are that we will see an additional 1 million barrels a day from U.S. industry by about the end of the 3rd quarter of this year. So the time period operates as a bridge until then. And the amount, 1 million barrels today, is unprecedented but feasible based on the technical capabilities of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve itself. We also know there is significant demand in the market. We are operating in a supply-constrained market. That is the core challenge that is driven prices up. But we saw, for example, the last sale that the Strategic Petroleum Reserve conducted was oversubscribed by about 2.5 times. So there is demand out there in the market. The last thing that I would say is that a very important element of the President's announcement today was that the President authorized the sale, but also the commitment to repurchase oil. And that will happen in coming years at a lower price. And that's important for 2 reasons. One is it provides that bridge to during this period of extraordinary supply constraint. But it also provides stability to the market in the future that there will be a buyer to purchase oil at a lower price. And it also allows us to actually maintain and increase the resilience of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve over the long term. We will be refilling the reserve, and if we're buying at a lower price, we'll actually be in a position to refill at more barrels ultimately. So the current 568 million barrels will come down, but then we'll go back up, and that's how the reserve functions. Secondly, just briefly, I wanted to touch on the presidential directive that the President signed today authorizing the Defense Production Act for usage for the critical materials that go into large capacity batteries. So the President took this action under Title III of the Defense Production Act, which provides for prioritizing and subsidizing the production domestically of key inputs that are critical to the national defense. So the Secretary of Defense has undertaken a study and identified that large capacity batteries are critical to the national defense, and the components that go into them, including lithium and nickel, cobalt, graphite, manganese. My guess is that's the first time in the White House briefing room someone has said manganese. these are critical minerals, and we are currently vulnerable to unreliable supply chains, which affects our national security. It also affects our economic security as well. So by taking this action, the President is authorizing the government to use the DPA authorities to build domestic production capability in these key materials. And this is going to be a key driver for building a domestically resilient supply chain to build large capacity batteries. Those are the batteries that go into electric vehicles, but also used for storage in other applications. And also to accelerate what the President talked about today of how we move to true energy independence by reducing our dependence on oil, the amount of oil that we consume, and reducing our dependence on fossil fuels. So those are two. The President touched on other issues as well. I'm happy to take questions all about, but I wanted to put a little bit more context on those two.
Great. We'll start with Chris. Great. Hey, thank you. Two questions, Brian. Thank you for being here. One, to the figure 1 million barrels per day, to the skepticism that sounds unrealistic. Why should Americans have confidence that you're going to be able to meet that benchmark on a daily basis? And when can Americans expect to actually see the price of gas come down?
So on the first one, the Department of Energy Strategic Petroleum Reserve have now committed, per the President's direction, to release 1 million barrels a day into the market. Number one, we have the full operational capacity to do that. As I mentioned, there are actually 4 locations that make up the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. For purposes of this release, we will be releasing from all 4 of those locations. If you look at the actual operational capacity across all 4 of them, it is actually up to 4 million barrels a day in operational capacity. So actually executing 1 million barrels a day is well within the operational constraints. And a big part of that is because a lot of that moves by pipeline, and so to established offtake points. That's point number one. Point number two, there's been some question about will there be sufficient market interest or sufficient demand, including on the transport side. And I would say there that the best indicator is what just happened in the market when in the last sale that the SPR tendered was 2.5 times oversubscribed. So certainly there is significant demand in the market, and that you would expect because supply is constrained and prices are high. So we fully expect that the Strategic Petroleum Reserve will execute against this per the President's direction. To your question about the timing of the impact, I've already seen, and as we came in here, oil's trading down about 6% today. But the way that we think about this is in terms of supply and the market constraint. And so the supply in the global market, obviously the price of oil set at the margin, the global market, the global supply is down because of Russian oil. The 1 million barrels a day plus what our allies and partners are intending to deliver, and there is a meeting tomorrow morning of the International Energy Agency in Paris, an emergency meeting, and I won't get ahead of the specific commitments in that context, but as the President said, we're confident that our allies and partners will provide tens of millions of barrels additional into the market. So we're looking at well in excess of 1 million barrels a day of additional supply onto the market for importantly for several months. That is the most ambitious, aggressive, historic effort to try to replace supply in the short term. So certainly there is uncertainty about pricing and lots of different factors affect price across time. But we are confident that this is about the largest effort that countries with oil reserves have ever taken to supply the market in this way.
Could prices come down in a matter of days or weeks? I know it's difficult to pinpoint, but just for Americans who budget based on how much they have to spend on gasoline, what should they be bracing for? Well,
as the President spoke to today, that is uncertain, and so being very clear, the market price is impossible to predict with certainty. One thing that I will say for sure is that as the price of oil comes down, it's incredibly important that that flows through to the consumer in terms of the price of gas as quickly as feasible. We've seen that be a problem in the past, and it's definitely an issue that we are focused on.
Justin?
Hey, Brian, I had two. One is to follow on, I think, what you just said, which is you've identified there's been a problem between crude oil prices and what folks are paying at the pump, and laid some of the blame for that at oil companies in the past. The president today, in his remarks, spoke to some extent about how there were good actors and bad actors in terms of folks who are ramping up production right now versus folks who are sort of banking profit. So I wanted to give you an opportunity for Americans who want to do the patriotic thing. Where should they be going to buy their gas right now? Are there good companies that have worked with the administration and folks that you're frustrated with right now? And then my other question was on your former friends kind of in the green community that have expressed, I think, some level of frustration with the announcement today, feeling like it's doubling down on fossil fuels. Obviously, I know you've kind of made this argument that long-term you're trying to pivot towards green energy, especially with the second part of the announcement today. But what do you say to climate activists who are sort of frustrated right now?
Great. So on the first part of the question, I would say our goal is to provide relief to all Americans in all geographies across the country, and that means doing everything we can to bring down the price of gas at the pump everywhere. And so that's our focus. And the issue of the prices of gas going up very quickly and tracking oil prices and coming down much more slowly is not new. It's old enough that economists have a particular term associated with it called rockets and feathers. But just because we can identify it doesn't mean that it reflects an efficient market or competitive market. So that has been our focus. On your second question, I want to be really clear, and I think the president said this better today, but I would just underscore it. The circumstances in global oil markets today and global energy markets today provide the clearest possible signal why the United States needs to do everything it can to accelerate toward energy security and true energy independence. And the only way that we can ultimately do that is to reduce and eliminate our dependence on fossil fuels. That's what the president was clear about today, and that, in fact, in the very near term, making sure that we have adequate supply is critically important for American families who are suffering. But the opportunity to actually work in partnership with our European allies, for example, to help them reduce their own dependence by reducing demand for fossil energy, by moving forward on the plan that the president underscored today, we have a historic opportunity to do that, and we are wasting no time, and we are taking this is not causing us to do anything but move even more quickly in the steps that we can take. I think the message that we have is that not only can we do these things together, but we have to do these things together.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to follow up about the allies and partners who would be participating. Can you give any additional detail? Will China be participating in the oil release?
So I don't want to get ahead of any specific commitments, but I'll say a couple of things. The first is that, as with every action that we have taken in relation to the war in Ukraine, the president and our entire team have been consulting and working incredibly closely with allies and partners on this. This was a significant topic in the president's call with the Quint on Monday at the leader level. Our teams have been working around the clock together before going into that and in the period since. The IEA is the body of countries that have significant stocks and reserves, and the formal process that they go into, and the United States is a member of the IEA, is to bring forward a proposal for a collective release, and the decision is whether there is a collective release, and then how much each country will contribute into that. So that's the process that will happen starting tomorrow morning. I don't want to get ahead of it. The only thing that I would say, and I think this is probably implicit in what we have done here, is the United States and the president made an explicit decision that the United States would lead here and lead with a historic use of our reserves. We have those reserves. We have the capability to do that. And so that was an explicit decision. At the same time, looking to partner with allies, and I think we'll see that reflected over the course of the next couple of days.
All the IEA members are the only ones participating in the release. Is that accurate?
Well, what I can tell you is that the IEA, the meeting tomorrow will be of IEA members, and that will be, the question will be about a collective release in that context. We continue to engage with non-IEA members, China and other countries around their reserves, and will continue to do so. But the immediate step at hand will be the IEA.
The president said gas might drop between 10 and 35 cents a gallon. Brian, does that sound about right to you? 10 and 35 cents a gallon? Does that sound about right? That's what President Biden said. So 10 and 35 cents.
Use it or lose it push. The president had discussions with leaders in the oil industry ahead of this announcement. What, if any, assurances were given about increasing production? Were there any guarantees made?
So what we have engaged with oil companies and energy companies on, they have been public about. So you can see the reason why the market expectation has now increased to an expectation of about 1 million barrels a day of additional production online, is because many of those companies have gone out and been quite explicit about their intention to ramp up production across time, and that's an outgrowth of a number of the conversations that we have had. And so the use it or lose it approach is consistent in the sense that those companies that are looking to ramp production or to bring back online shuttered wells, those permitted areas would obviously be unaffected.
Does 10 to 35 cents sound?
Okay, Brian, I'm sorry.
10 to 35 cents.
As I said, it's uncertain, and so I'll let the president.
Brian, so since you're sorry, play ball to me.
What's a fair price that you would accept the White House for?
Brian, as you just spoke about China, what are the conversations with India, another country that's dealing with major oil issues, gasoline issues, and also what are the guarantees with this 1 million a day for 6 months for Americans?
So there are conversations with all countries that have reserves is similar in encouraging them to participate and to contribute in consistent with their stocks, their available stocks, and their circumstances. We have seen to date a quite extraordinary willingness to participate, including IEA and non-IEA members to participate in those coordinated releases, including the Indian government to date. And so the work of diplomacy and engagement with our allies and partners is aimed to make sure that continues.
But isn't it more about the United States, China, and India when you are looking at these top three consumers of oil?
So when we're talking about collective releases, the issue is actually who are the countries that actually have the largest reserves, not the largest consumers, but the largest reserves. So those are the IEA.
Going into this as well, though.
Certainly, but in terms of releasing supply onto the market, that's a function of the reserves.
What are the guarantees for the American consumer in these 6 months, in the midst of COVID, in the midst of this war, in the midst of Russia doing whatever it's doing?
Well, and I think this goes to the gentleman's question as well. What the president has said is in terms of guarantee, is he's going to do everything that he can. He's going to stay at this even in a very uncertain period, to do everything within his power to try to provide relief to families. And we can now commit that we will deliver 1 million barrels a day into the market, consistent with the president's directive across time.
I think Brian has time for one more.
Thanks, Brian. In talking about countries that may or may not get involved, curious if there's been any more conversation with Venezuela, Iran, Saudi Arabia about boosting production or about working out how we can potentially see more of their oil get back on the market. And then on the use it or lose it proposal he talked about, the idea that companies would be fined if they don't use their leases. Is there existing legislation he's referring to, or how would that work? Sure. And how is that, if not legal, how is that in keeping with sort of the capitalistic, he says he's a capitalist. Of course. Who is the government to be telling businesses what to do with something they've leased, I guess?
Sure. So on your first, there are conversations, engagements ongoing, but I don't have any new update on that front. On the second, we start from the premise that all of these are leases on public land, so it's federal land, and so it's your assets as as citizens and as taxpayers. And so the way the process works is that companies lease tracts of land. They then, in areas where they are more interested in potentially discovering, they then seek a permit within their leased areas. And so the way that this policy would operate would be to say, going forward, in those areas where you are holding leased land, but you are not exploring, then you would pay incrementally on that. I would say two things. One is when companies lease with the federal government, again, this is companies operating with the federal government on public land, the lease is to explore and to pursue production. Those are the stated lease terms. So it's appropriate for the federal, and number two, companies can always rescind their leases or transfer their leases as well. So they can provide their leases back to the federal government if they no longer have any use for them, or they could transfer them as well. So this is really about a very practical issue, which is everybody, Republicans, Democrats, everyone is saying we need to figure out how to increase more supply. And so in those areas where we already know the leases have occurred, the permits have occurred, there's nothing more that needs to happen, we should be encouraging companies to operate. And if they don't intend to or they don't want to, then they could hand those leases back to the government.
Are you still concerned that gas prices could hit record highs this spring and this summer?
So I'm not going to predict where the market will go. You'll find me not predicting on any particular forward data point. What I will say is that because of the president's actions today, because of a historic effort to put 1 million barrels a day of supply into the market, and because of the effort to work with allies and partners and galvanize a global response on this front, the market will be significantly more well supplied and prices will be lower than if we didn't take this historic action. And that's what our focus is, actions that we can take to make sure that that prices come down as much as we can.
Brian, one on food security real quick. Do you have any updates on the president's efforts to prevent real food shortages sparked by the war?
So it's a issue of top focus, and we will have more to say on that issue in the coming days, but I don't have a specific announcement for you today.
Only incrementally raising production?
I think it's the same answer as the question earlier. We continue to have those conversations, but I don't have anything new for you today.
Low-income Americans getting clobbered right now at the pumps.
You have a president who's doing everything that he possibly can to try to address that situation, including, I would say, the president announced today, and I would encourage you all to really cover it and look into it. $3.2 million through the weatherization program that goes directly to low-income families. Low-income family could get a $6,500 grant to make their home more energy efficient, bring down their energy costs by hundreds of dollars a year, and improve the health of their home. That's something the president did this week, putting that money out in addition to the other issues that we discussed today. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, Brian. Thank you all very much. So if you will just indulge me for a minute, I have a few announcements I'd like to make at the top here, so just bear with me. Today we're marking the Transgender Day of Visibility by celebrating transgender Americans who are thriving and making their communities stronger. Unfortunately, transgender Americans, particularly children, continue to face unacceptably high levels of bullying and discrimination. As you know, the president signed one of the most comprehensive executive orders on LGBTQI+ rights in history shortly after taking office, and this administration has repeatedly and forcefully called out state legislatures that are advancing legislation that discriminates against trans children and their families. Today, the State Department and Department of Homeland Security announced new steps that will improve the travel experience for transgender Americans. And the Department of Health and Human Services has released new resources for transgender kids and their families to help protect their mental health and ensure they receive the care they need to thrive. Finally, the president is reiterating his call for the Senate to pass the Equality Act to provide long overdue civil rights protections to transgender and LGBTQI+ Americans. As the president told transgender Americans in his State of the Union address, this administration will always have your back so you can be yourself and reach your God-given potential. Today, we're also celebrating the life and legacy of Cesar Estrada Chavez, a champion for social justice, an advocate for farm workers and working people who build and sustain our nation. a leader who has inspired generations of people to fight, organize, and expand opportunities for workers. When President Biden became president, he placed a bust of Cesar Chavez in the Oval Office as a reminder of the values and his vision to fight for respect, social justice, and equal dignity for all workers. The Biden-Harris administration remains committed to building an economy from the bottom up and the middle out that works for all. We fought hard to pass the American Rescue Plan that helped Latino workers, families, and small businesses to ensure that they had the support they needed through the pandemic. And we created a historic task force on worker organizing and empowerment to help workers to organize to provide an earned pathway to citizenship. Today, we join people across the country celebrating and honoring Cesar Chavez's legacy while we continue to advance the rights and dignity of working people. Today, new CDC data further underscored the mental health impact of the pandemic, including the fact that nearly half of high schoolers reported that they felt persistently sad or hopeless during the past year. As a mother of young kids, I know this is a huge concern for so many parents. The President has been acutely aware of the mental health impact of the pandemic on young people, which is why he made it a day one priority to get schools reopened safely and secure much-needed resources through the American Rescue Plan to address youth mental health, a bill which every single Republican, I would note, voted against. We've invested $5.5 billion in programs that support mental health and well-being, including tens of millions for programs that specifically address youth mental health. For instance, schools across the country are using American Rescue Plan funds to hire school counselors and social workers to address this crisis. According to this new CDC data, the very kind of connection that helps protect youth mental health. President Biden remains deeply focused on this very real crisis and providing the resources to address it. As part of the unity agenda that he laid out during the State of the Union address and his budget, the President put forward a historic increase in funding to strengthen and expand youth mental health services. And we're going to continue to build on this progress and do everything we can to support the mental health and well-being of our young people. And then lastly, but certainly not least, today we announced additional sanctions on Russian technology companies that enable Putin's war of choice. We will prevent them from procuring Western technology and evading our severe sanctions. We're also expanding our sanctions authority to target additional sectors of the Russian economy important to Putin, including aerospace, maritime, and the electronic sectors. In the coming days, the Commerce Department will also take further action to degrade Russia's defense, aerospace, and maritime sectors by adding 120 entities in Russia and Belarus to the entity list, bringing the number of Russian and Belarusian parties added to the list to over 200 since the invasion began. Being added to this list means that these entities can no longer get U.S. cutting-edge technology without a license, which will in most, if not all of these cases, be denied. Compared to the same time period last year, U.S. exports to Russia of items subject to our new export controls have decreased by 99% by value. The power of these restrictions will compound over time as Russia draws down any remaining stockpiles, for example, spare parts for certain planes and tanks. We will continue to impose unprecedented costs, strengthen Ukraine's hand, and make Putin's war of choice a strategic failure. So thanks for hanging with me. I told you I had a lot, and I'm happy to take questions. Darlene?
Thanks, Kate. A couple on Russia. Can you elaborate first on the president's comment a while ago that there's some indication that Putin has either fired some of his top officials or put some of them under house arrest? What evidence or information does the White House have?
Well, the president's words on that speak for themselves. I don't have a lot to add by the way of detail. What I would point to to is certainly information that we made public yesterday about Putin and his military. I think writ large, we have seen that this invasion has been a strategic failure for Putin and for Russia. They are working to redefine the initial aims of their invasion. And we've seen time and again that the sanctions that have been applied are exacting extreme costs on their economy. So I don't have anything to add to what the president said, except to say we have seen incontrovertible evidence that this has been a strategic disaster for Russia.
And the second question is, the United States and the UK have been working together to release intelligence information since before Russia invaded Ukraine. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about the value of that relationship and how the White House thinks it's affected Putin's conduct in the war, releasing that kind of information.
Well, I can't speak to how it has impacted Putin's conduct. That's, again, as I said yesterday, I'm not a spokesperson for the Kremlin. What I can say, though, is that we've made every effort to be transparent, even from the time before Putin invaded. We worked to make sure that we were providing information that gave a sense of what we knew Russia was going to do. I think to call them out in that way and to be clear that we knew what their intentions were had the impact of putting them on their back foot. I can't speak to how that's impacted their calculus. That's for them to say. But I think we've seen writ large that the invasion has been a strategic error, is leaving Russia weaker. Putin himself has said that the sanctions have imposed unprecedented costs on the Russian economy, and our role in this, is to continue to strengthen Ukraine on the battlefield, as we've been doing with an unprecedented amount of security assistance, and to continue to strengthen their hand at the negotiating table.
And just one more quickly, going back to the information that you mentioned you all released yesterday, is that some sort of an attempt to sow division among the Russian leadership? And if so, does the White House think that is working?
It is simply an effort to continue to paint the picture of what a strategic blunder this decision has been for Vladimir Putin.
On that, it seems you're releasing even more information today. A U.S. official says you have information that indicates that some Russian government senior officials likely disagreed with Putin's decision to invade Ukraine, that their disillusionment is probably amplified by Russia's military underperformance. Is it your understanding that Putin is losing the support of some of his top officials? And why release this as well?
Well, again, I don't have anything further to add to the specifics there. I can only speak to what this underscores, which is the larger sense that this has been a failure for Russia. I think we've seen reporting that morale amongst the Russian military is low, and I think that would not come as a surprise to anyone who's seen what the Russian military is enduring here. You have conscripts, you have people who've been brought in to fight this incredibly grueling battle. So I don't think it's a surprise to anybody that morale is low. But beyond that, I don't have anything specific that I can add. Mike?
On the president's comments about people being put under house arrest or arrested, can you say, is it your understanding that those who are being arrested under house arrest are ones who sort of broke the bad news to the president about the military's performance, or are they ones who now are disagreeing with the decision to invade in the first place?
I don't have any further additional detail that I can add. Mike?
You keep saying though that this is to try and paint a picture of Putin's strategic blunder or strategic error, but it certainly seems like you're needling and trolling Vladimir Putin here.
Those are your words, not ours. We have been very clear that we are everything that we are doing here is designed to advance our ultimate strategic aim, which is strengthening, as I say, strengthening Ukraine on the battlefield, strengthening their hand at the negotiating table, giving them what they need to push back on Russian aggression. And I think it is self-evident based on what we've seen since Putin invaded on February 24th, as we've seen their economy collapse, we've seen the ruble collapse. The impact of his choice has been significant, and we're going to continue to advance our strategy of doing everything we can to ensure that Ukraine has what they need to continue to push back on Russian aggression. Mike?
So this may be a little late breaking, I don't know, but there have been reports in the last hour or so about concerns at Chernobyl with Russians leaving the nuclear plant because of some kind of exposure. Do you have any? Does the U.S. government have any information about what might be going on there and whether sort of how broad the danger is there?
I have not seen that since we came into this room, but I'm happy to go look into it and we can come back to you with answers. Yeah.
Hey, on COVID, I wonder if you can comment on reports that there's an agreement in principle for $10 billion in additional COVID aid. I think Senator Romney talked about it earlier today.
So as we talked about yesterday, we are obviously very hopeful that Congress is making progress as we need to get this urgent funding that we need to fight COVID-19. The President has been very clear. There is a strong sense of urgency here. You heard him say yesterday that Congress's failure to act is already having severe consequences, including on our supply of monoclonal antibodies and treatments for the immunocompromised. So these are, as you note, ongoing active negotiations on this, and so we're certainly not going to negotiate from the podium, but I will say that the President has been very clear that there's an urgent need for this funding, and we're very hopeful that Congress is going to come to a solution on this.
One follow on that.
Sure.
I think the plan calls for slashing some of the foreign aid. Biden has said repeatedly that we can't just take care of ourselves, that we have to, that the pandemic isn't going to stop. There's no wall we can build. Would he sign a bill or would he veto a bill that doesn't include significant foreign aid?
Well, what I would say to this is we have been very clear, and the President has been very clear, both publicly and in private, about the acute need for funding of our global response for weeks, if not months. And in the past day, our position has been very clear about the importance here. Right now, countries, in fact, are declining our doses because they don't have the infrastructure in place to take our life-saving vaccines. Funding will obviously help solve this issue. And I actually want to read to you a letter to the President signed by 14 U.S. senators, half of whom are Republicans. Quote, "We urge you in the strongest possible terms to do more to lead global efforts to end this pandemic and increase global vaccine access." So we hope that these senators will follow their own advice and provide resources for the global response, because now is the time to act. And we're not going to be able to put this pandemic behind us until we stop the spread and proliferation of new variants globally. So the President has been very clear. He believes this funding is important. But again, we're going to let Congress work through, and we're very hopeful that they are going to come to a solution.
Okay, thanks, Kate. I want to ask you again about the President's comments today when he was asked about the information that Putin is being left in the dark by his advisors. He seemed much less confident in the intelligence than you were from the podium and other top officials here. When he was asked about it today, he said it's an open question. There's a lot of speculation. He seems to be self-isolating. He said, but we don't have hard evidence. You said from the podium, we have information that Putin felt misled by the Russian military. Why the disconnect?
I don't see a disconnect there. We were clear yesterday that we shared a piece of information that helps paint a picture about how this has been a strategic failure for Russia.
The President said there's a lot of speculation. He didn't say we have hard evidence, we're confident.
And there is plenty of discussion, and that's part of what we did yesterday, was put additional information into the public sphere, into the conversation. I don't think there's a disconnect between those two things. The President was making statement about where things currently stand, where he understands things to currently stand. I don't think that's in any way at odds with what we said yesterday.
So is the administration confident that Putin is being left in the dark by his top advisors? You stand by everything you said from the podium yesterday.
We put forward information yesterday, and I think you can draw the appropriate conclusion from that. We would not put it forward if we didn't have confidence in it.
One more on Hunter Biden, who has been in the headlines again recently. During the last presidential debate, then Vice President Biden was asked if there was anything inappropriate or unethical about his son's relationships, business dealings in China and or Ukraine. The president said nothing was unethical. He went on to say, my son has not made money in terms of this thing about what you're talking about China. Does the White House stand by that comment that the then Vice President made?
We absolutely stand by the president's comment, and I would point you to the reporting on this, which referenced statements that we made at the time that we gave to the Washington Post, who worked on this story. But as you know, I don't speak for Hunter Biden, so there's not more I can say on that. Jack.
Thank you, Kate. On releasing barrels from the strategic reserve, this move does not resolve the structural deficit that we have. In the last 2 times the administration released barrels of oil, it didn't have a measurable impact on gas prices. So what makes this administration believe that this move is going to have an impact this time?
This is, as you heard Brian say, this is a historic and unprecedented release in terms of size. It is going to help meet the mismatch between supply and demand in the market. 1 million barrels a day is a significant addition to the marketplace and is going to, as I say, is going to address some of the mismatch between supply and demand. And I think what Americans should take away from this announcement today is that President Biden is relentlessly focused on doing everything he can to ensure that Putin's price hike does not hit them at the gas pump. So what they've seen from him, I think, since the day he took office is a focus on doing what he can to address kitchen table issues, to address the things that people across the country are worried about, including gas prices. And so today, not only is it historic in scope, but it, as you heard Brian talk about, this has also been the president has led a global effort to galvanize a response to this because he knows that rising prices at the pump hurt families, and he's doing everything in his power to bring those prices down.
This is going to bring up the supply in the short term, but it's not, a long-term solution. And, one analyst has said that if the market maintains a structural deficit for a long period of time, releasing reserves might actually keep prices higher. So if this does not work in the way that you think it's going to work, will the administration stop releasing? A million barrels a day.
We will I won't speak to what we might do in the hypothetical depending on where the market goes. What I will say broadly is, of course, we would always adjust our strategy to do what is most effective to bring prices down. What I would say about the long term, to your question about the long term, is, and I think you heard Brian articulate this really well, and of course the president spoke to it very powerfully today too, which is this ultimately shows that dependence on fossil fuels, dependence on foreign oil is not in the sustainable, long-term best interest of the United States. And that's why the president has put forward a really aggressive plan to move us to clean energy sources of energy that we can make here in the United States. That's part of, as you heard Brian talk about, the Defense Production Act announcement that he made today to help us make electric vehicle batteries in the United States. The president feels very strongly that we need to make significant strides toward a clean energy economy. It's something he's been very focused on. You'll remember, for those of you who covered the campaign, it's something he ran on. And so he's very focused on ensuring that we're taking those strides, because that is actually the long-term solution here.
On sanctions, the Russian ruble has almost returned to its pre-war levels. So does the administration believe that the sanctions are still working?
Absolutely, yes. And what I would say about the ruble is, what we're seeing here is an artificial propping up of the ruble by the Russian central bank and by the Russian government. There are avenues are closed off to allow the sale of rubles. They are basically taking artificial measures to keep the ruble propped up. I would also say that in the first, in the first few days after the conflict began, the ruble was a reliable measure of where the Russian economy is, but it is not any longer, in part because of these artificial steps that are being taken. So if you look at things like dramatic inflation in Russia, you look at private investment pulling out of Russia, if you look at Putin himself saying that the sanctions have imposed unprecedented costs, I think that's a better metric of where the Russian economy is right now. Steve?
I want to follow up on Kristen's question about the president's son. Is it your understanding it's the president's view that as he looks at all of Hunter Biden's business dealings with his uncle, that neither Hunter Biden nor James Biden committed any crimes or did anything that was unlawful?
So I don't have anything further to add from this podium. We addressed this with the Washington Post. We pointed to statements that were made in the fall of 2020 when we addressed these questions, and I don't have anything additional to add from this podium.
Can I ask you if there have been, if you're aware, if there have been any discussions here inside this White House about whether the president might use his pardon or commutation power with respect to either his son or his brother?
That's not a hypothetical I'm going to entertain. I don't have anything to add from this podium. Justin?
Thanks, Kate. The president met with progressive lawmakers last night here at the White House, and afterwards they said that they had pressed him on sort of a laundry list of executive orders and actions that they'd like him to take: canceling student debt, raising the overtime threshold, prescription drug costs. Are any of those sort of live here in the White House right now? Are they under consideration, especially, I think, relative to this negotiation that's going on about elements of Build Back Better and whether, the push and pull of those executive actions might help or hurt that effort?
Well, I don't have any specific announcements on any of those specific pieces. What I would say more broadly is that from day one, the president has used the full array of tools at his disposal to achieve his objectives, and that's included legislative action, regulatory action, and executive orders, and he will certainly continue to do so. But I don't have any specific coming actions to preview for you right now.
Sorry, real quick. Jordan asked yesterday about the meeting in India with senior administration officials. Wondering, now that those have wrapped up, do you have any newfound confidence that India will decide against maintaining oil trade with Russia, or sense of what came out of the
So I don't have any specific. I knew you were going to ask this, and I need to follow up with specifics because I don't have any additional specifics to read out beyond the fact that they were productive conversations. Dalip Singh, the Deputy National Security Advisor for International Economics, had really good discussions with his counterparts, and I know that the conversation was productive. I don't have additional specifics to read out, but I will. And by the way, I should be clear, I meant generically. I know you will ask, not you specifically. Shereen.
Thanks, Kate. So on the SPR, some Republicans, for example, Senator Cassidy, have said that the president, with his move today in terms of the unprecedented drawdown of the SPR, that he's risking long-term energy security to salvage coal numbers. Is that something that has played into the White House's calculus at all? And how would you respond to that?
Absolutely not. What the president is doing is using every tool available to him to bring prices down for the American people at the pump. He's been clear that his focus is working to relieve the pain and the burden that working families, middle-class families, are feeling as a result of price hikes. So every policy decision that he makes is driven by a desire to do everything he can to ease that burden on working families.
Just two quick ones, following up on Kristen's line of inquiry as well. I know Hunter Biden is not a government employee, you don't speak for him. Has the president read these reports? Do you guys take them to him when the inquiries come in, and what has been his reaction to them?
I don't have anything additional to add on this from the podium, but thank you. Caitlin?
And on Title 42, you're preparing to end this policy at some point soon here. There has been some concern expressed by Democrats as well as Republicans, but Democrats notably, about how the administration's preparing to wind that down and prepare for a surge. I believe some administration officials say they're anticipating a record surge. What is the administration doing to not only alleviate those concerns from moderate Democrats, some of whom may face voter ire for that, but then more broadly, how is the administration preparing for that surge, if you can sort of generally summarize it?
Well, so thank you for the question. First, I would note, as I said yesterday, and we have said many, many times, obviously this is a decision that the CDC will make. That said, of course, we are preparing for contingencies. And so what I would say is, our goal is going to be to process migrants in a safe and orderly manner, but also, to be clear, most individuals who cross the border without legal authorization will be promptly placed into removal proceedings. And if they are unable to establish a legal basis to remain in the United States, they'll be expeditiously removed and returned to their country of origin. As a reminder, economic need and flight from generalized violence is not a basis for asylum, but rather asylum is for those with a well-founded fear of persecution on a protected ground. And so asylum and other legal migration pathways should remain available to those seeking protection. And we're working to expand legal pathways in the region so that people don't make this treacherous journey. Obviously, trying to enter the United States illegally carries consequences, and no one should try to make this dangerous journey or try to unlawfully enter the United States. The Department of Homeland Security, as I noted yesterday, put together a preparedness plan to address the number of people coming to our border and work with our partners in the region to provide safe options for people outside the United States. We are obviously working to deliver a more efficient and fair processing system through, for example, a dedicated docket to conduct speedier and fair immigration proceedings for families who arrive between ports of entry. So there is a significant amount of work. We obviously inherited, when we came into this administration, we inherited an immigration system that had been systematically dismantled by the previous administration. There's been a tremendous amount of work from day one to rebuild that, and we are certainly focused on continuing to assert order at the border.
Thanks, Kate. One point of clarification. When the president says he believes Putin is firing or putting senior advisors on house arrest, he's talking about military advisors, right?
No, I have nothing additional I can add beyond the president's comments on this.
You can't say that he's referencing the Russian foreign minister.
I think his words speak for themselves. Thank you. Alex?
No, sorry, I've got one more.
Sure.
President Biden has not spoken to President Putin in quite some time. Are there any plans being made for the two of them to speak?
Not currently. We've been very clear that any re-engagement of diplomacy at that level would require significant demonstration from the Russians of serious de-escalation, and we have not seen that.
You need to see de-escalation before he'll speak to President Putin again?
We've been very clear about that.
Do you take any responsibility?
The White House has previously considered a gas tax holiday, but basically kind of ruled against it. I'm curious if this is still off the table, and what does the White House think about individual states that are considering or have already enacted their own gas tax holidays?
So it is not off the table. In fact, the president is looking at every option to provide relief to consumers around gas prices. Obviously, a lot of these conversations are happening in Congress, but again, the president is not taking anything off the table at this stage. So.
Countries have rejected Putin's demand to pay for gas gas in rubles. Does the U.S. stand with them in rejecting that as well?
We do, and the German Chancellor, I think, has been very clear that that the contracts exist as they exist, and there's going to be no change there.
My question is a question of a colleague who cannot be here. My question is, again, on allies and partners and the oil reserves. The president referred to 30 to 50 million barrels. Brian didn't want to name any countries, but where did he get this number? And Canada being the main exporter of oil to the U.S., has the country been solicited?
Well, I can't speak to specific bilateral engagements, but I would note that obviously the president discussed this, the G7, when he was in Europe last week. This is a continuing, ongoing conversation with our allies and partners. It is a key priority, maintaining stability in our energy markets. So, those conversations are ongoing, and we obviously consult very closely with our allies and partners.
From the colleague who cannot be here. It's about the Prime Minister of Pakistan accused the U.S. of working with the opposition to remove him from power. He just said that today. What's the White House reaction to this?
There is absolutely no truth to that allegation.
Thanks, Dave. To go back to the COVID deal, I know you say you're not going to negotiate from the podium, and the president has obviously warned about the severe consequences if there is no funding. But if there is a $10 billion deal, which some of the top negotiators say they're getting close to, what would the administration then be able to cover? That long list the president went through yesterday of everything that stops over the coming months, what is saved over the coming months, and what is still then at risk?
Well, obviously the specifics of this deal are continuing to be worked out, so I don't have a breakdown for you of exactly where that funding would go. This is a live negotiation, and again, obviously we're not going to negotiate from here, except to say broadly that this is an incredibly urgent need, and we really hope that the Congress is coming to a solution on this.
Is there a top priority that you say that is the must thing we have to fund over the next couple of months?
I'm not going to lay that out as the negotiation is happening. Obviously, this is being worked through on Capitol Hill, and we're hopeful that they are going to come to a solution soon.
Kate, I wanted to ask about the use it or lose it policy that the president has today. It requires congressional approval, and I know Brian was briefly asked about this, but I just wanted to clarify. I mean, has the White House prepared legislation on this? Does it have support lined up in Congress? And what is the timeline you're hoping to pass this measure? And is it really even realistic in an evenly divided Senate right now with midterms coming up in the fall?
Well, the proposal would actually build on the version that's in the House bill. So there's a version of this that is already, there's a version of this that's already been put forward. Obviously, the president looks forward to working with Congress on it. He believes it's a critically important piece of helping to move our energy dependence from overseas back home and to move us toward a clean energy economy. So we intend to work very closely with Congress. This will be a priority for the president. But in terms of a specific timeline, I don't have anything further on that.
With that House bill, or you say you're building on that? What does that look like?
That will be an ongoing negotiation. We will continue to build on it. That's a discussion that we'll have with Congress. Obviously, this announcement just came today, so that work will be ongoing. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
who go without their insulin because they can't afford it. And unfortunately, my daughter's experience isn't unique. Millions of other Americans worry about the cost of this life-saving medication. Sometimes it is just across the pharmacy counter, out of reach to them. Life-saving therapy, out of reach to them, not because it's not available, but because it's not affordable. That's criminal. We have to change that, and that's what we're doing here. In my home state of Michigan, 1 in 10 people have some form of diabetes. Nationally, depending on the nature of someone's type 1 diabetes, the average sticker price for a month's supply is about $375. For some, it's $1,000. That's just not right. In fact, Jill Verdier, a diabetic from my district, was my guest at this year's State of the Union, virtually. And she told me that insulin is like air. Air people need to breathe. People with diabetes need it just to survive. At a time when Big Pharma is making record profits, Congress can do more, and that's what we're here to do. And that's why we have fought to bring this bill to the floor today. And that's why Representative Craig and McBath, with support of leaders like Whip Clyburn, are pushing this and will pass this legislation in the House today. And we're holding this news conference to highlight that. Capping prescription drugs, out-of-pocket costs at $35 a month. So I hope some of our Republican colleagues will join us in standing up to Big Pharma and standing for those people out there, people who are diabetic and need insulin but can't afford it. That's what we can do. Well, some of us would like to do more, but this is what we can do, and that's why we're here today. So I want to turn this over to a real champion on this issue and ask Congresswoman Craig and thank her on behalf of myself and my constituents and on behalf of my 29-year-old daughter for all your great work. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much, Dan, Representative Kildee, and thank you to my good friend and colleague Lucy McBath for your leadership on this issue as well. Today we're here to discuss this absolutely critical life-sustaining drug and legislation. Discovered more than a century ago, insulin hasn't changed much over the years, and yet despite that, Americans with diabetes have seen their medications skyrocket, with an average American paying anywhere from 5 to 10 times more for their insulin than other developed countries around the world. Right now, there are more than 350,000 Minnesotans suffering from diabetes, with the average patient paying anywhere from $1,200 to $20,000 a year for their insulin, a drug they literally cannot live without. Unsurprisingly, for the vast majority of working families, these high prices simply aren't sustainable. In fact, due to these soaring prices, many Americans risk their own lives by rationing doses or skipping treatments altogether. Especially in this, the most powerful and wealthy nation on the planet, this is simply unacceptable. That's why my colleagues and I are standing before you today, advocating for the Affordable Insulin Now Act. Today, Congress has an opportunity to come together, and I hope my Republican colleagues will do just that, to make a real difference in the lives of our constituents by saving families across this nation hundreds, if not thousands of dollars annually. Our bill would accomplish that by capping the cost of insulin at $35 a month, extending countless support to families who desperately need relief from rising prices in their budgets. This is an issue that I focused on since the day I arrived in Congress. It's an issue that I am proud to have led the charge on over the past several months by demanding action on drug pricing reform from leadership in Congress. And Mr. Clyburn, thank you so much for your leadership on this issue. I recognize that this is not the finish line. Far from it. We have got to close the coverage gap in our nation. We have got to allow the largest purchaser of health care in America, Medicare, to be able to negotiate its drug pricing. We need to cap senior drug costs at $2,000 per year. But this is what we can do today. And make no mistake about it, this will save lives. I'm incredibly proud to stand on the cusp today of significant prescription drug pricing reforms in the Congress. And I'm so proud to have led this effort with my great colleagues, Representative Lucy McBath, as well as Dan Kildee. And with that, thank you for being here today, and I'll turn the remarks over to Representative McBath.
Well, thank you so much to Representative Angie Craig, who also happens to be not only my colleague, but my classmate in the wonderful class of 2018, and my wonderful colleague and friend, Representative Dan Kildee. And of course, Representative Clyburn, Jim Clyburn is our whip. I'm really grateful to be standing with all of these champions of health care for Congress. Good morning, everyone, and thank you all so very much for being here with us today. There is no time off when you live with diabetes. It's a constant, ever-present disease that influences every aspect of your life. Those born with diabetes live their entire lives checking their blood sugar every other hour. And they must constantly be wary of what they eat, what they drink, and what they must monitor to survive. Parents of diabetics often spend their days concerned about their children's health or worried that their kindergartner who is off to school and must, for the very first time ever, ensure that they are checking themselves and their levels all on their own. Almost 40 million Americans live with diabetes. Over 1 million of those Americans are in my district, in my state of Georgia, alone. Many of those who live with this chronic disease must take insulin every single day of their lives just to survive. And even still, it remains the 7th leading cause of death in our country. In 1920, before insulin was discovered, it would have been exceptional for a diabetic person to live longer than really a year or two. But for over 100 years, the discovery of insulin has saved lives and has remained the most effective treatment for all those that are living with this chronic disease. So why then, after 100 years, is this life-saving medication farther and farther out of reach for those families who need it? Why is it that a child born with this disease must spend around $6,000 a year for life on a drug that has been around for over a century? Why is it that a quarter of diabetics are forced to skip or ration their life-saving medication? Why is it that in the richest country in the history of the world, parents must still stand at the pharmacy counter, devastated by the prices that they see on the screen, knowing that the cost of keeping their child alive may cost a month's worth of hot meals at the kitchen table? That is why this bill is so critically important and why its passage today is so vitally necessary. This legislation will lower the costs of drugs and save lives for those millions of individuals in this country that are diabetic. By capping out-of-pocket costs for insulin at just $35 a month, we can keep a life-saving drug, a drug that existed for over 100 years, affordable to all the families in America that need it. President Biden made it pretty clear during the State of the Union address. Now, we must do what is needed to lower drug costs for American families. And I am so proud to have worked with my colleagues here today, my champions for health care, to pass the Affordable Insulin Now Act out of the House today, and look forward to continuing our efforts with Senator Warnock in Georgia as he leads the fight in the Senate to pass the critical legislation that is so sorely needed and so long overdue. Thank you.
Clyburn. Thank you very much. Let me thank you, Lucy, Angie, and Dan, or is it Dan? Thank you very much for all of your work on this very critical piece of legislation. I was thinking as my colleague spoke. My late wife was diagnosed with diabetes within months of her retirement. And she lived over 25 years with diabetes. I watched her prick her finger about every hour, and sometimes taking 4 shots a day. Following her advice, I picked up the bill to take a look at what it was costing us per month just to treat her diabetes, which led to 5-vessel heart surgery, led to a back surgery, led to total kidney failure, and led to a stroke, all because of diabetes. And when I saw what it was costing per month to keep her alive, I knew that this was something that needed to be done, and done quickly. One of my interns was just sharing with me her brother, who is 27 years old, a public school teacher, who was diagnosed at the age of 9 with diabetes. Recently contacted his dad, a public school teacher in Rock Hill, South Carolina, but recently contacted his dad, asking to go back on his insurance because the diabetes, the insulin, costing him too much to stay afloat. That should not be. My vision for service is very simple, very concise. Making America's greatness accessible and affordable for all Americans. We're here today, and later this afternoon we will pass a piece of legislation in the House that will make this greatness of America affordable. With that, you back. All right, thank you, Jim. I mean, as you can tell, this is not complicated legislation, but it would be transformative for the people out there whose lives would be saved, literally lives saved, by the fact that a life-saving drug that's been available for 100 years, but is out of their reach because it's unaffordable, will no longer be out of their reach. It'll be something that they can depend upon. So with that, thank you to my colleagues, and we'll open it for questions. If you have a specific member you want to address, let us know. Thank you. Yes. Well, you know, not every question in Washington is a political question. This is certainly not a political question to me. I do believe that it makes a difference when you see one party that is responsive to the needs of millions of people and another that finds every way to stand with Big Pharma and block literally the opportunity to save lives. If that ends up persuading people out there to choose one party or the other, I think that's a pretty logical assumption to make. But I've been thinking about this since my daughter was 8 years old, and you know, some questions just aren't political. Some questions just come down to doing the right thing, and in this case, it's not as much as we would like to do, but if we can save a life, or 100 lives, or 10,000 or 1 million lives, you know, if that means that the folks will reward us, then I think that's a logical conclusion to come to. I don't know if my colleagues have anything to add.
For those of us in the class of 2018, you may remember that expanding access to health care and lowering the cost of prescription drugs, that's why most of our voters sent us here to begin with. And going home and telling our constituents that we lived up to our promises, even in the face of, for many of us who serve in swing districts, of hundreds of thousands of dollars in big pharma money coming in directly to us. As far as I'm concerned, I'm going to take that record that I ran on in 2018, that my constituents sent me here to stand up to Big Pharma, and I'm going to wear that as a badge of honor as I continue to seek to serve my district.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Today, President Biden says his decision to up the 180 million barrels of oil released from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is already helping energy prices to decrease. What we want to do is, of course, extend this conversation with some of our industry experts. I'm bringing in Andrew Lapau. He is the president of Lapau Oil Associates. And thank you so much for being here with us, Andrew. I know you've spoken with us before, but let's just talk about what this release of these reserves really means for us Americans when it comes to pumping out that gas.
Well, first of all, the release of 180 million barrels does add to the supply of oil in the near term, and the market has reacted accordingly by falling about $7 a barrel. This means that the consumers can expect that those reductions are going to be passed through to the retail gas pump. I think that gasoline prices will decline 10 cents a gallon over the next couple of weeks in reaction to this release.
I'm glad to hear you say that, Andrew, because I know a lot of people have been struggling to rebudget themselves, especially when we've had to fill up with gas, continue to get ourselves to work each and every single day. Today, President Biden touched on, too, what he wants to do to these oil companies. And I talked to you about this ahead of time of our interview, but he wants to put fees on those companies who are sitting on land but not producing oil. Can you extend a little bit more information into what does this actually mean?
Well, if we look back, one reason that oil companies have been sitting on all this land is because during the pandemic in 2020 and into 2021, oil prices were so low that investment in the oil patch nearly dried up. So it was simply uneconomical to drill for oil then. It hasn't been till recently that oil prices moved to $92 a barrel, and that was on February 23rd, the day before Russia invaded the Ukraine. The oil industry, of course, is plagued by the same supply chain issues that we're seeing throughout the U.S. They need more drilling pipe, frac sand. They need truck drivers to bring this equipment to and from the individual well sites. So while people expect and think that drilling and production of oil can happen overnight like Federal Express, it's more like slow and steady, more like the stagecoach. But we do expect that oil production will continue to rise in this country throughout this year and hit a record next year in 2023.
So when you were talking to me before too, you said some of these fees are not going to really put a cost to the companies, but instead put a cost to the consumers. Can you explain what you meant by that?
Ultimately, the more expensive it is to drill a well and get that oil out of the ground requires higher oil prices. So if you're adding additional fees to the cost of drilling those wells, it translates into even higher oil prices before drilling becomes profitable, which ultimately means that the consumer is going to pay for it in terms of higher gasoline and diesel prices.
And when we were hearing President Biden earlier here today make his announcement talking about ways that they're trying to help Americans with these transportation costs, one thing that they kept reiterating is that this has been a problem ever since the Ukraine war happened, ever since Putin decided to send his Russian troops into Ukraine. What are your thoughts on the timing of that? Because to me, we've seen these prices rising, not just in this past month, but in this past year also.
Well, we should really separate this into the pre-Russian invasion of Ukraine and then what's happened since. And it's certainly true that oil prices had been rising prior to February because economies around the world were reopening. The demand for oil was increasing at the same time that supply was lagging. And in fact, we've seen from OPEC Plus during the pandemic them cutting back production significantly and slowly restoring their production quotas. But even OPEC Plus has been unable to increase their production as much as they like. And as a result, world oil inventories have been falling. The prices have been rising. Now, if we look at what's happened after Russia invaded the Ukraine, sanctions have been imposed on many different entities in Russia. The oil refiners have imposed a de facto ban on the purchases of Russian oil and refined products, which means they're looking for alternative supplies, in effect sidelining some of that Russian oil production and making the supply-demand balance that much tighter. As a result, prices have risen, and you've heard the administration asking Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Kuwait to utilize some of their spare production capacity to fill that void, but those countries have simply been unwilling to do so, frankly, enjoying the higher prices.
So where do we go from here to try to help alleviate, not just temporarily, but down the road too? We don't want to be seeing in years from now still running into the same problems over and over again.
Well, I think the answer is really more of this all of the above approach. It's not just fossil fuels, nor is it just renewable fuels. It's the more we can diversify our energy sources and the more options we have, the better off we are, both domestically as well as in our foreign policy. So those energy sources can continue to be crude oil and natural gas, but also solar, wind, and hydropower, and even nuclear and coal to contribute to more power for electricity to drive those electric vehicles that we see more and more of on advertisements on TV.
So I just want to touch on, too, this release of this oil. This is the largest supply of emergency crude oil in the world. We have millions of gallons of oil that are stored in barrels. This is all in locations along the Gulf Coast, but this has also been a time when he's tapped into this reserve a few times. So how do we stop doing that and continue to produce more, even right here at home you were just touching on?
Well, the United States has already released 88 million barrels of crude oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve since July of 2020. And oil prices have only gone up since then. I think we have to recognize that an SPR release is really a one-time measure to bridge a supply disruption, but it doesn't do anything to get more oil out of the ground. And so, of course, the oil companies want to see less regulation in order to get more oil out of the ground. And they also want to have permits issued where the oil is. And of course, that oil is in places like Alaska as well as the Gulf of Mexico.
And it all comes down to, we obviously have to be worried about not only the oil companies, but the consumers. They're really the ones who feel the most effects when these decisions are made. What should Congress be doing to try to help with these efforts when it comes to our federal gas tax, when it comes to working with the oil companies that are producing?
Well, one of the simplest things that Congress and the administration could do to immediately reduce some of the pain at the pump would be to suspend the federal excise tax of 18 cents a gallon on gasoline and 24 cents a gallon on diesel fuel. We've seen a number of states, including Georgia and Connecticut, which have suspended their state excise taxes.
Anything else you think important to mention when it comes to understanding exactly this problem that we seem to be running into too often in these past recent weeks?
I think for the consumer, it's to recognize that the United States is connected to the global oil market. We're an importer of crude oil into the East and West coasts, as well as into the Midwest from Canada. We also import refined products up into the East and West coast. Well, on the Gulf Coast, where we do have a surplus of crude oil and refined products, we're an exporter to the rest of the market. And as oil prices around the world go up, unfortunately for the consumer here in the United States, oil prices and refined product prices are going to go up as well.
But as you mentioned ahead of time, you know, this announcement made today by President Biden, we will see a little bit of relief when it comes to pumping that gas. I know I've just watched those dollar prices tick up every time I've filled up, and you just kind of have to deal with it, especially if you need to continue to drive to work every single day.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, the consumer is the one feeling the most pain. I think at least the good news is that we've stopped the significant increases in prices that we've seen over the last 6 weeks. They definitely have peaked at this time, and now I think we're on a downward trajectory. But we should be aware of the oil price has been so volatile the last couple of weeks in reaction to the headlines coming out of Russia, Ukraine, the European Union, as well as the United States, as the market is really trying to figure out how it's going to find alternative supplies to the oil coming out of Russia.
Do you see us ever returning to using Russian oil if things were to resolve in Ukraine?
I think that's a long way off, because one thing that has become apparent is that the United States and the European Union are going to need to reduce their dependence on energy supplies from Russia. And we're already seeing some significant steps being taken in Europe. For example, Germany is now fast-tracking some of their LNG import facilities so they could buy more LNG from the U.S. Gulf Coast, where we're increasing exports.
Yeah, a lot to be considered here, and we certainly appreciate you breaking it all down, especially when some of us just so focused on, okay, what price is this going to cost me today when I go to fill up my tank of gas? So, Andrew Lupao, thank you again for being here with us and breaking things down for us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you very much for having me.